month stays. And I have a 4-month stay coming in at the end of this month.
So your testimony is that you're going to continue to short-term rental beginning in the new year for 3 times? Is that what you're telling me?
If we're allowed three times per year for a minimum of under 30 days, I would do that for March and then go back to monthly. Yes. We have a lot of people coming down to the hospital to stay for like 7 days at a minimum so their children can get medical treatments done, and I actually feel very passionate about that. So if we can do that during March, cool. If not, we have someone coming in for the next 4 months who's getting treatment done, so that's okay.
Chair, just for clarification, the 365-day period is a rolling period. So if you had stays, three short-term stays in June and July, then that opportunity to capture those does not happen until the following year in June.
That's what I thought.
Copy that. I can change it. I'll change it.
It's not based on the calendar.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the city's position with this is, simply having it advertised for less than a monthly term is a violation of the ordinance, because there is no way for us to control whether or not they book more than the 3 that they're allowed to. We encourage owners they can place a note in their listing that says that they have the opportunity to rent it short term for 3 times and to reach out for the availability. But simply having it as a 2-night minimum, that 5 people could book it at one single time, because it's the advertisement platform doesn't allow them, anybody that's looking for a weekly stay, if it's pushed out for a month, they're not going to see that as an option. But again, they can put a note in there that it could be available for those terms if it's within compliance.
That's a fair point.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, my intention is not. When we bought the place, my wife and I, we did not know of the 30-day. We actually bought here because we've been living in California and wanted to get out of there and really enjoy St. Pete. Anyways, goal is to make everything above the board is however you see it, and definitely want to be in compliance. So.
Okay. All right. Good.
Yeah.
All right.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Mark Reninga and Rachel Reninga to correct the violations within 5 days or by the date of September 2nd, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Sutcliffe?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ridley?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next case.
Another one.
Item number 80, property owner Jennifer Wolf, investigator Tucker Hodges.
Good morning, I'm Tucker Hodges, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 80, case 24-4814, property located at 2234 5th Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure. It's occupied by owner. This is a C-click fix case. Property was first inspected on May 9, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of June 2nd, 2024. Property was last re-inspected August 23rd, 2024. The following violations still exist. Advertisement and rental of property for transient accommodations is prohibited within the neighborhood traditional residential zone. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 6, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 20890, page 0097. During the course of the investigation, there's been no contact with the owner. The department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts: as of August 23rd, property was available for a 7-night minimum on VRBO. As of today, Property is listed for a 30-day minimum on Airbnb. I'd like to enter in evidence Exhibit 1, photographs taken on August 23rd, 2024, document RTH CEB. Here's landing page for this cottage. Where a reservation was booked for 7 days. And reviews from July. Or a review from July. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Robert Abernathy. I live at 12055 Gandy Boulevard, St. Pete.
And your relationship to Jennifer Wolf?
I'm just a friend of hers.
You have a,
Yes, an authorization to represent property owner. Yeah. Oh, okay.
thank you. Thank you. Okay,
So if I understand, the violation is that it was advertised incorrectly. Is that right?
Available, I was able to book it for 7 days.
Okay, on VRBO?
Yes.
Okay.
No, that was
I did-
on, I'm sorry, that was on Airbnb.
So when I look at Airbnb, it shows 30-day minimum stay.
It does now, but I was able to book it for 7 days.
When was that? Sorry.
Already off the page.
I didn't even know it was on VRBO, by the way.
That was, doesn't have a date when that was booked, does it?
I believe it was August 22nd, and then that was actually on VRBO.
Yeah, that's VRBO,
Not
I'm sorry.
Airbnb.
Yes, sir.
So the VRBO was available last week for 7 nights, while the Airbnb was showing at a 30.
That literally is oversight on our part. We had no idea. We don't get bookings from VRBO, okay, at all. So I'm not certain how he booked, and it showed availability. That's what amazes me, all right, because it's booked like through December 15th right now to one person. So
Well, you
anyway,
have to reach out to VRBO to.
yeah, I didn't even know it was on VRBO, and I'm certain because we immediately changed it to 30 days, okay, on Airbnb once we got the violation notice, all right, because we understood we could only do it for 3 times a year, all right? And the body of the previous listing or the previous listing says in the body, though, not in the when you pull it up, it says there's the 30-day minimum stay per St. Petersburg rules for short stays. We had that in the body this entire time. We didn't understand that it also had to be that you couldn't pull it up for that, because we would, after we exercised the 3 times a year, then we would change it, okay, to 30 days, but never ever got to 3 times a year, all right, under 30 days, because people take it for a month and 2 months at a time. So, but we'll change the VRBO immediately, all right?
Okay.
Just didn't even know that existed. So, and the complaint that we got, does it, I don't think it says, does it specify VRBO?
It doesn't need to, sir.
doesn't.
You're responsible for your own listings.
Okay, so it didn't tell me
yeah,
that the
it
problem.
sounds like, yeah, you need to be looking at both of those.
Right, well, we got the Airbnb fixed immediately, now that we understood that. When you go into the St. Pete website, it doesn't say anything about, it just says you can't rent it. It didn't say you can't advertise it. All right, so if you go into stpete.org and there's a question, can you rent Airbnb? And it says vacation rental, and it says you may not rent for less than 30 days except 3 times a year. It doesn't say you cannot advertise, all right?
Why would you advertise something you couldn't do? Please
Yes.
stop.
Yeah, but you can do it 3 times.
Yeah, but you can do it 3 times, so.
Yeah, you can do it 3 times. So anyway, that's just a moment of clarity. There are probably a lot of people that have that same problem. They think they're complying because they look it up on the stpete.org and they realize that their advertisement is what's wrong and what's causing this problem. Okay, because literally she doesn't rent more than 3 times a year for less than 30 days.
Okay.
So we're happy to comply with the VRBO.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll do that immediately.
Well, we're going to read this in.
Okay.
and,
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Jennifer Wolf to correct the violations within 5 days or by September 2nd, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Questions? Roll call.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Item number 133.
That's fine. Next case.
Item number 133, property owner Alexander Courts and Stephanie Courts, investigator Eric Hervella.
I'm Eric Hervella, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference item 133, case 24-5040, regarding property located at 6761 15th Street South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a see-click fix case. The property was first inspected on 4/1/2024, and violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 4/24/2024. The property was last re-inspected on 8/20/2024, and the following violation still exists. Advertisement and rental of a property for transient accommodations, occupancy less than a monthly term, is prohibited within the neighborhood suburban single-family NS1 zoning district. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, was posted at the violation address on 8/13/2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22453, page 1374. During the course of my investigation, I have not had contact with the owner. The department recommends 10 days and $200 a day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts: as of 8/23, property has been removed from VRBO and is available on Airbnb with a 30-night minimum. 4-night minimum was available on VRBO as recently as 8/20/2024. Owner stated short-term stay observed recently on the property. I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on 8/20/2024, August CEB. Here's the landing page for the property. Booking from August 22nd to September 2nd. Here's confirmation of the booking for 11 nights. And I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Alexander Courts. My address is 47 Tracy Way in Meredith, New Hampshire.
Okay, so you understand the violation?
Yes, I understand the violation, and we have done everything we can to remove the listings. There was some other evidence in there that showed Airbnb
Nobody's
had a technical issue. Maybe you could show that too, because we have removed it. Like, we weren't aware of the issue. We used the home ourselves over the winter time, and just, you know, we have other Airbnbs in New Hampshire and had it listed, not being aware of the laws. because we've saw tons of others, you know, available. We've stayed in the area before and really like it here, so we decided to have one of our own. We, you know, obviously got reported by someone that's not in the neighborhood, not directly affected by any of the Airbnb. But anyways, it's the law, and we've complied with it. We've removed the listing. We don't have any other reviews since we've been made aware of it. Like I said, we use the house ourselves, and we're just use it to kind of offset some of the cost. But yeah, I mean, if we're gonna rent it, it's 30 days or more, and you know, maybe you could show that evidence that Airbnb had an issue. We use a software that sets the pricing on the other Airbnbs that we have, and it kind of overrides some of the settings. And I believe that's why it was available for shorter term.
Okay. I think, again, it's just, you need to make sure you're managing the website. I'm not quite sure.
This is the message my wife sent to them, noticing that it was available even though it shouldn't have been. And then the next picture is Airbnb responding, saying, "Hey, there was a known tech issue."
Okay.
Do you have any bookings still in the future for less than 30 days?
No.
Not even on VRBO?
VRBO, actually, we never even renewed that listing, so I guess you're right. It's our responsibility to take care of the listings, but we haven't had any bookings, and we're not listing it there anymore.
Call to make sure someone's not trying to make money off your house.
Yeah, I know. We've had that actually happen in the past, too, so we will follow up on that as well.
Okay.
But no, like I said, we use the house ourselves. We like St. Pete here, and it was just a matter of, you know, sharing some of the cost, but we'll do it according to above the board.
I'll read something.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Alexander Courts and Stephanie Courts to correct the violations within 5 days or by a date of September 2nd, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Wilson? Ribley?
Yes. Okay.
Do you have one more question? I mean, this says it's, what am I supposed to do in the next 5 days? Because we have removed it, and we have,
You need to reach out to VRBO and get
Yeah,
that listing in September off, because we'll still continue, our departments will still continue to make sure
listing in
there's
September.
no short-term rentals continuing. Well, the city will be, you know, following up on that from time to time.
Okay.
But you might want to reach out to VRBO and remove.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I thought that was already done, but I will check in on that.
okay, thank you. Let's take one more case and then we'll take a break. All right. Next case.
Item number 73, Justin Hoffman and Nenada Maslavkarvik.
Good morning, I'm Tucker Hodges, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying to reference item 7.3, case 24-6614. It's regarding property located at 2614 6th Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure occupied by tenants. This is a C-Click Fix case. Property was first inspected May 3rd, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of May 26, 2024. When the property's last re-inspected and found non-compliance was July 5th, 2024, and the following violations still exist. For residential properties within the city of St. Petersburg, short-term rentals, duration of less than 30 days, may only be rented a maximum of 3 times within any consecutive 365-day period. Short-term rentals exceeding this allowance must be operating as a licensed hotel, motel, or located within an approved resort facilities overlay district. Advertisement and rental of property for transient accommodations and a neighborhood traditional or residential single zoning district is prohibited. 0 out of 1 violation has been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, was posted to violation address on August 6, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 21941, page 1312. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for non-compliance.
Sorry, there was a fly.
Additional relevant facts, property was available for 3-night minimum as recently as July 5th. Multiple reviews for short-term stays in June and July. Property is currently active on Airbnb with a 30-day minimum. I'd like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photographs taken on August 21st, so 082124-614 RTH. There's a landing page on Airbnb for the property. Review page. We've got July, June, and 3 weeks ago. So a shot of the calendar for August and September. Blocked out, but it does not say if it's a 30-day minimum. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, could you state your name and address for the record?
Justin Huffman, 2614 6th Street South, St. Pete.
Okay. So you understand violation?
I don't fully understand the violation. So whenever we purchased the property, we read Florida state law, which says that municipalities are not allowed to have ordinances against short-term rentals. But then once we got this notice in the certified mail, we did realize that I guess St. Pete is grandfathered in because the ordinance was administered in 2001, and so we just assumed that St. Pete followed state law, and that's why we were in violation. So we've done it for about 2 years. We split time between New Mexico and here, so it helps us, have an affordable place that we can come and enjoy about half the year. We have, as soon as we got this notice, we moved it to 30 days. We only have 1 booking. And I know this isn't a place where you guys are going to change any of the ordinances or anything, but there are 7,500 properties in Pinellas County. A good chunk of those are here in St. Pete, and at a 13.5% tax rate, that's a huge revenue stream for the county to have money coming back in. Additionally, you've got downstream providers, the people who clean, the people who manage the property, the people who do the maintenance. We will stay in compliance, but I sincerely hope at some point in the future that ordinance is changed, because I think that it benefits the community overall. But yes, we are going to stay in compliance.
Yeah. Questions?
Love to tell them what I think about it, please, but
All right, I'll read
I
something.
won't.
Let's see. Based on the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Justin Hoffman and Neanda Masilovic, I'm sure I got that wrong,
It's a tough one.
to correct the violations within 5 days or by September 2nd, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any questions? Roll call.
Osaklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes?
Wilson,
Yes.
Ribley.
Yes. Okay, sir.
I just don't understand how I'm in violation since this was delivered to my house and I signed for it. We that day effective immediately removed it.
Yeah, so I believe the violation notice was issued back in May.
I wrote down May.
Yeah, and I believe it was shown that there were reviews from June, July. So again, the State statute allows us to bring these cases before you, even if it's in compliance right now, and especially with these types of cases where we've had people literally change the listing while they were waiting in the audience. Just because it's updated at that point in time doesn't mean it's been in compliance since the date that we issued the violation notice and your compliance time was up. So the board is determining that from the time you received your violation notice and that compliance date was up, there was evidence that was shown that it was either available or it was rented for less than a monthly term, and you had already exceeded your 3 stays. So the board's providing that time now to make sure that based on that evidence that you stay in compliance. And as we've referenced before, we'll continue to monitor. So we'll look at the listings, we'll make sure it stays up to date. And as long as you don't put it back to a 5-day minimum, or we don't have evidence of other stays, then you won't be coming back for a future hearing.
Okay. And then just a clarifying point on the, the 3-day, like we will, in June or July, let's say July of next year, put it on for a 3-day again for that month. If you guys review that, then am I technically out of compliance?
So again, we would encourage owners to note in their listing that they are stays available, just because that's something that can't be controlled. You may say that you're only going to book 3, but then there's 5. And then you find yourself in a position where we have evidence that you've had exceeded your 3 bookings. So, again, if you haven't captured them, obviously you have the right to do that. But it just opens up the door for opportunities to book beyond that, and that's what we've seen that's been happening in the past. And that's why we encourage owners, again, to put the monthly minimum, but advertise within there that you can do it for 3 times, and they're available starting in this time, so reach out to the host.
Okay. Well, we will put it, for a 3-day stay, and it's in order to book on Airbnb. The way it works is you put your time frame that you're going to be booking in, and so that theory doesn't really work.
In my experience, there's plenty of properties that are at 30-day minimum that have short-term rentals occurring frequently. So I know that there's opportunities to book.
Well, that's what we're hoping for. It's about 12% of the market right now, so hopefully we can get some of that. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to take a short break. Let's come back at 10:35. Yep. Okay.
We're taking a quick 10-minute break.
Case, please.
Item number 85, property owner Wieslaw Koch, investigator Robert Hicks.
Good morning. I'm Robert Hicks, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 85, case 24-7241, regarding property located at 4600 17th Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a citizen's complaint. The property was first inspected on 4/24 of 2024, and the violation notice was sent to the owner with the compliance date of 5/17 of 2024. The property was last re-inspected on 8/24 of 2024, and the following violations still exist. Missing peeling paint on window frames, garage door, rear open porch, and various areas of the main structure. The open porch in the rear property has vegetation growing through the roof of the porch. There is furniture, scrap metal, glass, boxes, totes, tools, buckets, bikes, lawnmowers, tree branches, dead vegetation, junk trash, debris scattered throughout the entire rear of the property. And there's also an inoperative motor vehicles in the rear of the property. 2 out of 6 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent to the owner, posted at City Hall, and sent first-class mail. Also posted at the violation address on 8/7 of 2024. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 11544, page 0765. The department recommends 25 days and $100 thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts is the majority of the painting has been completed at this time, along with all the debris was removed from the actual front yard of the property. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1 photographs which were taken on 8/14 of 2024 under document 08-14-24-241 And this is just the front elevation shot of the property. And again, it's all cleaned up at this time, and there was missing peeling paint on the garage door and actually the main structure. Okay, so it's severely overgrown right now, but throughout the entire rear of the property, there's various items. Should be a shot of the missing peeling paint on the open porch area, and along with some of the various items stored in the open porch area in the rear. Some of the inoperative motor vehicles in the rear, missing tags, one with a cover without displaying, more of the debris in the rear of the property. And this should be the last shot of some of the debris overall in the rear. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Wieslaw Koch, 4600 17th Avenue North, St. Pete, 33713.
Okay, it sounds like you've made some progress. How much more time do you need to?
Yes, I do everything in the front, what the paint removed everything, and my neighbor liked my job, okay? I'm still doing in the backyard, you know, but I need more time because I'm doing by myself. I mean, I'm still working, I mean.
And how much more time do you need, sir?
Maybe 120 days, 120.
120?
Yeah, yes.
120 to
because
complete.
I need hire someone to help me, and you know, just is a lot of work still, but everything is in progress. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Wieslaw Koch
Yep.
to correct the violations within 60 days or by a date of October 27th, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Any other comments?
So I did the 60 because it's been open since April and it was a citizen.
Can I have a minimum of 90 days?
Well,
Yes.
how does everybody feel about my,
Yes.
do we want to take it to vote or would you like me to amend?
I think well,
That was just my reasoning because it'll be 7 months by the time.
But I'm thinking he's doing it himself.
And he's trying.
He's trying.
Okay. So I will,
Or maybe belonging.
okay. So I will amend the board orders Weissla Kapu to correct the violations within 120 days or by December 26, 2024. If the order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
okay, I have a motion and a second. Any other? Roll call, please.
Alseklis.
Yes.
Schneider.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Ruble.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You got your 120. Next case, please.
Item number 122, property owner PKC Property Investments LLC, investigator Andrea Brown.
I'm Andrea Brown, Codes Inspection Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to case number 24-7700 regarding property located at 201 7th Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a C-click fix case. The property was first inspected on May 3rd, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of June 15th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 15th, 2024, and the following violations still exist. Permits may be required for interior renovations at commercial property to include but not limited to plumbing relocation, interior walls, doors. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 15th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 15279, page 0112. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the tenant prior to today was on August 23rd, 2024, and the tenant did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case is a permit was applied for yesterday, a residential permit that does not include the scope of the work permit required. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1 photographs which were taken on May 3rd and May 23rd, 2024, documents AUG 2024 CEB, photos number 1 through 9. And this is just showing some of the walls that have been removed. And this picture is also them working on the interior walls. This is the fixtures, the toilet and the sink that have been replaced. This is showing like new doors and walls. This is the bathroom that has had the new fixtures installed. Some more of the fixtures that have been installed. They also installed recessed lighting in this area. And this, some more of the area that has been redone. And this is just an elevation shot of the commercial business. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. So you said there was a permit, but it's not for this work?
So they applied for a permit yesterday. It looks like it's just for the plumbing fixtures, but they have done like drywall replacement and recessed lighting, and it's a commercial structure.
Okay, thank you. Can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Philip Kraft. Address 229 176 Terrace Drive East, Reddington Shores.
And your relationship to?
I'm the owner of the building.
You're the owner of the building and and PKC Property Maintenance?
Correct.
Investments, okay.
Yep.
And is the other gentleman going to speak?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, good morning, and thank you. My name is Mark Brindle, and I lease that space from Mr. Kraft.
Okay, so you're the tenant,
And your
okay.
address, please?
My address is 6451 3rd Avenue South.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So you testimony of the city?
Good morning. Yeah, I shouldn't take too long, I hope. Personally, I was not aware that we needed to have a permit to replace a toilet or a vanity. So,
Okay. Commercial property, you need,
yeah, I know. It's my fault. I did not know that. I was thinking of like residential type things, so I didn't know that was required, but we've applied for that permit. Yeah, so that one's in the works. As far as the walls, again, they're petitions. They're not load-bearing walls or structures. They're more petitions for storage. Again, I didn't know a permit was required for that. I thought it was if it was a new wall to the ceiling or load-bearing, then it required it. So we have. I think Mark, you're working with someone.
May I say something? So we put the ProFlow fixtures, I think fixtures as light switches, but fixtures, so the toilets, 1 urinal, 2 toilets, and 3 sinks. Commercial, it is a neighborhood tavern. The contractor that helped me with it is Air Quality Control. That's who pulled the permit yesterday, or Monday. I thought I had plenty of time, and my apologies, especially to the investigator that came by. Him and his supervisor were amazing and very informative. I thought I could just go down last minute and pull a permit after the fact, but because I'm a tenant, I'm not the owner or the contractor, it got away from me. So Air Quality Control did, I think Air Quality is the company, did apply for a permit, and we are closed down for renovations. Been doing business by the book for almost two decades. Never had a problem before. So I know a lot of people in the neighborhood. The contractor that helped me with the partition, just to make some extra storage room, and we're cleaning the whole place up, and I was awarded an SRX license to go full liquor. So we're just renovating after 20 years. I was considering it all cosmetic, but I want to follow the rules. I'm taking over. My business partner always took care of the administrative stuff. So out of the gate, I'm failing. I apologize, but the permits are in work. I will make sure to call the company for the plumbing and the contractor that helped me, because we're closed. I had a hard time finding him, but I did find him, and he would just like to know exactly what he needs to pull, and he'll go pull it. It was a weekend job.
Okay.
I'll take a cut at something if you're ready.
So we're gonna give you some time to get that settled, but you're gonna I would recommend you go down and talk to the building department to ensure you know what they.
Yeah, I've been down there a handful of times, and now that I found the contractor, that'll be a lot easier, because I'm very limited as the tenant to what I can do and what I can pull. I can't pull a permit. I tried, I got it, everything's online. And I went back down there when there was a whole list of all these different forms and just asking which one. And they asked me if I was a contractor, and I said no, and they said, you can't.
Yeah.
So my apologies for the ignorance, but I will, like I said, after 20 years, I'll do whatever I have to.
Okay, well, we're going to give you some time to try to resolve this.
I appreciate
Is there a
that.
question over here?
Did you?
Yeah, I guess I want to reemphasize that while you're already here and you've already done part of your morning, I would strongly suggest that the two of you go over to the building department together and tell them that you have questions about whether you've even applied for the correct permit or not. And they should be able to help you.
Heard that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders PKC Property Investments LLC to correct the violations within 60 days or by October 27th, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to motion and second. Any other questions? Roll call.
Sechlis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. Okay, so you have 60 days. Once you get the permit pulled, that puts the case on hold. That's what you need to.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, have a good day.
All right, thank you. Next case.
Item 101, property owner Osbenis Serrano Romero and Renelis Herrera Rodriguez. Investigator Tucker Hodges.
Good morning, I'm Tucker Hodges, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 101, case 24-6465, regarding property located at 2135 24th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. Property is a single-family structure occupied by owner. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on 4/12 of 24, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 5/13/24. Property is last re-inspected 8/24/24, and the following violations still exist. We have permits required for construction of structures at the rear yard of the property. Permit should cover framing, plumbing, and electric. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 8/7/2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 20581, page 0907. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was 4/25/24. Owner did not indicate when the violation was to be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts: there's a permit that's in process, permit number 24-08001243. I'd like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photographs taken on 8/20/24, document 082024, 465 RTH. So front elevation and a complaint from the citizen was a structure back here and several others where people are living in them. So they have electric and air conditioning as far as we know. A little bit closer shot. These shed type structures are oversized and that's what they're getting the permit for. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
I have a question for him.
Okay, thank you. Go.
Mr. Hodges?
Yes.
So they've applied
They've applied for a permit.
for a shed?
Well, there are several oversized structures in the backyard
Oh, okay.
that I can only see from the right-of-way, but you can see the rooftops. They've applied for that so they can have electric and plumbing in them.
But people are living there.
That's the complaint. I could not see, right,
And so then that's not a shed anymore.
Yeah.
correct. So that's, well, the permit's in process, so I think it's going to be for some time.
Has it been returned for corrections, do we know?
Last I saw was a notice of commencement.
So it says ready for corrections from zoning and building as of August 26th.
Yeah,
Okay, 26.
I thought so.
Gente viviendo ahí.
Okay.
Gente viviendo. Es lo que se dice.
Good morning.
Hi,
Can you state your name and address for the record?
Hi, good morning. My name is Renier Egwet, 2135 24 Avenue North. I'm representing Osbani Serrano and Renele Herrera for that language problem.
Okay.
So,
Hold on.
Hold on.
Have an authorization to represent form from
Yeah.
you?
yeah, she's over here. This is Renele Herrera, Osbani Serrano, but
If we could just confirm, get the name and address, so we know we have the owner here, then we'll let the
Yeah.
interpreters.
Can she tell us her name and address?
de tu nombre y la dirección.
Rainelis Herrera, 2135, 24 Avenue North, St. Petersburg, 33713.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, we contract an architect engineer for the structures, but they take a while, more than what I expected to. They say 2 months. It's been already like almost 3. They also submit the papers to the permit. So if you want, I can hand it to her. We got a permit application going on. So we need more time. They're working on it with the city for get everything where it needs to be.
Que hemos tratado de hacerlo
You have a
rápido, pero no
contractor?
hemos podido.
Yeah, we're working with RDG Design and Builders.
Okay. And so they're the ones pulling the permit.
Yeah, they're doing all the papers for us. They working with the architects, engineers. They
Okay.
do all the papers for us.
Like I said, I guess it's already in process, so it sounds like we need to give them some more time to get, if they can get a permit.
Okay, I'll read something.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Obanes Serrano Romero and Reneles Herrera Rodriguez to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of November 26, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion second. Any other questions? Roll call.
Osaklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Ribley.
Yes. Okay, so you've got 90 days in order to get the permit pulled. Once you get the permit pulled, this puts the case on hold.
Okay, thank you so much. Que tienen 90 días para arreglar lo de los permisos.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. I'm going to get everything
One
ordered.
minute. El problema también es que una vez que... Y si no nos da los días, ¿qué pasa?
So what about if we complete the 90 days and they don't have?
If they don't get the permit within 90 days, you're going to get another letter from the to appear before the special magistrate.
Okay.
Which in turn you can go before them and ask them for additional time.
Okay.
Possibly, but I would hope within the 90 days you should be able.
Yeah, I hope that too. El permiso nomás.
Okay.
Después el permiso todo se para.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, I
Thank you so
appreciate it.
much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next case.
Item number 30, property owner Alan Kaufman and Kelly Sorensen, investigator Joseph Brenori.
I'm Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 30, case 246592, regarding property located at 9482 Sun Isle Drive Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. Property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a C-click fixed pay case. The property was first inspected on April 24th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of May 17th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 22nd, 2024, and the following violation still exists. Advertisement and rental for a property for transient accommodations, occupancy for less than a monthly term, is prohibited within neighborhood suburban single-family zoning districts. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 14th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 20023, page 0865. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are future bookings were captured for October 12th to the 16th, 2024, and December 19th, 2024 to January 1st, 2025. 4 reviews were captured, all stating less than a week. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on August 22nd, 2024, documents AUG 2024 CEB, and photos 1 through 5. This is the landing page. On VRBO. This is evidence of a stay in October from the 12th, ending the 17th. Another stay, future stay, December 19th to January 1st. So are some of the reviews. For all less than a month. And more reviews. Stayed 6 nights, 3 nights. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit Number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, good morning. Kelly Sorensen, 8009 Piney Branch Road, Silver Spring, Maryland.
Okay. So you understand the violations?
I do. So I reached out after I got the first letter, and I didn't receive it for about probably a month. I travel internationally for work. I called the office and asked to speak to the inspector. I wasn't able to speak to them. I asked for them to call me back. To my knowledge, I did not get a call back. I did not cancel the bookings that I had that were soon because it would have destroyed people's travel plans. But I did take it off of the 30, I took it off for less than 30-day rentals. I don't know what the December booking is. It's not booked for December. I did have a request to book for December, and I declined it. The people that are booked for October, I have asked to cancel. If they don't cancel, I will cancel on them. But it's better that they cancel, and it's far enough out that I expect them to, but they haven't gotten back to me yet. I'll cancel if I need to. I've removed it from Airbnb. It is on VRBO, but it is for a 30-day minimum. And I did, as soon as I was aware of the problem, change the listing to a 30-day minimum. The platform that I was using, I did it twice and then realized it hadn't been changed. So I called them and they were able to do it for me, but something in the system was overriding it.
Okay. Okay. Any questions?
So you'll need to reach out to VRBO since we show that December is booked.
Yeah, and I couldn't see clearly what the details were for that. Does it like have a guest name or something? Like it was hard for me to see it on the screen.
I don't
You can see
know.
the
I don't
codes
think
investigator
they're
afterwards.
guest names.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
You can see the codes investigator after the hearing, and he will help you.
Okay.
Also, you will need to cancel that October booking today.
Okay. Okay.
Well, within 5 days.
Okay.
What was that?
Within 5 days.
Within the 5
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
assumed that we're gonna give him 5 days.
And,
All right, so.
Okay. Are we good?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Alan Kaufman and Kelly Sorensen to correct the violations within 5 days or by September 2nd, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion, a second. Any other questions? Roll call, please.
O'Suckles?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. So again, you've got 5 days. I would cancel that and not wait,
yeah, sure.
so you're in compliance.
Okay. And is there something I need to send, or you'll just
And
go?
no, there's nothing, they're gonna, obviously, as it's been stated earlier, they're monitoring that, so.
Right.
Well, yeah, once you do cancel, if you want to provide proof of cancellation to Mr. Bernori, then that way we have it on file. That'll be helpful.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
And
thank you.
thank you.
Next case.
Item number 139, property owner Beverly Shaw and Emily K. Ackrig, investigator Eric Herbella.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Hervella, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying into reference item 139, case 24-6999, regarding property located at 6865 19th Street South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This family is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a codes follow-up case. Property was first inspected on 5/3/2024, and violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 5/27/2024. Property was last re-inspected on 8/20/2024, and the following violations still exist. There's a truck with an expired tag on the property, multiple areas of fascia and soffit with rotted wood, and missing shutter at the front of the structure. 0 out of 3 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, was posted at the violation address on 8/13/2024, which is at least 10 days prior to the hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 17711, page 1046. During the course of my investigation, I have not had contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days, $100 a day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on 8/20/2024, entitled August CEB. Here's a elevation shot of the property. You can see here where the missing shutter is. Again, the missing shutter. There's a 2021 tag on the vehicle in the driveway. Here's some of the soffit damage. And here's some of the fascia damage in the corner. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Beverly Shaw at 6865 19th Street South, St. Pete, Florida, 33712. I'd like to ask the board if they could give me 120 days. I can guarantee that I'll be able to comply with all 3 of my violations.
So you've had 90 so far. What you been doing?
Well, I have the shutters, but I don't have, I've had a handyman die on me. I have 2, I'm trying to, I have been able to get 2 soffit fascia estimates, and one, it's hard for me to find people. One is, he's actually in Zephyr Hills, but he has crews here in St. Pete. did I say I do have the shutters? I just can't personally hang them. But probably the biggest delay is I'm a widow. I live on Social Security, so I have a limited income. The car, I guess I've just decided I'll sell it because I don't drive it. I basically keep it there as like a security anti-theft thing. I did not know that, I knew it couldn't be driven because the tag is expired, but I didn't know that I couldn't keep it in my yard. That was my ignorance. So I don't know how long it takes to sell a 2006 silver submarine. I'd put it in my garage, but the darn thing is too long. So I think the only thing to do is sell it. So that's where I'm at. Well, I'm not a licensed driver, so it's hard to find. I thought you could just tag a car. I thought you could get insurance on a sitting car. It's a little bit harder, so I haven't been twiddling my thumbs, board members. It's just, I never thought when I got the thing that I'd be running into something that seemed so easy, which the shutters were. I do have those. Turned out to be a lot more complicated. So I'm sorry to be wasting your time here.
Okay.
I'll read something.
Okay, well, we'll see, we'll give you some time.
Sure. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Beverly Shaw and Emily Acraig, REM, to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of November 26, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Second.
Okay, a motion and second. Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ribley?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you've given 90 days. If you can't get this resolved,
I'll go before the magistrate, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next case.
Item 112, property owner JMMC Holdings LLC, investigator Tim Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 112, case number 248064, regarding property located at 128 Ricardo Way Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a multifamily structure and is vacant. This is a Codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on May 7th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of June 2nd, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 22nd, 2024, and the following violation still exists. Permit number 2109001563 for demolition of a duplex expired on May 7th, 2022 without approved final inspections. And permit number 2110001420 for demo of all other buildings / structures expired on June 13th, 2022 without approved final inspections. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 8th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 21249, page 1341. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner prior to today. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on August 22nd, 2024, document 082224064 TJH, and photo numbers 1 and 2. So this is the duplex that stood on the property previously, which has since been demolished. And the new structure being built on that property. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So again, the permit was for demolition?
There were 2 permits, one for the demolition of the duplex and one for the demolition of all other structures, and they both expired without final inspections.
Well, without final inspection. Okay. So
How do you inspect something that's gone and more
Yeah.
concrete's on top of
yeah.
Yeah.
it? Just saying.
Yeah.
There was an oversight.
Hold on one second,
Oh.
ma'am. Okay, go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
My name's Rachel DeBratkins. My address is 215 37th Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33704. I was sworn in at the beginning, and I'm the owner representative of JMMC Holdings.
Okay.
Back in 2021, we acquired this lot. There were code violations on the duplex. We were not going to upgrade the duplex because we were demolishing, splitting the lot, and building 2 houses on it. It was a lengthy process. You know, we had to come in front of the board. So I was told this was kind of an oversight because technically the splitting of the lot and the building of the properties should not have been granted unless those permits were closed out. Those permits to be closed out, final inspection is given based on new grass being laid. Obviously, we were building 2 houses. We were not going to do that. I worked with city zoning. They were under the impression that once the approved permit to split the lot and build the 2 homes, those permits would be closed out because on our architectural drawings, it stated remove all properties on structure. I have since called the city. It was kind of like oversight. We didn't know what to do. We all thought that this was going to be taken care of once the new permit was approved. I'm waiting for a call from Tom Genty. He is the he's the inspector, lead inspector, to see what I can do about calling in and getting these closed out. What inspection needs to be done since there's houses now on the property.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, typically they are looking to make sure that the plumbing was capped off correctly, the site's clear, and then they've either seeded or they've sodded the vacant lot. So I would imagine that this is really just going to be an administrative process to review it, see that there's active construction going on, understanding that the connections obviously have been inspected through the new construction, and they'll just administratively close those demo permits out.
Okay.
And you say you're already in touch with the lead inspector?
Yes, I made a call to Tom because, like he said, I'd probably need an override because I don't really know what to call in to get these closed out.
Has he called you back?
He has not.
Could I make a suggestion that you take yourself over to MSC and talk to somebody at the counter and see if you can get someone in charge?
Absolutely.
Because it will take them about 10 days to administratively close it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're out of trouble.
Correct.
Okay. Motion?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders JMMC Holdings LLC to correct the violations within 25 days or by September 22nd, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Do we have a motion second? Any comments, questions? You think 25 is?
Sounds like she's already working it, and if it's, I mean, we just heard if she can.
To somebody today, or even this week,
Okay.
it'll be closed.
Okay, roll call.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. Okay, ma'am, you got 25 days.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Next case.
Item number 9, property owner Francisco Pinto or June Pinto, investigator Bonnie Green.
Would you scroll the list, please?
Yes. Let me refresh it too.
Good morning. I'm Bonnie Green, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to Item 9, case number 24-9582 regarding property located at 5824 Fifth Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a code-initiated case. The property was first inspected on June 3rd, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of June 17th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 20th, 2024, and the following violations still exist. Sorry. Permit required for large oak tree removed on the west side of the structure. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail. Was posted at the violation address on August 7th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 12895, page 2397. During the course of my investigation, I have not had contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: there is a tree permit application in process at this time as of 8/13/2024. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1 photos which were taken on August 20th, 2024, and also a Google screenshot. Document 082024582BG, photos 1 and 2. This is the front of the structure here, the oak tree prior to being removed. This is the screenshot. It's kind of hard to see. There's a tree behind it as well, but it's the one that is right there. And then after the fact, missing there. I would like to enter this evidence, fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Chair, I can't vote on this. It's from my house.
She can't vote on this one, so it only leaves us with 3.
Can't hear it.
Yeah, it means we'll have to reschedule the case because we have to have a quorum for each. So unfortunately, on these meetings where we only have 4, if someone has a conflict, we have to bring the case back at a later date.
Sorry. It's in my neighborhood. It's 2 blocks.
We need to explain that to them.
Yeah.
Okay, you wanna do that?
Yeah.
Before we go there, let me ask about the permit. When was it applied for, Mrs.?
It was applied for on August the 13th, 2024, is what I show in.
Okay, and the tree's already been removed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It probably won't take long. They'll probably have to.
It has to be reviewed by our city arborist to then either be active or if there's a replant requirements, that type of thing, that our city arborist goes out.
Yeah.
So, good morning. Unfortunately, because one of our board members has a conflict because of how close they live to your property, they have to recuse themselves, and we have to have a minimum of 4 members to rule on each case. So we're not going to be able to hear the case today. What will happen from this point is we would reschedule you for a future hearing, but since you have that permit in process already, hopefully this will even be resolved before, so it's almost like the board's giving you some time, even though we can't hear it today. So I'll just have Ms. Green, work with you all, make sure you continue to follow through with the permitting process, and if that gets resolved before your case gets rescheduled for the next hearing, then you won't have to come back again.
Okay.
All right, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Can we just say something? The tenant never forwarded the letter to us.
Okay.
And, but since then, when he texted us the second letter, And since then, we went to the, whatever we had to.
Violation.
Okay.
And we got the code, we got the permit, or it's in process.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
I didn't know of any other violations.
No, that's the.
Nope, so that was the only one at this time, but if you want to get with Ms. Green, she can exchange contact information, that way we can stay in
We
touch.
already did.
Okay, perfect.
Change it that same day. We didn't know
Right.
he was keeping our mail.
And you also need to change the address on the property appraiser's website so that you
We
get
did.
the
We
mail.
did.
We did.
We did on that day, so we get everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have a professional tree service remove that?
We did, but he was just,
Not
he was well, I don't know if he was a professional or not. He quoted me a price and I said, okay. Because it was struck by lightning before.
Part of
And
it, yeah.
everything that was falling on that house was dead branches and leaves. Leaves is okay, but dead branches, I was just afraid for the tenants.
Right. Yeah, just unfortunately, you have some
Yeah.
tree services that don't
Yeah.
pull permits like they're supposed to.
Yeah, we didn't know.
Okay.
We do
Yeah,
now.
you do. So if you
Yeah.
have another tree, you know what to do.
When
Oh,
I-
yes.
Certain trees, yes.
Yeah.
Sudden. Are we going to get a letter then telling us we have to come back?
Yeah, so when we reschedule this, you would get a notice for the next hearing, but like I said, I'm hopeful that you'll be able to get it resolved before we even have to come back to that next one. And again, apologize for the inconvenience.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, next case.
Item 108, property owner Judith Piles and Chantal Zendi, investigator Jeff Summers.
I'm Jeff Summers, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 108, case number 24-4240, regarding the property located at 2150 Coronado Way South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. It's a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a citizen's complaint case. The property was first inspected on 3/8/2024, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of 4/3/2024. The property was last re-inspected on 8/15/2024, and the following violations still exist. The violation text there on the first one, the majority of that violation has been corrected. The only thing that remains is the containment border to prevent the washout mulch, which is still required. And the other violation is any objects, including plants, rocks, or decorative landscaping material, over 2 feet within the first 4 feet of the right-of-way must be removed. So 0 out of 2 of the violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mailed, was posted on the violation address at 8/6/2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 22035, page 0267. The last contact with the owner prior to today was on 5/15/2024 and really did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. The additional irrelevant facts are, we've spoke a couple times, they're working on getting the border at the street there. Zoning had recommended a timber border, and they are going to go down and speak with zoning and see what their options are actually of doing that. The big rock, they do have plans of moving it back. It needs to go back like a foot, so they are working on that. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs that was taken on 8/15/2024, documents 081524JDS-CEB. Here's a photograph of the front of the house where they have these rocks, but they're going to have to put some kind of different border up there to stop the mulch. This is the big rock that needs to be moved back a little bit further, and there's the front of the house view. This is just another photograph of the road here where they need to come up with the border. I would like to enter into evidence this fact sheet as evidence as Exhibit Number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Chantel Zandy. I live at 2150 Coronado Way South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33712.
Thank you. So you understand, it sounds like you're working on it. So
Yes, sir.
What more time do you think you need?
Maybe like 60 days. We run a full-time landscaping business in tree service, and we're first responders, so just giving us like 60 days in between that, jobs and storm season. Just give us a little bit more time, but we'll get it done. I'll go down to zoning and talk to them, take care of it.
All right.
Anybody want to make a motion?
Ken, you guys ready? Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Judith Piles and Chantel Zandy to correct the violations within 60 days or by October 27th, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we got a
Second.
motion and second. Roll call, please.
Zeklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Got your 60 days. Thank you. Next case.
Item number 97, property owner Jackie Durin, investigator Tucker Hodges.
Good morning, I'm Tucker Hodges, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 97, case 24-6341 regarding property located at 2842 24th Street North. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure occupied by owner. This is a C-Click Fix case. Property was first inspected on 4/11/2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 5/4/2024. Property was last re-inspected 8/24/24, and the following violations still exist. Items outdoor storage and fence disrepair. 4 out of 6 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 8/7/24, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 13355, page 1030. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on 5/7/24, and there have been numerous phone calls since. Owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts, I'd like to say they've been working very hard to clear this up. They've had quite a bit of debris to get rid of. I'd like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photographs taken on 8/20/24, document 082024 341 RTH. So this photo pretty much sums it up. We got lots of debris in the yard they're trying to get rid of, and the damaged fence. And that kind of covers everything in this photo. The house is in the very back of this property. So that's just taken from the right-of-way. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit Number 2, and this concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My wife has hard of hearing.
Okay.
I'm her husband.
Okay.
My name's Lee Yamasalis. I live at 2842 24th Street North. I am not on the
Deed.
The deed. She is. It's under her maiden name.
And Jackie,
Just
We could just get her.
Jackie Druin, 2842 24th Street North, St. Pete, Florida, 33713.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like you need some more time.
Yes, sir. She just got off a graveyard shift. She's been up since yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
Yes, I'm doing it all every other weekend because I have so many hours of work I have to do, and I'm pretty much taking care of it myself. I am bringing it to the dump, the scrap yards, and everything else.
So how much
I just
more
need
time
some
do
more
you think
time.
you need?
120 it would be great, if that's possible.
Okay. Well, let's see what we can.
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Jackie Druin to correct the violations within 120 days or by a date of December 26, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion second. Any questions, comments? Roll call, please.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Got
Chair,
your
if I-
120 days.
Chair, if I may quickly. So, sir, I know you're working on this by yourself, or you're running stuff to the dump every time. So would it be helpful if we could potentially get a dumpster out there for you?
No, because there's actually a urban nomad encampment down the road from me, and they would probably use it as a dump site.
Okay. Yeah, just in some of these situations, we're able to work with the neighborhood team to have a dumpster dropped at the location if it helps facilitate the cleanup. So if you want to speak to Mr. Hodges and explore that possibility, I just wanted to put it out there to see if it would be helpful to help get the cleanup done.
I'll have a talk with him.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case.
Item number 7, property owner MPK Group LLC, 6231 First Avenue North Land Trust, investigator Bonnie Green.
I'm Bonnie Green, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 7, case number 24-3797, regarding property located at 6231 First Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and appears vacant. This is a C-Click Fix case. The property was first inspected on March 7th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of April 8th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 26, 2024, and the following violations still exist. Advertisement and rental of a property for transient accommodations, occupancy for less than a month's term is prohibited within a neighborhood traditional mixed residential NTM1 zoning district. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 7th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 21606, page 2477. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts, on June 13th, 2024, I was able to book on Airbnb a 3-night stay, which is after the compliance date of April 8th, 2024. August 23rd, 2024, viewed on Airbnb 3 reviews. 1 was in June, 2 were in July, and as of this morning, August 28th, 2024, Airbnb website has it listed as a 30-night minimum. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photos which were taken on June 13th, August 28th, August 26th, and August 28th. Documents 082624797BG, photos 1 through 5. This is the front of the structure. This is the listing that was in June 13th, where I was able to book 3 nights. This is some reviews as recent as 2 in July and 1 in June there, which is after the compliance date. This is just showing the website on Airbnb. Sorry. And this is now showing that it's a minimum of 30 days when you try to put a date in. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you state?
My name is Spati and Yolanda Castrati. Property address 6231 First Avenue North.
Is that your?
Residence, you want our primary resident? 102 Silver Moss Lane, Tarpon Springs, Florida.
Okay, thank you.
And if the lady
You're-
with you is going to speak, we need her name and address too.
Yolanda.
Are you going to speak, ma'am?
Yolanda Castrati, and home address is 102 Silver Moss Lane, Tarpon Springs, Florida, 34688.
Okay, thank you.
And how are you related to MPK Group? Are you
We own the LLC.
you own the LLC?
So I think you understand the violation?
I do, but I do want to clarify a couple of things if I could, please.
Okay.
So, first of all, we're part of this infamous complainant that made over 100 and some complaints over Airbnbs. Immediately when we received the letter, I tried to get in contact with Mr. Anthony Rivers. I have an email that I sent to him on April 1st and never got a response back. I kind of understand why, because over 100 cases were, dropped on his desk. I made multiple calls to the city to try to address this. At that time that the complaint was filed, we had this property on a 44-day lease, which I have it here, and I sent a copy to him by email. The property was changed to a 30-day minimum rental, and it is a 30-day minimum rental. It is also assigned to a realtor now for long-term rentals, so it's active on the market. They're more than welcome to check. And, we just wanted to get this case closed ever since and just comply with the 30-day minimum rentals, or hopefully we can get it rented for long-term. We're pretty busy as we are with everything else, so we don't want to have to deal with this ongoing. But we did make attempts to communicate. I mean, there's all that proof there, so it's been trying to get resolved ever since the first notice came, so.
Okay. Well, it sounds like then you're in compliance from that standpoint.
So will we be able to get it closed as of we are right now?
We're gonna make a motion here, and as long as you stay in compliance, you're okay.
It is. Do you want any proof of this documentation?
No, I don't think we need anything unless.
They check on you online.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
If there's a lease that was there, I think you said 40-something day lease when you first got the notice?
Yes.
Right, but then, again, this is where monitoring the property in June and July, there were additional stays that were less than a monthly term. So while that's sufficient for the time that they were there was still additional activity that, in our indication anyways, appears to be the fact that it was rented short-term. So again, like we've expressed before, the board is ruling on the fact that this property was out of compliance after the date that we provided you with the initial violation notice. A lot of property owners decide that they want to continue to capture their bookings and continue to rent. And then they show up at the hearing and they say, I'm in compliance now. So they're making that ruling that within that period, you were out of compliance, and they're giving you additional time to remain in compliance. And then if we see after the 5 days that they provide you, or 10, whatever the case may be, then you would be scheduled back for a future hearing. So as long as you remain in compliance, you're fine. But if you go back to renting short term, it's advertised for short term, then you would have to come back to a hearing at a future date.
So I paid close attention to all the other cases that were here, so that pretty much explained it to me. I don't disagree with you, and we're not denying it. There was a couple of bookings that were pre-booked earlier that went through after that time, and then there was no new bookings on there. But even that being said, we're still in compliance because it's the 3 bookings per year, which I'm not sure exactly, because you said they don't go by calendar year, they go by 365 days from the previous comment. So I'm not sure if that's technically the case, but anyways, my concern is I want to be able to close this case and not be having to come back down here and, waste our day.
You're doing, I think you said you're going to longer-term rentals.
It is listed on long-term.
I think you're fine.
So just to be transparent, that the case will not be closed, so we'll continue to monitor the activity at the property and on the listings. But you will not have to come back as long as we don't have evidence to support that you've gone back out of compliance.
Okay. Do I get a notification that this is closed, or we don't have to worry about it? Just
No, I mean, we will continue to monitor, like I said, and then once, we've gone through 60, 90 days where we haven't seen that there's been any activity, then that case would be closed. But obviously, if we see activity again after that point, you'd be right back in the same seat. Unfortunately, the city has been put in a position because of, I'm not saying that this is you, but other operators where they appear before the board, they say that they're in compliance, and then as soon as they walk out the door, the property's back listed at less than a monthly term. So this is our way of ensuring that compliance continues to stay in, or else there's a threat of a future hearing where there's a potential fine that could be levied against the property.
Understand.
So it's monitoring. As long as you don't go back to being out of compliance, you would not have to come back to a future hearing. And then after a certain amount of time when we feel comfortable that, that hasn't happened, the case will get closed out.
Okay.
But any future hearing, if you did have to come back, you would absolutely get notification just like you did for this one.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right.
So we're going to, yes, go ahead.
Ready? Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders MPK Group LLC, 6231 First Avenue North Land Trust, to correct the violations within 5 days or by September the 2nd, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
A motion second. Roll call, please.
Seklis,
Yes.
Snyder,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Ruble.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so last thing, so it is 30 days or more now. We don't do anything else, just leave it as it is, right?
Correct.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next case.
Item 119, property owner Teresa Walbrecker, investigator Tim Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 119, case number 247875, regarding property located at 4218 Huntington Street Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a C-click fix case. The property was first inspected on May 7th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of May 31st, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 23rd, 2024, and the following violation still exists. Advertisement and rental of a property for transient accommodations, occupancy for less than a monthly term, is prohibited within the neighborhood suburban single-family NS1 zoning district. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 7th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22000, page 2125. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on May 7th, 2024 and August 23rd, 2024, document AUG 2024 CEB and photo numbers 1 through 8. So this is the landing page for the property on Airbnb. Here are a handful of reviews. You can see some of them say stayed a few nights. You have, more than 3 in that are short-term within a calendar year. These are future bookings for less than a monthly term in January 2025, going into February. Additional future bookings for March 2025 and April 2025 on less than a monthly term. And here are some additional future bookings, less than a monthly term for September and October of this year. An additional future booking for November of this year, less than a monthly term. And more reviews kind of highlighting the fact that this property has been rented on a short-term basis more than the allowable 3 times in a calendar year. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name's Teresa Walbrecker. I'm at 8 Crater Lake Drive, Quorum, New York, and also 4218 Huntington Street Northeast, St. Petersburg. I have to correct you, sir. Those listings that you say are future bookings are my stay. I come every month, and I block them out of the calendar. So by Gus going to the calendar and saying these are blocked out, therefore it's a rental, it's not the case. I complied immediately from after speaking with Andrea Brown. I originally got a license from the state of Florida to run a short-term rental because I believed they trumped the county. But later, after reading up on that, and that DeSantis on July 1st was going to be doing this legislation, it was vetoed, and that was going to maybe put it in the hands of the state instead of the county. That's not the case, but May 31st, Andrea Brown and I had conversations. I emailed her this information. She told me that you guys are grandfathered, therefore you have the compliance. I have to comply with your rules instead of the state. And I did that May 31st. It is not available for less than 30 days. And the last rental that was there booked it February 26th for their grandmother's 90th birthday, and you told me to shut it down by May 31st. They were booked since 4 months earlier for the 3rd week of June for 3 days. I shut it down May 31st and allowed these people to come 3 weeks later because they booked it so far. I didn't have the heart to tell somebody you can't come to your 90th grandmother's birthday. And I also asked Andrea Brown how to apply for a zoning clearance. And I'm trying to follow up with that. If you can direct me to the right department, because I have the form. And I also know there's like 7 different billboard application, habitat permit application, MMH application, right-of-way, utilization, state application, short-term rental, site plan. So
Now, what do you mean zoning clearance?
So, Chair.
I was pursued information that if I apply for a hearing, you possibly would give me special permission to allow to run an Airbnb more than 3 times a year for short-term rentals. I purchased this home to be near my children and my grandchildren. I intend to retire here. I can't do that yet. So I need this extra money to help. I've helped neighbors in the hurricane live in my house because my house didn't get flooded. I had floodgates. They did. Their air conditioners were out. My neighbors would never complain about me. We're friends. We care about each other and we take care of each other.
We understand, okay.
Okay, so I just would like help finding the path to get to this zoning clearance, if there is such a thing, because I have read up on it.
Okay, hold on, ma'am.
So the only way to continue to operate a short-term rental in a neighborhood where it's not allowed is to get a resort overlay, which is a very complicated process,
Yes.
obviously, because you're essentially wanting to operate a hotel within a residential neighborhood. So there's a lot of details that have to be checked off, and it goes for approval. There have been other properties that have pursued that have not been approved, that were probably better situated than this property. So I'm not saying that, that's not an option for them to pursue, but historically, that has not ever been approved. And again, there's a very high threshold to meet the requirements because of the type of use that would be occurring within a residential neighborhood.
And
Even though
we
there was
still
no
have-
complaints
Excuse
and
me,
people
ma'am.
would give me character
It's,
letters.
and that's something that I'd like to make clear. It doesn't, right, it doesn't matter about the complaints, where the complaint came from. It's a violation of the city code. And there was an ordinance that was created, back in 2001, obviously, probably prior to any thought that Airbnb or VRBO would be in existence. And the intent of that was to preserve our neighborhood so there was not transient accommodations occurring in a single-family house. So, again, I can understand maybe the frustrations with where the complaint came from or whatever, but we've heard that regularly. And to us, that is not something to take into consideration. It's whether or not a violation exists at the property. And in this
I
case,
respect that, Joe. Sir?
Yeah.
I do respect that. I thought I was in compliance by having the state license. And when Andrea Brown and this gentleman let me know that that is not the case, I did ask specific questions and provided this information and did shut it down. And it was only that one person in June who I didn't have the heart to say, you can't come 3 weeks from now. That was one. All those other ones are me because I come every month to see my grandkids.
Mr. Wall, I'm just curious how you would monitor this. Are you giving advice to this person to say, listen, do not put your stays on there because we're going to check, and if we see less than 30 days, how do we know it's her versus a tenant?
yeah, so we have had plenty of owners when we have told them, hey, these are the dates that we have, evidence that the calendar is blocked out, that have sent us an email with a capture of Airbnb that shows that it's blocked out for them personally. Because when on the Airbnb side, it shows the guests, it shows how much they paid. So we've had plenty of property owners who said, hey, that's me, I'm coming down.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so you have that covered.
Correct, yeah. It's something that we've addressed.
How do you, because it's mine, and I have plane tickets for those dates to prove it, they're just me.
How about if I read something?
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders the Riso Wallbrecker to correct the violations within 5 days or by the date of September 2nd, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and second. Any other questions? Roll call.
Seklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Ribley.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Can I at least apply to try to get the?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you
absolutely
can-
an option for you, but that does not allow you the opportunity to.
Oh, I'm not,
Yeah,
it's,
okay.
no, it's been down since you asked, May 31st.
Yeah.
I just had that one, and it's just me coming all the time.
So you can reach out to the zoning department. They would be the ones that
Is there a
would.
building nearby that I can go to?
They closed at 12 o'clock on Wednesdays, but it's at the Municipal Services Center, which is at 1 4th Street North. And on the first floor, they have the zoning counter where they can assist you with that process. Or you can send an email. It's pretty easy. It's devrev, DEVREV, at stpete.org.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next case.
Item number 124, property owner Hua V, investigator Andrea Brown.
Here, real quick, before we start this case, I apologize. I wanted to address this after. So, how many do we have left?
10.
We have 10 left.
Yeah.
So it's 12 o'clock. I mean, I think we could push through and get those done and take a late lunch. That way we don't
Yeah, I would
keep
say-
everybody here.
Yeah,
And then we can go to lunch and then start our lien release hearing after that, if y'all are comfortable with pushing through.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm Andrea Brown, Codes Inspection Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to case number 24-9303 regarding property located at 808 24th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a multifamily structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a C-click fixed case. The property was first inspected on May 30th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of June 22nd, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 15th, 2024, and the following violations still exist. Advertisement and rental of property for transient accommodations, occupancy for less than a monthly term is prohibited within the neighborhood traditional single-family NT2 zoning districts. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 15th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 21422, page 1517. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 10 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are 12 future bookings are captured with no proof of cancellation received. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on August 15th, 2024, documents AUG 2024 CEB, photos number 1 through 9. This is the landing page for the Airbnb site. At this time, you're able to capture a one-night minimum stay. This is a calendar of future bookings. It's showing a future booking for August 31st through September 1st on this calendar. This calendar is for December 24 through January 25th, and it's showing bookings from December 23rd to the 25th, and also January 24th through the 25th. This is the October calendar. It's showing bookings from the 16th through the 19th, from the 26th to the 28th, from October 31st through the 2nd of November, and from November 8th and 9th, and November 15th. And this is February 2025 and March 2025. It's showing bookings from February 17th through the 22nd, and the 1st, and March 14th through the 16th. These are reviews that were done on the 15th of August that showed someone stayed a few nights 1 week ago. This is a Google map showing the property, the exterior of the property. And this is the Airbnb also showing the exterior of the property. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit Number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Babb. My address is 11233 Wheeling Drive, Tampa, Florida.
And your relationship to?
A close friend.
Do you have the authorization?
Yes, I do.
Please. Thank you.
To begin with, I know for a fact that Hua has taken the property off of Airbnb. She had a few friends write a review just to make it look a little better, but since this whole ordeal, she's actually written a letter, if I may just go ahead and send this. To whom it may concern, I am writing regarding the code compliance violation notice and the upcoming public hearing on August 28th. Just received a letter a few days ago, and unfortunately, due to the timing, I will not be able to attend the hearing in person. I have recently moved to California for a new job, and I'm currently on a work trip, making it impossible for me to return to Florida in time to represent me at the hearing. I have appointed my friend Justin Babb. Please note that I own a multifamily property, and the back is fully. Please note that I own a multifamily property and the back is fully rented long-term. I would like to provide some context and explanation regarding my situation in the front house that I used to live in and assure you that I fully intend to comply with the city's code. It speaks to her move to California. I moved to California at the end of January 2024 due to a job opportunity that required a quick relocation. At the time, I left my house in St. Petersburg vacant, unsure whether the move would be permanent. I have attached a work verification letter, including the start date as my proof, and that would be January 22nd, 2024. Since my move, my house has primarily been left vacant as I needed a place to return to in case the job in California did not work out. Additionally, due to the flexibility of my work schedule, which requires me to be in the office only 40% of the time, I have left the house unattended so that my family and I can return periodically to clean up and prepare the property for long-term rental. I have already made a trip in June to clean up some of my belongings, and I've attached a travel receipt as evidence. That's here as well. Short-term rental decision. My job in California turned out to be really well, so I decided to stay there permanently. I tried to rent the house out short-term to help cover a portion of the mortgage while I made certain arrangements to return and clean out the rest of my belongings. However, managing the property remotely proved too complicated, so I have since decided to remove the listing and rent it out long-term instead. Listing in current status. I have listed the house on Zillow for long-term rental multiple times and have already received interest from prospective tenants. I've attached Zillow, list link here. So it is currently on Zillow. This is applied August 21st. And
okay. So I think we get the gist of it. I think so she's turning it to long-term. I think you just need to make sure she understands. She needs to make sure that Airbnb, and if it's on VRBO, that, it's corrected there. It doesn't show that.
And
so
the last thing that I understood from her was that it is down. It might still be able to be viewed, but booking is actually it's not possible anymore. So I don't know if it in the system is taking a while to update, or maybe she took it down a little.
Well, as you probably heard in the previous, it sounds like sometimes there's issues with the site and they may not update. So it's her responsibility just to confirm that.
Very well. And just as the final piece of her statement, she going forward, I have no intention of renting the property out for less than 30 days. My full-time job as an engineer takes up most of my time, and I do not have the resources to manage short-term rentals. Basically, just the last part explains how it's now on Zillow, and these are 2 lease agreements. Oops.
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. Yeah, we don't need that. So we'll make a motion here and.
Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Hua Vu to correct the violations within 5 days or by September 2nd, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Second. Roll call, please.
O'Suckles.
Yes.
Schneider.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Ruble.
Yes.
So that's 5 days from today, that it just needs to be completely.
Yeah, she just needs to reconfirm that it's down and that it says if she's going to have it listed, it needs to say minimum of 30 days.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, next case. Oh, there you go.
Item 115, property owner Walter R. Jr. Talley, investigator Tim Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 115, case number 248355, regarding property located at 920 43rd Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on May 14th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of June 9th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 22nd, 2024, and the following violation still exists. The fence on the property is in disrepair. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 7th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 18960, page 0491. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on August 22nd, 2024, document 0822243555 TJH, and photo numbers 1 and 2. This is the portion of the fence that remains in disrepair, with the gate detaching from the post and leaning, and this is an elevation shot of the structure. There was some further disrepair on this end of the home here, but there were some slats replaced, so it is just the gate now that is the issue. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and address. Your name and address, please. Name and address.
Walter Talley, 920 43rd Avenue Northeast, 33703.
Okay, thank you. So, you understand, do you need more time to fix that fence?
Yes, I need more time. It needs to be replaced. I started repairing it and realized it was 30 years old. So I got to get it replaced, as simple as that.
Okay.
How much time do you need to get that done, sir?
Well, I don't know, a month?
Month?
Depends on what I have. Me and my friends put that up 30 years ago. That's a 30-year-old fence. And I've repaired it all along. Problem is, it's worn out, and I don't have enough help to do it by myself, so I got to pay somebody, and I got to get another estimate, because the first one I got was way out there.
Okay.
Does that require a permit?
No.
I'll read something.
I started repairing the east side gate, the west side gate, but the east side that you showed is a double gate, and it's just neat.
In reference to item number 41, case number 245691, regarding property located at 1333 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is vacant. This is a see-click fix case. The property was first inspected on May 3rd, 2024, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of May 26th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 21st, 2024, and the following violation still exists. Repair all areas of paved area at east side of property in disrepair. Various areas of cracks, voids, and holes, and area needs to be resurfaced. 6 out of 7 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 8th, 2024. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 19639, page 0915. During the course of my investigation, the last contact with the owner prior to today was on August 21st, 2024. The owner did not indicate when the violation would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on August 19th, 2024, document CEB 0819246991 JAR, and photo numbers 1 through 3. This is an exterior shot of the property. You can see some of the paved area in disrepair here. This is another shot of the parking lot. And another view of some of the areas that need to be repaired. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Good afternoon. Farkad Al-Khamis, 9246 Hilltop Drive, Newport Richey, Florida.
Okay. So how much time do you think you need to get this?
I actually contacted few people that do this kind of work. A lot of them busy, a lot of them, they don't get back to me. They promise to call back, never. But finally, I got someone reasonable. I have an appointment with him on second week of October. So I don't know how much time he's gonna need to do the repair. So I don't know, because he's gonna seal it, patch the holes, seal it, whatever, redrew the lines. I don't know how much time that takes. So I could get maybe 90 days, 60 days, I don't know.
Is the paving the only thing left? You said 6 of 7 have been taken care of. Okay, so that's the only one left?
And that's a permitted.
Yeah, if they're gonna completely repave and restripe it, then it's a permitted.
And I don't see any way out of them repaving.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's too far gone.
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
You're
there's
gonna
no
need.
resealing.
It seems as though you're gonna need a permit to do this work.
A permit?
Yes. So whoever does the work for you, you may want to have that conversation with them.
For resealing the patching and resealing that requires?
There are too many areas of asphalt that are completely gone.
Yeah, I think it's going to need to be repaved.
Yeah.
And not patched.
Okay, well, this is probably gonna take even a little bit more time to apply for permits or whatever. So if you,
Okay.
Once you apply for a permit and the permit is issued, it puts this case on hold.
okay,
So you need to get with your contractor and get a permit rolling.
yes,
That'll get you out of this trouble.
okay, okay.
You want to read?
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Farkad Al-Khamis, sorry if I got that wrong.
That's fine, close enough.
To correct the violations within 90 days or by November 26, 2024. This order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Yeah, motion and second. Roll call.
Oseclis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. Okay, you've got 90 days.
Thank you.
And if you don't have that permit in hand by then, you'll get another letter, and you can go before the special magistrate and ask for
Hopefully
additional
we
time.
get it done before then. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, good luck.
Thanks.
Next case.
Item 120, property owner Robert Martin Wheeler, investigator Tim Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 120, case number 247518, regarding property located at 5663 Kiwanis Place Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on May 7th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of June 2nd, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 22nd, 2024, and the following violations still exist. The rear accessory structure is over a permissible height, and the accessory structure is unpermitted, oversized, and in disrepair. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address at least 10 days prior to this hearing. During the course of our investigation, the department's last contact with the owner prior to today was on June 12th, 2024, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on August 22nd, 2024, document 0822245118 TJH, and photo numbers 1 through 2. This is an elevation shot of the property. And this is the accessory structure that is over height, unpermitted, and in disrepair. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Robert Martin Wheeler, 5663 Kiwanis Place Northeast. I'm the owner.
Okay. You understand the violation here?
Well, there's a couple of things. It's a 10 by 10 shed, less than 10 by 10. It's got the side cut off, and I was just a bit confused because every time when I'm looking at the violation text, it would state 10 by 10, not by 10, and I didn't know that it was a height thing until just recently. So it looks like I'm going to need to get a permit and a variance too as well, but it's not in disrepair. It's just I haven't had a chance to start back up after my father-in-law died because he was helping me out with it.
Okay, so you were building it, is it?
I'm sorry?
You were building it, is?
Yes, sir. Yes, and I was, to my knowledge, it was under a 10 by 10, and it still is, just it's going to be a height thing. So I'm going to have to get the permit for that and possibly a variance.
Okay.
So as much time as possible to do that would be.
What is the purpose of this structure?
Storage. It's a shed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I got pictures too to show that, you know, that I'm using the proper stuff for it and all that. It's just, as soon as I got this note, it said stuff, you know, it said that it would be against the law for me to do anything right now. So I was kind of like,
Sorry, my name is Christina Wheeler, and it's confusing way this form is.
My wife.
But the reason why it looks higher, because we get flooded in the backyard, so it's 2 feet up off the ground. which
Pictures
we
show
have
that.
a photo that shows on their computer, you know.
Yeah, ma'am.
we just need the time to do it. And
Within violation, so, and we can give you some time to try to resolve this, whether you can get a variance or not. We don't know that, but
Right.
we'll give you some time to try to sort that out.
I'll read it.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. the board orders Robert Martin Wheeler II to correct the violations within 90 days or by November 26, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, got a motion, second. Any other questions, comments? Roll call.
Sutcliffe,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Ruble.
Yes. Okay, so you've got 90 days to try to sort through that, and good luck with it.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next case?
Item 45, property owner Antoine Evans, investigator Kylie Noonan.
I am Kylie Noonan, Code Supervisor for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 45, case number 24-8630, regarding property located at 1021 James Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on May 16, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of June 10, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 19, 2024, and the following violations still exist. Remove all junk, trash, and debris and outdoor storage items. Inoperable vehicles are prohibited on property unless stored in a fully enclosed structure. Vehicle at the rear of the property is missing parts. Fence is in disrepair in various areas. 1 out of 4 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 7, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 10669, page 2201. During the course of my investigation, the last contact with the owner's son prior to today was on August 7, 2024, and his son did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on August 19, 2024, document CEB 08-1924, 630 JAR, and photo numbers 1 through 6. This is an exterior shot of the front of the property. And these next few photos are showcasing some of the junk and outdoor storage items that are located in the rear of the property. You can also see the inoperable vehicle as well. Some more junk items. This is just a closer shot of the inoperable vehicle. And then this is a photo of the fence that is in disrepair. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for the...
Antoine Evans Jr., 1021 James Avenue South. A lot of that stuff has been removed. I seen some recent photos. The yard was worse than that. I cleaned it up personally myself. I didn't know my car couldn't be in a backyard like that. As far as the cans, trash, junk, I cleaned all that up. Front yard, I wish it would have been a recent photo of that so you could see it, but the front yard is clear. The backyard, I have to get the car towed out. I talked to a tow person, they said it's a liability to tow it, so I'm just gonna get the trailer and just get it removed. But other than that, what I see, it has been really removed. So
yeah,
I'm not too much worried, and if you give me a little time, that's cool, but I know I could just have it done within a couple days because I've been basically doing it all by myself. It's no problem, I'm getting it done, so.
Okay. Are you living in the house, sir?
It's my address. I'm not staying there, but I'm there every day, almost several hours a day, so I'm there.
It's not leased out to somebody else?
It's not. It's my dad's house. He passed away October, so
So are you still in probate with your dad's estate?
I don't know too much about the probate, but we just paid it off, so we're waiting on paperwork.
All right.
Okay.
So would 60 days or 90 days help you?
I honestly don't think I need that much time, but 30 days, 60 would be cool.
I'll read something.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Antoine Evans' estate to correct the violations within 60 days or by the date of October 27th, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Hey, I'm sorry, last question.
You hold on 1 second.
Okay,
Just give us
okay.
1 minute.
Second.
Any other comments, come? Roll call.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. Okay, sir. You
So I said all of this has been removed. So what's left? Just like the car?
the car and the fixing the fence.
And your fence.
Okay, right.
Fence.
Okay.
Looks like you just need to replace some slats. You can
Right.
do that.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it.
If you're unsure,
Yeah.
Well, I talked to Mr. Rodriguez.
She's just on vacation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. Thank you. Next case.
Item 87, property owner Michael Loprenda. Investigator Robert Hicks.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Hicks, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 87, case 24-8337 regarding property located at 4629 12th Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a codes initiated case. The property was first inspected on 5/18 of 2024, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of 6/11/2024. The property was last re-inspected on 8/24 of 2024, and the following violations still exist. The exterior wall is in disrepair along the east side of the main structure. Wall is rotted and consists of plywood and various materials not constructed in a workmanlike manner. There's mist and peeling paint along east exterior wall of main structure and in various areas. There are broken windows along both the west, east, and north side of the main structure. Exterior light fixtures missing protective globe cover, and a permit is required for installation of a large window installed along the west side of the structure. 0 out of 5 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 8/7 of 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 22775, page 2166. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on 8/17/2024 under a document 081724-337 RSH. First would be the front elevation shot of the property. This is the east side of the property. The wall is severely rotted and disrepair, and there's mist and peeling paint. This is the west side where there's broken windows. This is the window in question. It's been resized and it's required a permit for the change. Mist and peeling paint. Sorry. The last shot should be the rear of the property. There is some work being done, but it just shows some of the more of the mist and peeling paint. There's a globe cover under here missing an exterior protective covering. Yeah. And I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
You want to go first, or?
Michael Operena, 675 Caterpillar Run, Winter Garden, Florida.
And if,
Lauren LeMay, 675 Caterpillar Run, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787.
Okay. So what's going on with this property?
So we purchased it, I think, back in June. It looked just the way it looks right now. We had some personal issues during the summer with our kids, and we don't live in the area. So we recently hired our GC after getting several quotes for out here. And so from our understanding, permits have been put in from the GC. So I guess at this time, we're just needing extra time.
so you're going to apply for a permit to do?
We hired a contractor, so they'll
the
do all the
contractors
permitting.
come
Yeah, we're definitely, as you can see from that, the condition of the home, that is not a project we're taking on. So we are getting a GC. Well, we have a GC. I don't want to say we're getting, we have a GC working on it. And he did say that they pulled permits on the project. I guess something came back and then he had to redo it.
So he's applied, but he doesn't have the permit yet.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
What's the intended use of the house?
So we're just fixing it up. As you see, the house was really, really bad when we purchased it. So we're just going to eventually fix it up and then get it rented out for long-term rental.
Rent it, okay.
Yeah.
Long-term rental.
Long-term rental, yeah. Yeah, after sitting in here today, we will never do, no, I'm just kidding. It's long-term,
Okay.
it's long-term.
Okay, so you need some time. Anybody want to make a motion?
Here, if I may.
Yeah.
What's the name of the contractor that you're using currently?
His name is Raul, but the actual.
Nature Coast Living?
Yeah, no, we had Nature Coast.
Okay.
And then unfortunately, we had to let them go because nothing was getting done. And once I think we received a notice on the lawn. That was the first time, like, all of this had been brought to our attention. When we purchased it, the agent had told us about the hole, the window, I guess, in the front, which we later on found out, I guess, was just a window unit that they cut through the cinder block. So we ended up having to let go of that contractor. The new one, though, you don't see anything on that?
No, and that's why I wanted to clarify,
Okay,
because
so then, yeah,
those
we'll get
permits
with him, but-
were voided, so the new contractor hasn't submitted anything yet, so.
Fun. Okay, so we will get on that then.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Michael Loperena, sorry,
Pretty good.
to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of November 26, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion second. Roll call.
Seckless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ribley?
Yes, okay.
Can I just clarify? I just want to make sure. So the 90 days means like the contractor gets all the permits in and then this all, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yes, once you get
Once
the
he
permit
applies.
is issued, then
And
this
issued.
case goes on hold. As long as you continue to make progress on the house, you'll be all right.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next case.
Item 25, property owner Russell Ruiz, investigator Carl Gordon.
I'm Carl Gordon, coast investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 25, case number 24-8150 regarding property located at 2556 20th Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and it is vacant. This is a code-initiated case. The property was first inspected on April the 26th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of June the 3rd, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August the 15th, 2024, and the following violations still exist. Cracks located on the exterior walls, holes located in the soffit screens, open crawl space located on the structure. 4 out of 7 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August the 8th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Record Book 20906, page 2086. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on August the 15th, 2024, document 0815241550 CBG, and photos numbers 1 through 7. Here is a front view of the structure itself. Here you can see cracks on the exterior walls. More cracking on the exterior walls. Here's a soffit screen that has a hole in it. Another soffit screen with holes in it. This is the crawl space. It's not a proper cover for the crawl space, and it's not even covering it up all the way. Here. And here it's not properly secured. This on the exterior, covering the crawl space. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Sir, good afternoon. State your name and address for the record.
Russell Reese, 1921 26th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Okay. So how much more time do you need to?
Well, I was doing some stuff on the inside because I had a tenant and they moved out. So I get that fixed up. And on the outside, I thought it was the screen by the windows. I didn't know it was the screen on the top there. So I'm going to get all that like a month, or 30 days or 60 days will be fine.
Okay, let's see what we can.
Thanks.
All right, I'll read something if you want. We are on 25, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Russell Ruiz to correct the violations within 60 days or by October 27th, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Seklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ribley?
Yes. Okay, sir, you got 60 days. Good luck.
Hey, thanks.
Next case.
Item 67, property owner Four Seasons Roofing and Lawn Care, investigator Patrina Miller.
I am Patrina Miller, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 67, case 24-8211, regarding property located at 2465 16th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on May 9th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of May 31st, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 21st, 2024, and the following violations still exist. Soffit has missing and or loose areas. Fencing has broken areas and is in a leaning position. Permits are needed for the addition at the northwest side of the structure. 2 out of 5 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 8, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book number 22696-250, page 2507. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts are there has been an ARIS permit that was voided on March 11, 2024, a demo permit that was also voided on June 11, 2024, and another ARIS permit that was voided on June 14, 2024. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibits 1, photographs which were taken on April 5th, 2024, and August 23rd, 2024, documents 0405-23152 p.m. and 082324-211 p.m., photos 1 through 7. Here's the front elevation of the property. And here's damage to the soffit. Here's some more damage to the soffit. We see that fencing is missing on this side. And in this photograph, in this area is where the addition was. I'll show a picture of that in a moment, but there was an addition here, and it has since been removed. And here's a photo from when I initially started the case, and this is where I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibits 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Was a permit needed to take down that addition?
Yes.
So he needs an after the fact then?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Charlie Morales. I live at 5635 Mallow Street, Newport Richey.
And your relationship to Four Seasons Roofing and Lawn Care?
I'm the owner.
Okay. So what's going on with this property?
So, I just haven't had the time to fix it. You know, I try to fix it myself, but I just haven't had the time. And then I'm in the process of getting a new loan to get this property fixed.
Okay.
What do you plan on doing with the property?
It's
in compliance.
Probably sell it.
Okay, so it looks like you need some permits
Yes,
also, so you're aware of that.
yes.
Okay. So how much time do you think you need?
I would need 3 months because I know permits take approval of a month. And so I need at least 3 months, but I could have a permit applied for within the next 2 days.
Okay. Anybody
I'll read something.
would you like to read? Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Four Seasons Roofing and Lawn Care to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of November 26, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alseckless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. Okay, you've got 90 days to try to get this, get your permits going and,
Awesome. Will do. I'll work on it as soon as possible.
okay, good luck with it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. The Unique Business Roofing and Lawn Care.
I don't even want to know.
Next case.
Item number 75, property owner Luxury Housing Property LLC, investigator Tucker Hodges.
Good afternoon, I'm Tucker Hodges, Code Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference item 75, case 24-3148, regarding property located at 366 26th Avenue Southeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. Property is a single-family structure occupied by tenants. This is a citizen complaint case. Property was first inspected on March 14, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner of the compliance date of April 26, 2024. Property was last re-inspected August 21st, 2024, and the following violations still exist. The rear yard is covered with tile and does not meet green space requirements. And impermeable portion of yard is only allowed to be 45% of total yard, and remaining 55% must be maintained with as permeable landscaped vegetative green space. No permit obtained for addition of concrete and tile to seawall at the rear of property. Disrepair of tiled yard and rear property, tiles not level and sinking result in accumulation of water and debris along neighboring property. 0 out of 3 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 6, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 20915, page 0614. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I'd like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photographs taken August 7, 2024. Document 090724 RACB. I'm sorry, let me find that. That's where the tile is sinking in the rear of the property. The seawall, that where these tiles have been added to the top of the seawall. You can see it closer here. These actual, the whole top seawall is covered with this tile. Another area where it's leaking. And this is where it's kind of collapsing and the water is going into the neighboring yard. I'd like to enter this fact sheet in the evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. So I have this question. So when it comes to, is it the overall property that has to be, or is it the backyard and the front yard are considered separate?
Yeah, so there is, I think what we cited was honestly just for that section of code is only applicable to the front yard. But there is an overall percentage that can be impervious. I'm looking up to see what zoning district it's in. If it's NS, then it's 60%. So only, yeah, so it is NS1. So 60% of the overall property could be impervious. So in this case, I think it would still exceed it. So the issue is, the fact that the entire rear yard is covered with tiles. Obviously, there's also some other issues that are going on that's causing the ground to settle in that area, whether it may be the seawall, or I know that there's also stormwater infrastructure that goes through there. But the issue with that is our city team, even though that there's a utility easement over that, they're not going to go in there and remove all of those tiles and everything because we're not, or the pavers, because we're not going to go back and place it back there. Those should not be within a utility easement. So as soon as that area gets cleared, we can go in to make sure it's not the city infrastructure that's causing the depressions. But then generally the rest of it would need to be, or portions of it would need to be removed and turned back to permeable green space. And then as far as the seawall goes, I believe engineering confirmed that adding that additional top to the seawall would have required an alteration permit from them because they've changed, the makeup of the seawall from what it was originally constructed as. So,
okay.
And there is no county permit?
The seawall is a city. The seawall is a city permit. Docks are the only thing that go through the county. Yeah.
All right. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Mehdi Babul. I'm on the Luxury Housing LLC. Address is 366 26th Avenue Southeast, St. Petersburg, Florida 33705.
Okay, sir, are you going to testify?
Yes.
Give your name and address.
Trevor Mallory, 4501 6th Street South, St. Petersburg 33705.
Okay, so you understand what the violations here and what needs to be done?
Yeah, really, I need to be done. I'm waiting for that. That trouble came from the storm, what is called? The flood, storm water come from the pipe that is broken. So I have some pictures and you see, I have some pictures.
Sir, we don't need to see the pictures.
Yeah, we don't need to see it. We just need to know, so.
If city gonna fix that pipe,
They can't fix it until you move the tiles.
Yes, we just found that information out today. We've
Okay.
already spoken to the engineering department, and they were going to send somebody out. So we were waiting on a response back from them, and I'm glad that Mr. Walsh just gave us the information we needed.
Okay.
And we've already been to the zoning department to understand the zone that we're in, and that it does need to be 60% of the green space. We just didn't want to remove or replace anything, because this would be the third time it was grass. And not knowing that that drain pipe was broken is just kept washing all the grass out. He replaced it once, it washed it out again, he replaced it again, it washed it out again, then he came back with the towel, thinking he needed something more heavier. And we do also understand there needed to be a permit for the seawall. We've already done the due diligence on those simple things. And the tile can be removed tomorrow for the city to come in and do what they need to do. We just didn't know the response back from the engineering department until Mr. Walsh just let us know.
Okay, so how much time do you think you need?
To remove the tile for them to, well, I guess if we remove the
this all
tile
fixed,
in 10 days maybe, and
it's
then
gonna
we don't
be-
know what happens from there.
Yeah, how long it takes them to fix
How
it.
much,
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a separate issue from this, right? So obviously for the property owner as well as the city, we would like that to be done as soon as possible so the crews can go in there and make the repairs that they need to. And then from that point on, I think that there's, on the board side, understanding that that work has to be completed, that's going to interrupt them, conducting work on the rest of the property. But once that gets taken care of, then they can work towards whether they're replacing the grass, xeriscaping, whatever they want to do with the other portion of the rear yard, giving them time to make that happen and get the permit for the seawall.
yeah, but, I mean, do we even have a clue as to how long it's gonna take the city to get in there and fix this drain pipe or whatever it is?
No, I mean, that's difficult to say. We have not been able to confirm, that was the issue.
Yeah, we don't even know if that's the issue, right?
Right, because,
Right.
yeah, I mean, the condition of the seawall could contribute to that. If there's a backwash, that may not be the case here. It complicates it with the stormwater drain running right through there as well, determining what is the actual cause. So the immediate, like I said, is to get the area over the easement removed. That way the city can get in there, and then understanding that may take some time. So giving some additional time to get the rest of it taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, but the time that we give them is to get in compliance, which is after all this stuff happens.
Right. I mean, I would think 60 to 90 days would be reasonable in order to get that.
And then the permit too, right, for the,
Yeah.
Let me read this and
Okay.
see what.
Okay.
Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Luxury Housing Property LLC to correct the violations within 120 days, or by the date of December 26, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
there a motion
I
second?
picked 120 because it's just, the whole thing is.
Yeah, no, I
thinking of
couldn't agree more.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. Okay, so we've given you 120 days, and hopefully you can get this all resolved and taken care of.
Absolutely. One quick question.
Go ahead.
This may be for Mr. Walsh. So if the city finds out that the damage was caused by the storm drain pipe, does that give any type of, what's the word I'm looking for?
If they
Contingency for the owner to replace the side, or no?
So that is something that you could pursue through risk management. that you
Risk
can file a
management?
claim through risk management if they find that that was the issue.
Okay, thank you.
We should take out the wall too?
Next case, please.
Item 42, property owner All in Nova Transitions LLC, investigator Kylie Noonan.
Thank you.
I am Kylie Noonan, Code Supervisor for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 42, case number 24-7108, regarding property located at 935 9th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a see-click fix case. The property was first inspected on May 23, 2024, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of June 21, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on August 19, 2024, and the following violations still exist. Areas of exterior walls are in disrepair, and siding is missing on secondary structure. Paint all areas of structure where paint is chipping, peeling, missing, and where bare wood is present, including the doors and window frames. Repair and/or replace all damaged and missing window screens. Remove all junk, trash, and debris on the property. Remove and prevent mold and mildew type substance from window seals beneath window AC units. 1 out of 6 violations have been inactivated since this case began. A notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on August 7, 2024. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 18-677, page 0503. During the course of my investigation, the last contact with the owner prior to today was on August 7, 2024. The owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are ARES permit number 18-0400-1342 was reissued on August 2nd, 2024, and will expire on September 2nd, 2024. This is the violation that was inactivated. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on August 19th, 2024, document CEB 081924 108 JAR, and photo numbers 1 through 5. This first photo is showing the exterior of the property as well as missing window screens. There are no window screens on any of these windows. This second photo is showing some of the siding that is missing on this ADU structure in the rear. This is part of what that permit is for, is the construction of this structure. This photo is showing some chipping and peeling paint and an area with a hole on the main structure. This is some junk that is in the rear of the property. And this is some of the mildew that was being caused by the window AC units. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for this?
My name is Michael Gelazzo. My personal address is 110 Ricardo Way Northeast in St. Petersburg, 33704.
And your relationship to?
Ali Nova is, so I am the executive director of PERC, the Pinellas Ex-Offender Reentry Coalition, are doing business as People Empowering Restoring Communities. In fact, our team has gone in and we left a message with Officer Rodriguez that everything but one of the windows that was broken has been repaired. They've cleaned the yard. So I'm under the impression.
Wait a second, yeah.
So we needed a representative from the owner of the property?
That's us. So I am the, Ali Nova is the corporation. I am the only manager of that corporation.
Okay, I think that clear.
Okay.
This has been a long-term project. The back unit, in fact, we're hopefully going to finish. We redid the permit so that we can get back to work on it. We're going to extend it again, hopefully have that done before the end of the year. and reactivate the property. We're working with Operation New Hope that we're going to use for their program, where we'll have people at least for 3 to 6 months who are living there. We use this as a transitional house, and the person that we had running that died, unfortunately. And it went into some disrepair, and we have crews actively working to fix it. I mean, to us, again, we had called because we had done everything, but we couldn't replace the one window. So, and I got a message from Officer Rodriguez. He said he spoke to a supervisor that I should be here today to ask for more time. There's not, you know, we're gonna be continually renovating the house until we put clients back in the house, which we hope to do probably in 60 to 90 days. We own the Welsh Plaza on 16th Street, and we have to finish a project there by September 30th that we're doing in partnership with economic development, with workforce and economic development as a CRA project. And then we're gonna go back to finish the stairs. We had to pull that siding down so that because we have to redo the stairs. We're working with the building department downstairs. We're gonna be seeking an additional permit or a permit extension because they only gave 30 days. And we're probably looking at 60 to 90 days to finish that. But we want to get that. We don't want the house vacant. And my guys have cleaned up the yard as well.
So,
I can take a cut at something if you're
all
ready.
right, we'll,
You ready?
yep.
Okay, based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Ali Nova Transitions LLC to correct the violations within 90 days or by November 26, 2024. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
I've got a motion second. Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. Okay, sir, you got 90 days.
Okay.
Good luck with it.
Okay, so can I ask a question, because we're gonna extend the permit if we get closer to the 90 days and we're not done with the back ADU on the original permit. This is a project that has never ended. Do we have to request an additional hearing or request additional time, or if we have an active permit, are we
If you
okay?
have the permit, you're good, right? If they have
Yeah, if the permit covers the scope of work to repair the violations, then, and you're actively working, we'll continue to defer
Okay,
process.
need the permits.
okay, thank you.
Okay, this closes the August 2024 code. Oh, wait, we gotta do yeah. Oh,
We're gonna do it after lunch, so don't close out this hearing. We're gonna go eat, and then
we're gonna go eat and then, oh, you wanna eat and then?
Yes.
We're gonna take a break for lunch.
I
Okay.
don't want any hangry
At least people
board
aren't waiting.
members.
Is it in the CEP folder or the agenda folder?
That one right there.
Item number, are we good?
Are we live?
Yes, we're live.
Yeah, we're up. I started it.
Item number 1's been removed. Item number 2, Julian Hinson and Rakula Ratu.
I am Margie Nichols, Codes Compliance Supervisor for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to Case 245016. Address is 7716 Dartmouth Avenue North, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 3 has been closed. Item number 4 has been removed. Item number 5, Erica Martinez and Maria Angelica Lopez.
Case 247140, 5340 4th Avenue South. The department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 6 has been removed. Item number 8, Neptune Property Group LLC.
Case 245653, address is 5985 3rd Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 9 has been removed. Item number 10, Gary Pristak.
I have number 9 not being removed. Is that?
You have number 9 to read in.
We couldn't vote on number 9.
Is this the one that someone recused themselves?
Yeah, they were in my
But we're
name.
not going to read it in.
No, it needs to be removed.
It's removed.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Item number 10, Gary Pristak.
Case 236566, the address is 280 61st Street South. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 11, Clive A. and Rhonda E. Fletcher.
Case 243563, the address is 326 51st Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 12, REM Properties Incorporated.
Case 22-23500, the address is 320 62nd Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 13's been removed. Item number 14's been closed. Item number 15's been removed. Item number 16's been removed. Item number 17's been closed. Item number 18's been closed. Item number 19. Item number 20 has been closed. Item number 21. Item number 22 has been removed. Item number 24 has been removed. Item number 25, AVBH Bel Air LLC.
I don't have 25.
It's 27.
Oh. Case 248392, the address is 1200 102nd Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 28 has been closed. Item number 29 has been closed. Item number 32, Peter Pham and Thai Lai Hong.
Case 247484, the address is 245 78th Avenue North, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 33 has been removed. Item number 34 has been closed. Item number 35 has been removed. Item number 36 has been closed. Item number 37 has been removed. Item number 38 has been closed. Item number 39, Mary Beth Solano.
Case 248032, 1416 40th Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 40 has been removed. That was the last case we heard, though, was Ally Nova Transitions. 42?
42? Yes, we heard that one.
Item number 44 has been closed. Item number 46 has been closed. Item number 47 has been closed. Number 48 has been removed. Number 49, Golf Townhomes Incorporated.
Case 245048, the address is 2918 Dartmouth Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 50, Kathy A. Moloney.
Case 249042, 2536 2nd Avenue North. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 51 has been removed. Item number 52, Rabland Rentals LLC.
Case 248736, 350 Fourth Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 53 has been closed. Number 54, number 55, number 56 has been closed. Number 57 has been removed. Number 58 has been closed. Number 59 has been closed. And number 60, Real 26 LLC.
Case 247258, 1300 26th Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
And number 61 has been removed. Number 62 has been closed. Number 63 has been closed. Number 64 has been removed. Number 65 has been removed. And number 66, 2400 15th Avenue South LLC.
249108, the address is 2400 15th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 68 has been removed. Item number 70 has been removed. Number 71, number 72 has been removed. Number 74 has been closed. And number 77 and number 78 has been closed. And number 79, Jeanette Wells.
Case 194839, the address is 2735 6th Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 81, Kelly Elizabeth Bryn in Egan.
Case 243663, the address is 5047 3rd Avenue North, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 82, item number 83, and number 84 has been closed. Item number 86 has been removed. Item number 88, Parker Lee Place.
Case 243836, the address is 4935 2nd Avenue North. The department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 89, Skyway Machinery LLC.
Case 244686, the address is 5032 Dartmouth Avenue North. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 90 has been closed. Item number 91, Vest Dip Trustee, 4453 2nd Avenue Trust.
Case 243821, the address is 4453 2nd Avenue North. The department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 93 has been closed. Item number 94, Larry B. Smith.
249394, the address is 1250 39th Street North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 95 has been closed. Item number 96, Thomas K. Carney.
Case 247614, the address is 2928 39th Avenue North. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 98 has been removed. Item number 99, REM Properties Incorporated.
Case 248885, the address is 2829 38th Avenue North, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 100 has been closed. Item number 102 has been closed. Number 103 has been removed. Number 104 has been closed. Number 105 has been removed. Number 106 has been removed. Item number 107, Jeanette Bossanant Dugai and Christian Dugai.
Case 245218, the address is 770 32nd Avenue South, Unit 412. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 109 has been closed. Number 110, Jason Alexander.
Case 247283, the address is 3901 13th Way Northeast, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Number 111 has been closed. Number 113 and number 114 has been removed. Item number 116 has been closed. Number 117 has been removed. Number 118 has been closed. Number 123 has been removed. Number 125 and number 126 has been closed. Number 128 has been removed. And number 129, David Pocus.
Case 243469, the address is 8085 24th Avenue North, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Item number 130, Janissa Simones.
Case 245747, the address is 6310 21st Avenue North, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Number 132 has been closed. Number 134, Wyatt Irwin.
Case 248343 2861 Pinellas Point Drive South, and the department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
And number 135 has been closed. Number 136 has been removed. Number 138 has been removed. And number 140 and number 141 has been closed. Number 142 and number 143 has been closed. And number 144 has been removed. Item number 145, Pacifica Emerald Bay LLC.
Case 244401, the address is 3901 38th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Number 146, U.S. Home Services LLC trustee, trust number 2209333711.
Case 248395, the address is 2209 Quincy Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Number 147's been removed, number 148, number 149's been removed, number 150 and 151's been closed, and number 152, True Lister LLC.
Case 246085, the address is 4120 11th Avenue South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Number 153, U.S. Home Services LLC trustee, trust number 2209333711.
Case 248978, 2209 Quincy Street South, and the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence.
Number 154, Tamara L. Eastburn.
Case 24-10129, address is 1991 59th Street North, and the department recommends 5 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet and evidence. And that concludes our presentation.
We need to read something.
Can I make the motion or no?
Yeah, anybody can, yeah.
I move that the board make the findings of fact and conclusions of law as set forth in the standard written order of the board in each and every case just presented by the codes investigator, in order that the compliance timeframes and penalties as recommended be imposed for each case.
Second.
Here we go. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ribley?
Yes. Okay. That concludes August 2024 Code Enforcement Board hearing. Now, ready to move on to lien release. Okay. Welcome to the August 2024 Code Enforcement Board hearing. At this time, we will hear lien release requests. These are cases where a code enforcement lien has been certified and the property owner or their agent is now seeking release of the lien. We have received a written report regarding each of these requests. These cases will be heard as follows. The City Code Compliance Department will announce each case with the address, applicant, case number, and applicable liens. We will hear testimony from the applicant regarding the request. We may ask questions of either the applicant or the staff. After hearing testimony and answers to any questions, we may do any of the following. Take no action which will leave the liens in place, or take affirmative action to direct staff to release the liens in its entirety, or release the liens in consideration of a payment of a specific amount of the lien within a specific period of time. Once heard by the Code Enforcement Board or Special Magistrate, the lien requests will not be reconsidered by either entity for 180 days unless the property ownership changes. Roll call, please.
Wilson?
Here.
Schneider?
Here.
Hensler? Bruning? Wait? Alseklis?
Here.
Ribley?
Here. Okay. We ready for?
Yeah, we need to do a swearing in and then
Have to have
do a swearing in for everybody for this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's, yeah.
So if you're going to be testifying today, just please stand so you can be sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may be seated.
All right. And we're just going to go in the order as it appears on the screen. So we're going to start with LR1. This is for the property located at 5198 40th Street South. Current owner is B Brothers Homes Incorporated. The liens stem from case number 22-16138, and it is for a permit violation. There were permits that were required for new windows and interior renovations, including the removal of walls, electrical and plumbing upgrades, and all other trades associated with the repairs. Total amount of liens certified in this case are $64,050. A brief history of the case. In November 28th of 2022, A notice of hearing was posted at the violation address, and the notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner was returned as unclaimed. There was no representation at that December hearing, and the board provided the recommended 25 days. Once again, the order of the board that was mailed out was returned as unclaimed. The next hearing was on January 24th, special magistrate. There was no attendance, and a lien was certified in the amount of $2,400. There was attendance at the February hearing. The magistrate extended the case by 45 days. At the following hearing, April, it was again extended by 30 days. On May 26th, we had an email that we sent to the owner regarding the remaining violations. At the June special magistrate hearing, there was representation, and the magistrate provided another 25-day extension. That brought it back to the August hearing. There was no attendance, and a lien was certified in the amount of $31,500. The following month, there was representation again. Again, it was extended by 30 days. November hearing, staff recommended deferral to permits, and in January, we had emailed the owner to inform them that the case was going to be heard the following month, and that they needed to make sure that they were in attendance. And then at the January, February, and March hearings, there was no attendance. Liens were certified in the amount of $23,100, $5,250, and $4,200. And then the April hearing, there was representation. The lien was extended by 20 days by the magistrate. And then on July 22nd, the case was closed. And then just some additional information. The lien that was certified on January 24th for $2,400 was paid in full by the owner. Any questions?
Any questions so far? Okay. Good afternoon. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Neil Balkasoon, 8637 79th Place, Seminole, Florida, 33777.
And your relation?
President. President of the company?
Okay, thank you. So you heard the testimony of the city?
Yes.
What? So you've come here, so to release those liens, can you give us some explanation of what happened here?
So in the beginning, I didn't get any of the mail, like they said it was returned. We closed down during COVID, and my fault, because I didn't forward the mail to my house address, so I take 100% responsibility on that, but there's a lot of things going on then. So ever since then, though, it first started out with the driveway and the WASP. And since then, just to let you know, I've talked to Ms. Newman over 60 times in emails in the year, which I have right here, so that's 5 times a month. I've been going back and forth with Ms. Newman. And I got a permit. They said then after I got the driveway and stuff taken care of, they said I needed a permit for windows. And I said, well, we only replaced a few windows. And they're like, it doesn't matter. You have to have a certain amount or percentage to not do that. So I said, okay. And then she just said, then they said that I had to do interior permit. And I was like, why? I changed the kitchen cabinets. I did the kitchen cabinets, the vinyl flooring, upgraded the tile, and he said it's a FEMA. I talked to Tom, the supervisor over there, and he said you can do cosmetic stuff without a permit, but not in a FEMA flood zone, and I didn't know that. So I got the permit, I went through, worked with the contractor, got the permitting done, and I was told by the city I had the permit, and apparently the permit had to be picked up, because Ms. Newman emailed me that night, said, Neil, you have to be at the hearing the next day. I said, I can't. I got the permit. The city told me the permit was all done. And apparently the NOC, you have to file the NOC and then pick up the permit. The city says, yes, you have the permit, but it's not picked up until you have the NOC. So that's why I missed that hearing. I mean, I diligently worked on this project with her for a year. And then not only that, I had to meet with Tom at the property to walk the property and go over the different things that had to be done with the property, because like normally you don't have to pull permits for tile, like I said, and cabinets and all that stuff. So then he made me get engineer letters and stuff for the cabinets, and we had to do that. I mean, and they failed the inspection, I don't know how many times, 8, 10 times, because apparently Home Depot sold me windows that weren't impact. I bought 3 or 4 of the windows weren't impact, even though they were marked impact. The inspector goes and knocks on the window and said, look, this is not impact, it's studding differently. I'm like, yeah, but there's a sticker on there that says it's impact. He said, I'm not passing it. And so they made me change all the windows out. And that was like, whoa. So, I mean, I literally failed inspections. I don't know if you guys can see that, like 6 to 8 times on this, going back and forth with the different windows and the different things on it. So, I mean, I truly have been diligently working on the project. I don't know, like I said, I missed a date because I thought I had the permit, and I can't, the other ones I can't make any excuses for because I don't know how I missed those dates, because honestly, I've been in touch with Ms. Newman, like I said, I have every email from Ms. Newman 5 times a month talking with her about the different things that had to be done. So, you know, I really can't afford $65,000. I got, you know, single dad, 4 kids, so 70% of the time. But I'm at your mercy.
This house on 40th Street South is a rental property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it says here you have 5 other properties in the county?
3.
3?
Yep. And none of them have the liens. She said I had a code enforcement about grass, which I took care of already.
That was just an active case, not a lien.
Okay.
You had to take care of it for you.
So the property at 5198 40th Street South, is it a rental or do you live there?
No, ma'am, I don't live there.
It's a rental, you're
Correct. I'm actually gonna put it up for sale. It's up for sale. So I was going to, but I can't afford to hold it right now.
Is it vacant or do you have?
Vacant, ma'am.
In there? Okay.
What is the, what's the asking price for that property?
5, right now it's listed at $550, but nobody's even came and budged and looked at it, so it's gonna get dropped for quite a bit more unless the interest rates go down sooner than later. So.
And these other properties are rentals as well, 40th Avenue South, 54th Way North, and 4th Street North?
54th Way North, I don't have any longer, ma'am. And which other one, I'm sorry?
4th Street North,
4th Street North's my rental property. That's a condo.
And how about 5121 40th Avenue?
That's up for sale.
Okay.
I only keep a select few of them.
We have,
Your
I'll make
company,
oh, so, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Your company, it's not a construction company, it's just a...
No, but I actually did get my GC license now, so I do have a GC license now also. So I don't have to go through all this anymore.
Okay.
I can make sure I take care of it myself and get it done because it was a nightmare.
Okay. I just wanted to know if he was a contractor.
I am a contractor now, just recently within the last 30 days.
did you
I'll make a motion.
want to make a motion? Okay.
I move in this manner, the liens be released in consideration of payment of $4,200 due within 60 days.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments? Roll call, please.
O'Suckles?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. Okay, sir, so for a payment of $4,200 within 60 days, the rest of the liens will be released.
Thank you, I appreciate that very much.
You got
She'll have some
paperwork
paperwork for you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have LR2. This is the property located at 3037 18th Avenue South. Current owners are Sarah Mae Bryant, Dolores Pennywell, Lucas Bryant and Jerome Smith. The liens in this case are associated with case number 24-2170, and again, this is for a permit violation. Total amount of liens in this case are $7,400. Summary of the case history. On April 5th of 2024, we posted the notice of hearing at the violation address. At the April public hearing, there was no representation, so the board provided the recommended 25 days. The order of the board was signed and returned on May 13th, but it was not legible. And then at the June special magistrate hearing, there was no representation, so the lien in the amount of $7,400 was certified. And then the following month, on July 22nd, the case was closed.
Okay. Just a permit, in the application here, it says permit for fencing? You know what this, can you give it a little more, enlighten us on this permit?
Yeah, give me one moment.
It was 50 linear feet of a wood fence along Dayton Street South.
And they needed a.
So I imagine it's probably a commercial property.
It is a commercial.
Oh,
It is, okay.
Commercial property, okay. Good afternoon, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Jerome Smith, my resident address, you want 2560 59th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, 33712.
And sir, if you're going to testify, please give your name and address too, please.
Anthony Harrell, 320 55th Avenue South, Edwards Construction Group.
Okay. Can you give us a little information here on this?
All right, first of all, I started the project of refencing the property, and it started out basically as an upgrade, but and it was upgrading a already existing fence there, and I was putting this fence on more as a supportive type fence. But I was informed that I was in violation of erecting this fence, and at that time I started seeking permitting, which was not easy, but finally I found a contractor that was willing to pull that permit for me. In the interim of all that, that's when I got notifications of hearings. I did show up at the first hearing, but I had to leave on an urgent call. I do have the contractor that's doing the permitting, and he can maybe explain the duration and the time frame it took to get the proper permitting for this fence.
Sir, can you tell me what kind of property this is?
The property itself, Bryant property, it's the landscaping property where we have landscaping equipment, we have other equipment on there.
So you're leasing it out to somebody?
What was that?
Do you lease it to someone else, or do you operate this business?
No, I basically operate it myself. It's a family property, yeah. Those are the names that was called out, other owners, property owners.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you own one other property? Is it a rental or do you live there?
The other property that you own.
The other property that you own, is it a?
His house.
His.
I have my resident property.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I stated earlier.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I'll read something if
You ready? Any more questions?
I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of a payment of $500 within 90 days.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, second. Roll call.
Seklis?
Yes.
Thank you.
Snyder?
Okay.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ribley?
Yes. Okay, sir, so for $500, if you pay within 90 days, the rest of the liens will be released.
All right. Okay. All right.
All right.
The
Thank
ladies
you.
here will have paperwork for you.
They'll
so
get you
hold
some
up for just a
paperwork
minute.
and you can be on your way. Okay.
All right, moving right along. Next up, we have LR3. Property address is 10800 Brighton Bay Boulevard Northeast. Current owners are Briet MF Brighton Bay LLC. Liens in this case are associated with 22-7001, and it's for electric disrepair unsafe. Total amount of liens are $20,000. A brief rundown. The July notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner was returned, indicating that it was not deliverable as addressed. Therefore, we posted the notice of hearing at the violation address. At the July public hearing, there was representation, and the board provided 10 days. And the August 15th, the order of the board was returned. It was attempted and not known why. On August 23rd was the next special magistrate meeting, and an extension of 45 days was provided. That brought it back to the October 25th hearing. There was no representation. That's when the lien in the amount of $20,000 was certified. November 15th was the next meeting. There was representation, and the magistrate provided 45 days. That brought it back to January, but the case was deferred because there was the active permit in place to correct the violation. And then the case was closed on May 2nd of this year.
Any questions of the city? Okay. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Kristen Johnson. My address is 4965 Huntington Street Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33703.
Okay.
Sunny Funk, FUNCK, 117 West Christina Boulevard, Lakeland, Florida, 33813.
And your relationship to the Brighton Bay LLC?
I'm the regional manager. Kristen's the property manager.
Okay. Okay, so can you give us a little information? It looks like you attended several of the meetings and were given additional time. So what's the history here of?
Sure. Just in general, when we were first made aware of the violation, we immediately contacted the contractors, had some bid leveling going on, immediately cut them a check, paid them in full, and then it was just delays of getting in parts from them ever since. We've got constant follow-up with them. We've tried to come to every meeting that we've had here, continue to just communicate with the vendors. We even attempted to change vendors at one point to see if we could get someone to get this to us a little sooner, but the boxes needed to be individually fabricated. It wasn't a cookie cutter item that could be purchased. And we continue to just hear that it was shipping delays, part delays, until just recently in May when they were able to get us taken care of.
What kind of boxes are we talking about here? What were they doing?
For a meter bank.
We've got, we have some photos actually in case that would be helpful, but if you're looking at the outside of an apartment building where the wires go into the building, ours you can see are what look to be in pristine condition. We had the property painted probably a year or so ago, and this is like some rusting that's happening underneath the box. So we were just unaware of it until this physically came to our attention. The wiring, everything was safe, nothing was in harm's way, everything was working properly. So we wouldn't have known without that inspection taking place. But it's an exterior meter bank box. I'm not sure if you can see the box. But it's underneath that had some rusting areas.
And this is a rental community?
Yes, correct.
So how many units are in this property?
381.
There's 381 total units on property.
81.
And I guess your contractor didn't pull a permit. I can understand if they're waiting on supplies, but they still could have pulled a permit.
So I believe there was some miscommunication there where they pulled a permit, but they were supposed to pull one individually for each building, and that's where a mistake came at that time. We thought that it was the one permit. I went and I had the NOC notarized. I gave them everything that we asked for, and then found out that they needed one per building, is my understanding.
Yep.
Is there?
Looks like you guys were doing good. You were attending all the meetings and getting all, and then you missed one meeting in October of '22, and bam, $20,000 showed up.
Somehow, I mean, we have both given each other a lot of heartache about it because we're not sure how that happened. We just had no record of that meeting being scheduled.
We have so much documentation through this whole process of everything that we've tried to do to expedite, repairs as timely as humanly possible, and we're not sure how that one slipped past, but.
Okay.
Guess it's my turn.
Go ahead.
Okay. I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of payment of $3,000 within 60 days.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any other questions? Roll call?
Maseklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Ruble.
Yes. Okay, so for a payment of $3,000 within 60 days, the remaining liens will be released.
Thank you.
I'd like to do that. Okay.
Is the information to pay that on the paperwork?
She's
you'll
gonna,
provide?
yeah, she's gonna give you some paperwork here for that.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's in mailing address, but you can also come down to the city and pay it. We're downstairs at the first floor. Or you can-
All right, next up, we have LR4. This is for property located at 2350 38th Avenue North. Current owners are Quinn Tai Lee and Vyong Kwak Dan. This is associated with case number 18-11710. Violation, I'm sorry, there's two cases here. And 19-18313. Violations for fascia and soffit disrepair, junk rubbish outdoor storage, and exterior wall disrepair. Total amount of liens in these cases are $11,250. And a summary of each case. So for the first case, we posted the notice of hearing at the violation address in July. And then the subsequent hearing, there was no attendance, so the board provided the city's recommendation of 25 days. The notice of hearing was then returned as unclaimed, but the order of the board that was sent to the owner was signed and returned by the owner. That brought it back to the September special magistrate hearing, September, October, and November, so all three back to back. There was no representation at any of those hearings, and that's when liens in the amount of $1,900, $1,400, and $1,750 were certified, and then the case was closed on December 12th. And then for the 2019 case, the posting for the notice of hearing was done on November 5th. The notice of hearing addressed to the owner was returned as unclaimed. And then the public hearing that occurred in November, there was no representation, and so the board provided the city's recommendation of 25 days. In this case, the order of the board that was addressed to the owner was returned as unclaimed. The next hearing was then in January. No representation was at that hearing, and a lien was certified in the amount of $1,900. On January 26th, there was representation, and the magistrate extended it by 45 days. This was during COVID, so we did not restart our hearings until November. So even though there's 45 days provided, that's why you don't see it coming back until November, 8 months later. So at that hearing, there was representation, and a lien was certified for $5,000. And then a couple weeks later, on December 3rd, the case was closed.
Okay. Questions? Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, just my name is Queen Lee, and my address is 2350 38th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida 33713. And my English not very well, and just my friend, he translated for me.
My name is Tuấn Tran. I live in 1864 68th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida 33702. I will help her to translate what happened to you today.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Can you give us that kind of an explanation? Because it looks like, I guess, first of all, these liens are back from, 18, why are you coming today for
Tại sao đi tới ngày hôm nay? Đi tới ngày hôm nay làm gì đây?
Tại vì mình ly dị với chồng, mình đem con ra ở riêng, rồi chồng cũ là nó ở cái nhà này. Khi giấy tờ về thì mình không có biết, thì cho tới khi mà cái nhà mình bán cho cái người đó rất là lâu rồi. Bây giờ họ bán nhà thì cái link nó vô, họ bắt mình phải trả cái này họ mới closing.
The reason is her husband and she had been divorced, so she no longer live in the house. The kid is moving with her, but her ex-husband is still live there, and he neglect everything. So that's what happened is today. She sold the house somewhere in the Pinellas County, and the lien is they say you own the money. So she paid that money already to the title company, and they realized that that $5,000 in here. I think the city gonna tell her that she gonna reduce.
They sold a different property, and the money is being held in escrow because it's attaching to their property they sold.
That's correct.
Because Arlene's attached to everything they own.
There's a second property involved.
Okay,
Just so I understand,
But
they sold
for
a
the
different property.
Yeah.
But they can't receive any of the funds because of these liens?
Well, right, I mean, it's because they're technically,
Yeah, so if I'm understanding correctly, they sold another property. These liens were attached to that property as well. So in order to get a closing done, they put that money, and the title company put the full amount of outstanding liens that we're hearing today in escrow. So essentially, if a reduction was done or a removal was done, that would be money that would go back to the owner, or the owner in this case, who sold the property, rather than it all going, through and paying off the liens.
Okay.
That's the
It's
reason.
being held in escrow.
So, so the house that was just sold, was that just in her name, or?
Cái nhà đó là nhà của em luôn á. Cái nhà bán vừa rồi
Nhà
á,
đó là
tên của
lâu
ai?
rồi, mình đưa
Không,
lâu.
mình hỏi nói, cái nhà đó là có tên của em không phải không? Tên của em hay tên của ai?
Tên của bà chủ mới, lâu rồi.
Không phải, lúc em bán cái người đó đó.
Đúng rồi, tên của
Là
em.
tên của em phải không? Yes, it's in her name.
I'm sorry.
It's in her name.
It was just in her name?
Yes.
Her ex-husband's name?
No, just her name.
And then this
Bà bán
This
nó,
property
bán
is
cho bà,
still-
em bán cho bà, lúc bà
Yeah,
bán cho bà
Nancy.
Nancy, rồi bà Nancy nó bán cho người khác mới lòi cái tên của em, cái đòi tiền của em.
And this property here is, like she said, is the ex-husband still living there and her name's still on the deed?
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
And his name is not?
His name is
His name
in
is
there.
still on this,
It's
too.
in there.
His name's on here too?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's still on here.
Okay.
So the problem is because her name's attached to both properties.
Got it.
That's why I wanted to know if he was on the other property.
Okay, and the answer was no, right?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Wass,
Yes.
so if there's money in like an escrow or being held by the title company,
Nào mà rời ra khỏi cái nhà này không? Cái đi mà ra khỏi nhà này không? She told me because the house is not her in her watch anymore, but her husband has been neglect the property. It's been fine. It's been cutting grass and all that stuff. It's been going on. She eventually she cleaned it up and she put up for sale. So probably going to be that's the last house she want. Her name is not going to be on the title.
So she's selling this home?
She's going to sell this home. She asked, yes, she's going to ask her husband to move out. Right now, they still dispute. So what is my share and some share? So that's the reason.
My concern here is that if we release liens on this and the property's not being taken care of, we're going to be right back here doing something else.
Bà nói rất là đúng. Nếu mà mình không có giải quyết cái vấn đề của cái nhà này đó, tên của em và tên của ổng đó, thì trong tương lai cũng bắt buộc y chang như vậy đó. Nên em nói em phải giải quyết nói em sẽ thuyết phục ổng bán cái nhà đó để tương lai không có việc nữa.
Dạ, mình đã nói rồi là he okay rồi.
She talked to her husband. She know that concern. She persuade the husband will sell the house. She right now she cleaning up in the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
The amount in escrow is this amount, is the 11,000?
11,000.
Okay.
I would assume so, yes.
I would assume
yeah, there could
so.
be something else out there.
Yeah, there could be
Yeah,
other
there could be other things.
Oh, okay.
things that they're holding in escrow, but from the city's, yes, in order to satisfy all of our liens, this would be the amount.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
từ từ.
Okay. Thank you.
Đón.
I move in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of payment of $3,800 within 90 days.
3.000 mấy.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any other comments?
And it's just a portion for
10
both.
mấy ngàn và mình chỉ tốn đỡ 3.000
Open.
mấy thôi.
Okay,
Cases.
roll call.
Release 3.000 mấy.
Sutcliffe,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Ruble.
Yes.
Đừng có nói, để mình hiểu từ từ.
3,800 within 90 days.
So, if you're willing to pay $3,800 within 90 days, the remaining amount of liens will be released.
Ông nói là mình phải trả ở đây là 3.800 thì nó sẽ lấy cái lien đó ra.
Nhưng mà cái này mình đã trả tiền rồi.
Biết.
So in other words, my
Tiền đó tụi thay đồ đó nó giữ chứ nó chứ tụi nó có cái này.
Yeah, it's obviously a little less
Thì
than.
lúc đó nó release cái đó rồi bắt đầu mới đem cái đó tới cho tụi thay đồ. Mới nói là chứng minh tụi tao đã nó là trả nó lại nó trả cái lien này cho tao rồi. Ok. Nó nói là 3.800 là mình trong vòng 60 ngày.
will be getting back.
Nó trả lại hết cho mình đó.
$7,000 or a little over.
Yeah.
Nhưng mà nhớ là về nhà bán cái nhà kia, bà già kia bà
No,
nói
I know.
mày mới làm cái này là còn hoài thôi.
Just trying to do that.
Liên bị hoài thôi.
Close to 8,000.
Okay.
7,450.
Ok.
She,
Rồi tới lấy.
will receive paperwork, and then if she can decide whether she pays that within 90 days,
3.800 trong vòng 90 ngày.
the rest,
Rồi cái lien nó release.
doesn't pay this, the entire amount stays in effect.
Nếu mà không có đó là
She can provide that to the title company. That way they see that it's been reduced and then they can pay out the appropriate portion.
Okay, I don't think he was listening, but
Lonnie can explain it to him. Okay. All right, we are going to move into LR5. This is for the property located at 5520 9th Avenue North. Current owner is the Angelo Petrozello Estate. The case number associated with this is 19-31026, and the violations are for roof disrepair and exterior wall disrepair. Total amount of liens in this case are $7,850. A brief summary of the case. Back in February of '21, the notice of hearing was posted at the violation address. There was no representation at the February hearing, so the board provided the 25 days that the city recommended. The notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner prior to that was finally returned to the city as unclaimed, and then the subsequent order of the board that was sent to the owner was also returned as unclaimed. On April 28th, there was a special magistrate meeting, and there was no attendance. A lien was certified in the amount of $1,900. The following month, in May, there was a staff recommended deferral for a medical reason. So that was deferred from that hearing, which brought it back to July. At that point, there was no representation. A lien in the amount of $4,550 was certified. And then the following month, in August, again, there was no representation, so there was a lien certified in the amount of $1,400. The next month in September, the case was removed from the Code Enforcement Board Special Magistrate process, and then there was 2 municipal ordinance violations, that were issued, one in October and one in February. And then the case was voided in July to a change of ownership.
Well, it just went to the estate.
It went from the owner into the estate.
Okay. Do we know if the conditions were ever fixed?
Yes.
yes.
Yes, they were, yeah.
They couldn't be here
We couldn't be here if they couldn't.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't really say that.
Yeah, and we will go out and, upon application, we go out and check to make sure that there wasn't an error or something didn't happen, yes.
Thank you.
No, that's okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Mohsin Shaker. That's my wife, Hannah. And my address is 5520 9th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33710. That property is belongs to Angelo Petrozello. He's was working with me and a good friend. And at 2002, he endorsed the house to my 3 kids at that time, and he died from a couple of years. And I was here last year because he has a problem. The city has a problem with the property, that the roof have to be changed and the soffit have to be fixed and the windows have to be changed and all that stuff. And I came here and I promised that I'm going to do as much as I can. I did all my best. I borrowed some money and I did the whole thing. I have a son. His name is Mohammed, and he's on the property now. He lives in the property. He's a veteran, and because really he cannot be with us, so he's staying in that house for right now. I have some letters and stuff like that from the city for him, because he has the water. I put the water and the light by his name. We don't know that there is any lien on the house at that time, and we found out that soon. And I'm still really struggling from the soffit and the whole thing. It cost around maybe $25,000, and I have to borrow that money just to keep him in that house, because really he cannot live with us. When he get really sometimes nervous, nobody can stop him. But he is now, thank God, he's doing good. He lives alone. Sometimes one of his friends come and stay with him for a little bit, and that's good for me and for his mom. But we didn't know that there is any more money coming really out. I mean, that was stunned. And
a veteran?
He's a veteran, yeah. I have here some
That's
papers, can show that.
He, you said that this was signed over to your kids in what year?
2002. And he didn't know. He did that on 2002.
Okay, and he was still living there?
And he was living there. He's the one who did anything bad to this house, really. He's a friend. I mean, I don't talk about him bad, but he doesn't care. And he was going from jail to jail, from problem to another problem, and he doesn't care.
He's now, you said he's deceased.
He's deceased, yeah, from couple of years, yeah.
And he still is,
Well, there
his
was a-
estate is still the owner of the property.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, we're changing that now. I mean, we are in
Are you in probate?
I beg your pardon?
Probate?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to.
When did you enter probate on the property? When did you start that process?
Hold on just a second, I think we
on.
have additional information here from.
Yes, so it looks like they changed ownership 2 weeks ago, August 12th. They put it into the name of Mohsin Shakir. So, I mean, at this point, they would have to go through a separate process. We could not handle it here because that's for current owners, or at the time that the liens were certified. We do have another lien waiver, stipulated lien waiver program that they could go through to get the liens resolved. But
Are you telling us that these aren't the owners of the property as of today?
it went out of the estate into his name individually.
Yeah. And
Oh, okay, so it's now just him versus the estate of the other individuals.
Right.
Got it.
Right, and when the liens were placed, they were placed under the previous owner, or under the estate.
So you're saying we can't adjudicate this today?
No, we can only, the lien release for current, for the current owners, but we do have a different process
Okay.
for subsequent owners.
I guess we're off the hook then, right?
Will someone explain this to them?
Yes.
'Cause I'm not sure I understand it.
Let me look at one thing real quick. Hold on one moment.
Bear with us just a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So the good news here is that the probate did work.
Yes. Yes.
We think.
Well, that's what I'm looking to see. Unfortunately, it was just in the name of these.
Oh, it's just in.
Yep. Yeah, so unfortunately, like I said before, it's with the ownership having changed now, that no longer makes them eligible for this process, but we can have a discussion with them about other options that are available.
Okay.
So, Lonnie, can you communicate that to them? And, well, Lonnie, here, just,
I got it, I got it.
no,
Of course she does.
Of course you would, yeah.
Yes.
So we're done with this one.
right,
yeah, so for the sake of today, we can't
Okay.
rule on it right now.
Got it.
we can't rule.
Is a problem for me?
No, just hold on.
We're sorry to keep you waiting.
That's okay, no. As long as we're gonna solve the problem.
I think they're gonna solve your problem, but it's gonna be in another way, not here. But they're figuring out what.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And they'll explain it to you. I promise. Thank you. And then maybe they'll explain it to me.
Okay.
So just for further clarification, this process is only available to owners at the time that the liens were certified. So because that ownership changed just a week or two ago, that no longer makes them eligible for this process. But we do have another one that they can go through.
Okay, they're gonna.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, on to the next.
Okay.
Right.
This was not even supposed to be.
Correct.
Next up, we have LR6, property located at 710 35th Avenue South. Current owner is Jerzim Ventures. The liens in this case are associated with case number 17-2163. Total amount is $5,300, and it was for an exterior wall and a fascia soffit disrepair. The March notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner was signed, but it was not legible. There was, representation at that April hearing, and the board provided 90 days. The order of the board that was addressed to the owner was signed and returned, but once again, it was not legible. That brought it back to the August 22nd hearing. There was attendance, and despite the attendance, there was a lien certified in the amount of $1,500. The following month in September, there was once again representation, and a 90-day extension was provided. January of 2019, the case was removed from the Code Enforcement Board Special Magistrate process, and then several months later in October, there was a telephone conversation where we notified the owner that the case was going to be moving forward in December, and just explained the fact that it was being taken back to the Code Enforcement Board process. That way, the owner had the opportunity to explain the situation to the board. And it actually brought it back to the November hearing, and the owner was in attendance, and they accepted the recommendation of 25 days. That brought it back to the January 2020 hearing. There was no attendance, and then the other lien in the amount of $3,800 was certified, and the case was closed on February 4th of 2020.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Taiwo Warrior, 5351 90th Avenue Circle East, Parish, Florida 34219.
And your relationship to
The president of the company.
Okay, so can you give us, I mean, this is going back now to 17?
Yeah, but first and first, I would like to impress it on this gathering that as at the time these events were taking place, I was a real estate business neophyte. I didn't understand the process at all. That we had to go to zoning on few occasions, and ultimately, after the decision that was made where we had the lane of 1,500, zoning did instruct us do not, okay, I think we ultimately decided to demolish the building because the previous owner had done a lot of funny things there that we thought we wouldn't like to continue in that line. And when we saw some of those disrepairs, we ultimately decided to demolish. But then zoning instructed me that if you're going to demolish it, you'd need to let zoning conclude their own process. All along, I updated Mr. Johnson about what was going on. So that was why we did not complete that process on time. Even the last meeting that I attended here, when we were given 25 days, zoning could still not complete their job at that time. But the one that I missed, I never knew about that meeting. I never received the letter to that effect. So when I did not receive that letter, I thought, okay, maybe the process was holding for us to complete the zoning case. And when the zoning case was ultimately concluded, then we proceeded to demolishing the property. And the property was demolished, I think, sometime in February or March or thereabout 2020. And
so you're saying so this house has been demolished?
Sir?
This house, you demolished this house?
Yes, the house was demolished in 2020.
In 2020?
Yes.
And I'm not sure I understand what zoning had to do with this. Yeah.
So that's what I was looking into. It looks like the use of that property was grandfathered with the number of dwelling units. And so if they did not get it reinstated prior to doing the demolition, they would not have been able to maintain that. So it just, the redevelopment opportunity would have just simply been a single family home. They wanted to maintain the density that they had previously grandfathered, so they needed to get that reinstated before they knocked the house down.
Okay. And did they?
Or didn't? I'd have to, these are tricky to look at in the system, but I do see in 2018 there was a reinstatement of one dwelling unit for a total of 2 dwelling units, and then a redevelopment plan and variance to the rear yard setback. Well, it looks like that might have been a separate project. So it looks like in 2018 they did pursue that. I assume that they.
What's currently on the property now?
It's just a vacant.
It's just vacant, no.
It's just a vacant. There's nothing on the property.
What are your plans for it?
Well, when we ultimately redrew the plans, like I said, I was a neophyte, so I really didn't understand. So I went back to permitting with the plan that we drew after the redevelopment plan was made. Then permitting said, well, we needed to go back to zoning again. Okay. So we went to zoning then said the variance or whatever that we were given had expired. So we had to start from the beginning. Then we went through, what was it, letter of, I can't remember.
So
Then
you're in the process of reapplying?
of reapplying, so we just withdrew the plans now.
So you're gonna build something on the.
Definitely, we will.
And what are you gonna do with it once you build it? Are you gonna hold on to it and rent it out?
I'm rent it out.
You're gonna rent it out, okay.
So obviously, I'm sure he didn't want to do any repairs. If you're going to knock it down, why would you do repairs? And that was
Right.
probably part of why that stayed open, so, okay.
I'll read something. Oh, go ahead. No, somebody else.
Okay.
I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of a payment of $1,500 within 90 days.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any other questions, comments? Roll call?
Seckless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ruble?
Yes. Okay, sir, for a payment of $1,500, the remaining lien will be released.
90 days.
Within 90
That was gonna
days.
be a complete release.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
And she has some paper for you.
Everybody is so nice today.
All right. And last but not least,
Okay.
we have LR7, property address 3429 37th Street North. Current owner is 3429 Rebuild Land Trust, Brightline Homes 1 LLC as the trustee. The liens in this case are associated with case number 23-11827. This was also a permit violation. Total amount of liens in this case are $19,200. Brief summary. Our September notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner was signed, but it was not legible. We also posted the notice of hearing at the violation address on September 5th. At the September 27th public hearing, there was no representation. The board provided the 25 days that the city recommended. That brought it back to the November 14th special magistrate hearing. There was no attendance. A lien was certified for $3,450. The order of the board that was addressed to the owner was returned after that, and it was signed, but it was not legible once again. The subsequent December, January, and February special magistrate meetings were not attended. Liens in the amount of $4,200, $6,300, and $5,250 were certified at those hearings. That brought it back to the March 26th hearing. There was representation finally at that meeting, and the magistrate provided a 60-day extension. And then the case was subsequently closed on June 13th of this year.
Okay. Okay, sir, can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, it's Brian McMullen. My address is 3360 15th Avenue Southwest, Naples, Florida.
Okay, and so, this property is, I assume it's a rental?
It was going to be a rental. At this point, it's vacant. It's listed for sale.
It's listed for sale?
Yes.
So that's why they're here. You want to get the, get the liens taken care of before you go to a contract to try to sell it, right?
I think that's inconsequential to my customer. I think the issue with the liens, it came to my attention because I finalized my contract and my payment schedule with this client, at which time, which was just a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, at which time they said, okay, well, we have this $20,000 worth of liens on the property. And I said, what liens? And they said, well, liens for not adhering to the permitting. And just a little bit of a background, I'm a state general contractor. And this client hired me after they got the red tag notice on this property. They had done extensive renovation work on the property, got red tagged for not having permits. So I came onto the scene, and I do a lot of these for investors in the state of Florida. And I came onto the scene and immediately started the permitting process with my permitting team and my engineering team. And in my experience all over the state, once we start the process of applying for the permit in the building department system, that stays the stop work order to the point where the building department and the code enforcement office know that we're working on this problem. In St. Pete, it's a little bit different. There's a two-part system, which I wasn't aware of, and that my permitting department had to work through. And they have a preliminary group that looks at your application before you can actually submit it to the building department. I didn't know that. And so there was a 4-month period between the time that the stop work order was issued on the property and my permit actually was applied for in the building department system. There was this 4-month period of time where we were actively working on cleaning up the property because it was in complete disrepair outside. There was vagrants living there. It was a total mess. So we were working on some other violations. I know that we're only hearing this one, but there were some other ones too with the outside of the home that we had to deal with as well. And so we worked immediately on these issues. That's not reflected in the report that you see because every time that the inspection was done by the city, they would look in the system and see that no permit had been applied for. And that was the case technically, but it wasn't the case in reality because we were working on that. A couple of big issues that did delay me being able to satisfy the pre-submission requirements for the application was that they had done, the owners had done extensive electrical work inside of this house. And trying to find a licensed electrician to come in to certify the work, to correct some of the work that wasn't right, and then to put their name on the permit is not always easy after the fact. And
If I could stop you right there.
Yes, ma'am.
I have some questions that I think are more germane to the issue right
Okay.
now. And the issue before us is why you didn't come to the hearings. And ultimately, who is going to be on the hook for this money if we decide not to reduce the liens?
Sure, and that's where it falls on me, why nobody came to the hearings. So those letters went to the owner's office in West Palm Beach, which is a conglomerate. The owner, the representative of the owner that was assigned to this property that was my liaison with the client had asked me, what do we do with these code violations? And I said, listen, once we apply for the application, it's going to pause those. Because in my experience in other municipalities, that's almost always been the case. That was an error on my part. That's not the case here in St. Petersburg, I've come to find out. And that was an error on my part that I passed to the owner. So the liaison simply took the letters, signed for them, and put them in the file. And at the end of the day, it is the owner's responsibility, but they made those determinations based on what I conveyed to them as a professional in the building field.
Okay, so who would pay this $19,200?
It would be the owner, and of course, I would be culpable for some reimbursement to the owner.
Okay, and I'm having a little problem understanding the difference. You're just managing this property for the owners? Is that what I'm looking at here?
To some degree, yes, ma'am. I'm the general contractor that was hired to take over the work that was done, complete the work, permit the work.
I get that part, but over here, it says that you're the manager of Brightline?
I am not, no, ma'am.
You're the owner of Brightline?
No, ma'am, I am not. I do represent them in this area.
Authorized representative.
Yeah, they put me on as authorized to represent them in this hearing.
Okay.
He's just an author.
Are you an attorney?
Maybe I misread.
No, he's a contractor.
I'm not a practicing attorney, no, ma'am.
Okay.
So the permits, the original permit was to correct this, I guess,
The work that they had done.
the work, and you said that was mainly electrical work?
I did point out the electrical component of it, but no, it was a full renovation.
Full renovation.
They redid the windows on the house, and this house was in great disrepair when they purchased it. It's a beautiful home now in St. Petersburg. But the work that they had done when they got the red tag order was really shoddy work. And the inspectors from the city came out, put the red tag on it. I think I was there within 48 hours, and it was just disturbing. We literally undid all the work that was done, brought the engineers in, put our permit packet together, and then rebuilt it the right way. So it was an extensive renovation, and I think the customer ultimately was penalized by the cost of having to do it the right way in this particular.
Who did the first work?
I do not know, and that was part of the challenge. Was I could tell, like, the HVAC system was done by a professional. You can tell when you look at the work, but I could never find out who that guy was to come and attach to my permit, and I had to find somebody that was willing to do it. I had to go to Tampa to find a guy that was willing to come down and certify the work and go on the permit. And so typically, me being able to apply for a permit, my team would have that permit application in a week in a building department, but it took a lot longer here because of these circumstances. And I erroneously gave the customer the wrong information, and I can tell you that I've stood in front of this board a few other times on other properties in this area for this particular owner. If I didn't understand the permitting process, I would have been here for every single one of those hearings. I just didn't know about them, and it's my fault, because if I would have told the customers, if I would have told them the appropriate information, they would have notified me every time they got one of those notifications.
Okay, but I think what you said was the person who was getting these notices for these meetings was your liaison, and he was just signed, and you had said, don't worry about it because we've applied for the.
Correct.
All right. I think I understand. Okay. Not sure what to do with it, but I understand.
Yeah. And how many properties does your customer own?
In St. Petersburg, I believe they currently have 4 properties left here.
Okay, and statewide?
Several hundred.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do something. Let me make. I'll try. I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of payment of $5,000 within 60 days.
Got a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a
Guess
second.
We have to have a second to talk about it.
Yeah.
Second?
I
don't think it's enough.
I don't either.
No?
I don't either. These are corporate entities. They should be better than this.
If I might interject, they do have a corporation that employs.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Hold
but we
on.
can't
You gotta
hear
hold
you.
on one second.
I apologize.
Yeah. I think he's admitted it was an error on his part, assuming, and I don't know, I guess, Mr. Wall, do you know, is that really the case in other jurisdictions within Florida? Is it a different process where just applying for a permit?
I mean, I can't speak to what other I'm not knowledgeable about it. I will tell you that the reason that we do things differently is because we found here that that was just a stall tactic, and that people had no intention of actually doing repairs, and we would see, houses that had a permit applied for, 6 months goes by, absolutely nothing happened. And then they had never even finished the permitting process. So now we're a year down the road, which is why we changed, I want to say it was probably 2015, 2016, where we changed our process to where, unless it was an approved permit, we were moving forward with the cases.
Okay, so that was the previous policy within Even City, because that's before my time.
Right, or if there was outstanding violations, so let's say that there was disrepair, that permit, the permits were needed for, those cases would move forward. So we didn't have a structure sitting in this state that was just being held up because we were gonna play the long game with, I'm gonna submit permits and then pull them, then put them back in, and,
I
yeah.
see. Okay. I was just curious if that.
You guys want to make a counter offer?
We can.
I have a counter.
Yeah, go ahead. By all means.
Do we need to vote this out and have a new motion?
If you want to suggest an amendment to,
I suggest an amendment for you.
Okay.
For 10,000 repayment to the city. That's my number. nothing less.
Okay,
And I'd go for 30 days.
okay.
Not a long period.
All right, I'll amend to say, the motion to be, I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of payment of $10,000 within 30 days.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Roll call.
Sekles,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes?
Wilson,
Yes.
Ribley.
Yes. Okay, sir.
Thank you.
$10,000 within 30 days. Okay,
Thank you.
that concludes
No,
our
I mean, I.
lien relief,
very
right?
much.
That's it.
Right. Well, no,
Next time we want 20.
I think the kicker was when he said,
Gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
they're one of these investments.
We've concluded the meeting.
Classroom. I do this for Great American Teaching and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, I want to be mayor, and 1 young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
Hi, St. Pete. Mayor Ken Welch here, coming to you with an important message about voting. The right to vote is precious. It allows you to hold your government accountable, and it's one of the clearest ways to make your voice heard. Recently, St. Petersburg has transitioned to holding municipal elections to align with national election years. That means this year, in addition to elections for president, Congress, the state legislature, and county commission, You'll also have the opportunity to vote for your members of St. Pete City Council. Save these dates for your reference later. For more information about registering, polling locations, and other important information, go to votepinellas.com. Let's vote, St. Pete.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. If they come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet them, get a picture with them. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
Morellis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again. And 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I always encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're gonna go, how fast you're gonna go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here is called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome, they look healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African-American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were 2 individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because she her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way, they help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
First of all, it is totally free, so there are no upfront costs. The money that you receive is a grant, so you don't have to pay it back.
Besides money is access to Greenhouse St. Pete, which is great. I have a business mentor now. I have access to all of their resources, and I now have a social network that can support my business grow.
Partnering with the city actually is a big help. They provide the educational piece, mentorship.
It will grow their business, it will add stability to the business, they will learn things about advertising, about networking.
Living in the state of Florida, I previously had single panel windows, so I purchased hurricane impact windows, which is around the perimeter of my business.
For the co-op, we use the grant to help us with our marketing and solidify our brand and just get us out there so that more people could be aware of the co-op.
I invested in tech. I wanted to make sure I had another machine available for another designer to come on board, but a lot of my investing went into software.
We did some outside advertising and upgrading. We also did some inside upgrading. You can fix a need that's at your business now. Something that maybe you were saving for, you can do now with the help of the grant money.
One, it's free. Two, it is accessible. It's not one of these programs where it's an extremely long application.
You have opportunity to get assistance, and it allows you a stepping stone to grow into what it is you want your business to be.
It's always good to have someone that has the experience. It makes life a lot easier because they can tell you what to do and what not to do.
I think that it's a great plan for anybody with a small business to become part of the business community. There's no need for someone to miss out on something. If you grow your business, it grows our business, and then it grows St. Pete.
Hey, Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? Ready for breakfast? My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds. Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old. I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Legislative Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations Committee meeting of August 15th, 2024. Could I please have a roll call?
Hanowitz.
Here.
Gabbard.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Fix Sanders.
Here. Okay, everyone, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
We also have for approval the minutes of April 18th, 2024. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, well, welcome everyone for our federal recap today. We are joined by representatives of Senator Marco Rubio's office. We have Savannah Sipsey here. We also have from Anna Paulina Luna's office, we have Samuel Wilson here. And we also have Jameson Carnegie from Representative Kathy Castor's office, and we have our legislative representative in United States, Washington, D.C., Robert Diamond. Welcome.
Madam Chair, how are you?
Good. I hope that everyone had a chance to maybe meet with Robert Diamond. He came in to kind of give everyone an opportunity to have a one-on-one and meet and ask any questions of what's happening before our meeting. So what we'll do is we'll start today with Robert, and he's going to kind of give us an overview of what's happening in Washington, D.C., and then we'll kind of go over to everyone and do a federal recap, and they can give us an overview of what's happening in each representative's office. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robert Diamond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to be back with everybody again. I appreciate the opportunity to update you on what's going on in Washington, D.C. It's not lost on anybody. It's been quite an eventful few weeks and months. I'll come back at the end on a little bit of an election update, but want to talk more on the official side first. Congress, most of Washington in recess right now for August, returning after Labor Day to pick up official business, with the main item really being the appropriations activities for fiscal year 25. Where we have, and thanks to our representatives, our community project funding asks in those packages, and I'm sure the reps will talk a little bit more about that. Those remain right now in the subcommittee markup process, and then those appropriations committees will continue to meet, approve those bills. It is our expectation that we will see a post-election day omnibus appropriations vehicle move through Congress, so we're probably not going to see individual spending bills passed. We will see sort of one gigantic appropriations bill move post-election. I don't think much else is going to move prior to the election, frankly, also. There's some other must-pass pieces of legislation that Congress has this year, including the National Defense Authorization Act. We're still looking to see if there will be Farm Bill reauthorization this year. It is due, but it has just been extended. But those major activities, again, I think are going to be dramatically influenced by the November election, what the next Congress is going to look like, and determine what those votes and how those are going to shake out. We continue to work aggressively with the mayor and his team on our grant activities. Again, kudos to the team for the robust process we have in place there. We continue to look for every opportunity to make sure we are applying for and competing for discretionary grant opportunities within the federal executive branch. We are keeping a close eye, and I had the privilege of talking with Councilmember Gabbard about again this morning on all issues related to the National Flood Insurance Program and any reform activities there. I have unfortunately no good news in that regard. It still sits within the subcommittee process, both the FEMA reform package and other bills introduced by members of Congress, and I look forward to discussing that more broadly with everybody, how we continue to champion those issues on behalf of the city and the residents here. Lastly, I'll just touch on the election, and then happy to take any questions. This is obviously a very dynamic year with both the White House and both chambers in play. So we will have a dramatically different Washington, D.C. Under any scenario come January, and that will obviously shape a lot of what we want to focus on next year. We have our federal legislative priorities discussion scheduled for post-election in November, so look forward to being able to have that discussion with a little bit of foresight as to what the next Congress and what the next administration is going to look like and how we can do that. But we are back to a scenario where the presidential race is a 50-50 tie, essentially. We're back to a coin toss in that regard. It was clear a couple of weeks ago that I think President Trump was on a path to victory. That's you've seen the Democratic Party react to that. But essentially, we're back to a 50-50 race right now as far as the White House goes. Sitting here today, it's our prediction that the Senate would go Republican and go from Democratic control to Republican control based on those races around the country. Also, our prediction today that the Democrats have the likely path to take control of the House. So that's just based on what we're seeing in the field today. That continues to be dynamic races across the country. These are razor-thin margins in all of these places, in all of these races. And even if in that scenario of a switch of control of the Senate and a switch of the control of the House, those would remain very tight margins. For the Senate, for example, you can see a 51-49 Republican control in the Senate is a very likely outcome. What does that mean? It means, that just means it's a lot harder to get bigger things done in Washington under those very slim margins. So I think we will see another cycle in Congress with that. But with that, I'd love to take any questions from the committee. And again, thank you for an opportunity to update you guys today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Diamond. Hopefully, it's not as dynamic as it was this summer. It was pretty dynamic, so
To say the least.
to say the least. But before I turn it over to the committee, I want to give administration and David Thompson and Doyle Walsh an opportunity to speak about any issues, whether it's the community funding requests or any grants or anything at the federal level that you would like to kind of cover that maybe has not been covered.
Yeah, so I'll just briefly run through. You'll see the update, the tracker that we have for the federal community project fundings, and I do believe there was also some attachments in the initial email with the wrap up on the state tracker, the appropriations that all came through there. Thank you again for approving the contract for the $300,000 for St. Pete Fire. And then you'll also note the federal legislative bill tracker there. I think in our one-on-ones with the council members and Rob, we've discussed some additional bills that will be added to that tracker, and you'll see that moving forward and updated for the next time that we meet. But really appreciate the continued partnership with council on all of the work that we're doing to advocate on behalf of the city of St. Pete. And I'll just keep it short so we can hear from our representative.
Great, thank you. And Doyle, would you like? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. So to both Congresswoman Castor and Luna's office, thank you both so much for your engagement in these community project funding. I know there's a lot of dynamics, but you both have been incredible. So thank you for all the work the staff has done, and if you could pass that along to your representatives.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. And we're extremely happy that we got a lot of funding requests that we sent in on both Castor's office and Luna's office. They were submitted requests that got funded, and it benefits all our citizens here in St. Petersburg. So we really appreciate getting money that goes to the federal level, coming back to the local level, always. And we will always take it. So thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Gabbard.
Quick question on the Congress Federal Bill Tracker. So the very last one on the list, the Farm Food and National Security Act. Can you speak specifically as to how that bill may affect us with our urban agriculture, our food deserts, the work that we are trying to do around food insecurity in an urban community? Can you speak a little bit about how that bill could be helpful if passed?
Yeah, so this is one of those, you have a divided Congress, so the House version of this bill looks very different than the Senate version of this bill. But the opportunities within that are largely around nutrition. So regardless of what ultimately get passed, there will be changes to the SNAP program and other food assistance programs, some potential opportunities for school meal expansion. And this is something, we've also spoken with our state representatives about making sure the money that gets funneled to the state also comes down all the way to us. And then from the urban agriculture department within the Department of Agriculture was first created in 2018. So we are just for 6 years. Wow, I guess they didn't reauthorize it on time. But we are just at the beginning of what that department looks like. So there are a lot of opportunities on what we can do to shape and inform what is going to happen in that space. And the last time Mayor was we were in Washington, D.C., we had the opportunity to meet with some of the Department of Agriculture folks. They were actually very impressed with some of the work that we are doing in St. Pete to make it a place where, from even a zoning perspective that urban agriculture farmers can work. So we're going to continue to make sure that the policy and the framing goes to support that. One of those is the lending for urban agriculture, because there really hasn't been an infrastructure for those types of farmers. They don't have capital to actually expand their operations. Same thing with minority farmers. So those are two I would highlight within that package.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate the update. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other committee members or council members? Well, Robert, they're letting you off easy. So now we go with our forward with our federal recap. First on the list I have is Savannah Sipsey. She's the Gulf Coast Regional Director for Senator Marco Rubio. Savannah, welcome to St. Pete.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. And so, yes, as the Senator's Regional Director for this area, I have the privilege of covering 9 counties for him, with Pinellas being one I get to spend a large amount of time in. So it's a blessing. But I've just put in some legislation that has been introduced this Congress that I felt applied to some of the priorities of St. Pete. And so some of the first things I wanted to cover was flooding and environmental issues. At the beginning of this year, the Senator introduced a Flood Risk Transparency for Home Buyers Act, as that is something that was actually brought to my attention in Citrus County late last year, regarding people not being aware that their home had previously been impacted. And so that's something huge that has not been required to be disclosed. And so hopefully we can get that passed. That would be a huge thing for everyone. And then also the flood insurance rate map interagency, that would require the input of multiple agencies to put in to the National Flood NFIP rate map. So that would be helpful to get more than one opinion. Additionally, I did want to share that the Senator last week sent quite a few letters to the President regarding Tropical Storm Hurricane Debbie, getting different emergency assistance down here. I know that wasn't necessarily as impactful for Pinellas, thankfully, but it was more so for Manatee and Sarasota counties that I cover. But then he's also, at the beginning of this year and late last year, sent letters along with Senator Scott pressing FEMA on the dwindling disaster relief fund. So it's something that's high on his mind, as especially we're in the midst of hurricane season. So that's really it I have for flooding and environmental. But housing, the Senators introduced several legislations regarding specifically Section 8 housing to help improve conditions and quality of living is something that the whole state has taken a priority in, and looked into several different housing complexes from Jacksonville, Miami, Tampa areas to hopefully get the quality of living back up to a livable standard. And so those are all listed there with some different initiatives from removing lead paint to temperature control. So please let me know if you have any questions on those. And then small business, the Senator is still on the Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship. He was the vice chair, or he was the chairman of it, in the 116th Congress back in the 2018 time period. And so he's still, active in that, and introduced some legislation to help small businesses get different loans and also keep the SBA assistance, away from China, as he's big on intelligence and foreign relations. And so those are some of his main focuses in protecting our local small businesses here in Florida. And then education, kind of going back to that SNAP conversation we were having earlier, he is hoping to modernize that, as Florida was unequivocally being unaccounted for as far as the spending they got. And based off the 2021 year, Florida accounted for 8% of SNAP recipients, but only was getting 2.6% of SNAP Ed funding. So he's hoping to bring the standards up to a more modern time frame, because it's still being based off of FY 2009. So that's something that's big on his mind, and making sure families are getting healthy and options that are sustainable for, learning and whatnot, and encouraging growth. And so that's a big one. And then just keeping China out of our school systems, keeping that away from, interfering with young minds is a huge priority of his. But that's all that I have to update y'all on. So.
Well, Savannah, thank you so much. We really appreciate Senator Rubio focusing on issues such as flooding and the environment and housing. Those are huge issues in our community, not just because it happens to be hurricane season. Hurricane season highlights it, But may we have sunny day flooding, and we want to make sure that flooding and insurance is a priority in Washington. My understanding is it's not one of the top issues that's talked about a lot, but you see more and more that more states are being affected by these severe storms. And we've been affected by severe storms for a long time, especially Vice Chair Gabbard's district and Councilmember Montanari's district deal with it a lot, and you hear them in a lot of committee meetings talking about the flooding issues. We get it in our districts too, not as much as there, but we get it throughout our city. So we want to make sure that that is a priority. And how do we ensure that our senators are focusing on flooding and insurance, for that matter, at the federal level? I mean, what are the things, and maybe you don't have to answer now, but you can let us know what are the things that we could be doing to ensure that this is a priority, because I'm sure you hear this not just from our county, everywhere else.
Yes, the whole, Gulf Coast of the state, I mean, even the eastern coast as well, is experiencing these issues. And I mean, you're seeing it in Polk County, you're seeing it in Orange County. So it's truly become an issue. And, keeping us aware of any asset you may have. I know I should have also mentioned in the environmental section that the senator still is working closely with the Army Corps and the rest of our wonderful legislation here on the beach renourishment issues and whatnot. And, I know the flooding can help erode that and whatnot, but, if there's any big projects like that y'all are looking for, we'll be glad to work with our legislation to make sure the community's taken care of.
Okay, I appreciate that. And, Robert, I don't know if you want to kind of just put it out there in terms of what your thoughts are on how we can champion these issues, given the fact that we have our reps here and having a meeting on the federal issues, kind of the flooding and insurance issues that are.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, we've got to do everything we can to continue to raise the profile of the issue in Washington, D.C. It's critical to so many people in Florida, but it's not at the top of the list in Congress right now, and that's the hard part. So we've got our work cut out for us collectively as a community, as a state, as a delegation, to really raise the profile of the issue. And that's hard to do. I mean, you're competing with every other, policy priority in Washington, D.C., but we really need strong champions, loud voices. We've discussed a little bit in our one-on-one about we will have a new Congress in next year. We should come out of the gate strong with whoever those new committee chairs, who are responsible for oversight on flood and FEMA. We should come out strong right in February and bring a gathering of local officials from not just different counties in Florida, but frankly different districts around the country. I mean, this is happening in Louisiana, this is happening up and down the East Coast, it's happening in Vermont, it's happening in, up and down the Mississippi River. And so this has become a critical national issue, but I'm being honest when I tell you it's not breaking through in the top 10 list of issues for the Congress to address. And so I mentioned, there's a possibility we would have a speaker who represents a coastal district in New York City. I mean, we've got to really take advantage of that and look forward to working with, and I know every one of our delegation understands this and is working harder on the issue. But as visible and as important it is down here, it has not necessarily translated to that top of the list in D.C., and that's where our work is cut out. We're working through all of our organizations. We're working through Florida League of Cities, National League of Cities. I think we just have to continue to find every avenue we have to elevate the issue, find those champions, and make as much noise about this as we can. So.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Committee members, Vice Chair Gabbard, and then Councilmember Driscoll.
So just one thing that I would kind of pull out on the flooding issue and specifically around, I think, action that Congress could take. So when Risk Rating 2.0 was done administratively a few years ago through the NFIP and FEMA, there was a piece that was around the mitigation. And, we are always encouraging our residents to mitigate where they can, especially as it pertains to taking advantage of the federal monies that exist to elevate your home. That was a much easier sell to people when, one, costs were lower, right? It's become incredibly expensive. But two, whenever there was a savings on the back end for their flood insurance premium. Now, due to risk rating 2.0, they're not recognizing those same level of savings when they go through all of the cost and all of the time and energy and hassle of mitigating and getting themselves up out of harm's way. That discount, which in some areas could have been upwards of 80–90% of a discount on their flood insurance policy, that is now not happening. FEMA is aware of this. The NFIP people are aware of this, and essentially that has fallen on deaf ears when that concern has been brought forward. So I'm looking at Congress as really they're going to have to be the catalyst for change on this particular issue, because in a coastal community, it does us no good to try to advocate for mitigation in these neighborhoods when there is no cost savings on the back end. So I would just ask for assistance on that particular issue. It could be kind of a standalone bill, it could be part of a package, but there needs to be some real highlight put around that. So just wanted to bring that up. And then you had mentioned about Senator Rubio's stance on small business. I had brought this up in our one-on-one, so I just wanted to kind of elevate protection of a 1099 status. We have a lot of small business here in our community. We encourage small business. We encourage entrepreneurship. 1099 status is very important to that. And there's been a lot of talk through the Department of Labor, Federal Trade Commission about reevaluating what 1099 status looks like. And so I would say do no harm when it comes to that. And if we could get our delegation to be champions around protecting that, I think that could go a long way for our small business community. So I just wanted to bring that up as well, because it's something we haven't really ever talked about before.
Well, thank you. I'll be sure to flag that as well for our team that handles that issue. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for being here today. I had a couple of questions for Savannah, and thank you for being here. It's great to see you.
It's a pleasure.
I was really happy to see that all of the legislation under housing in the summary that you sent to us is related to helping situations with those who have low incomes with their housing, and a lot of new requirements and upgrading the standards of housing around HUD and Section 8 recipients. This is important. I mean, there was just recently an article in the Tampa Bay Times about how in the state of Florida, landlords are required to provide units with heat, but not with air conditioning. And
it seems it should be the opposite.
Yeah,
right?
it really should. And so under the Safe Temperature Act, it looks like that could be addressed. And I appreciate that very much. And then, you know, these other pieces really talk about, you know, ensuring that everyone has a safe and comfortable place to live, and that's safe physically, but then also with the external environment and making sure that security is ensured as well.
Absolutely.
All of this together is really meaningful for many of our residents who are struggling and who are receiving that federal assistance for their housing. So I think we can agree that that's a priority for us as well. And anything, well, I'll just speak for myself, anything that I can do to help with that, I would be thrilled to see all of that moving forward.
Well, thank you. And if there ever is, you know, in any of y'all's districts, some housing that is of concern, we have, you know, championed and had, you know, the senator look into it and, you know, raise it to HUD as this is, you know, unacceptable. HUD funding should not be coming to this. And so it's a very passionate thing of all of our offices. So we want to be aware if there are situations, and, you know, the more awareness, the more legislation we can introduce that pertains to different issues. So
right,
we've seen quite a bit of, we'll just call it squalor, I mean, for all intents and purposes throughout
right.
the state. And so
right, we've made some really good progress on developing new affordable housing in our city, but we want to make sure that the housing that is that already exists
Yes.
is properly maintained.
Absolutely.
So, thank you for that. Another question that I have is regarding SNAP and modernizing that. I mean, that's music to my ears. There are so many people in the state of Florida who are eligible for SNAP but don't apply, either out of pride or because they don't know that they're eligible. And so, as you look at making improvements with this, and this becomes increasingly important, especially at a time when we have a governor who is rejecting federal funding for summer food programs and allowing children, forcing children to go hungry through the summer. We need better SNAP, period, you know? So I'm extremely supportive of that, and I hope that as this moves forward, you'll also be taking a look at that education as far as communicating it out to residents and making sure that people know that this is a benefit that they are eligible for, and that it's easy for them to apply. I know that was really tricky until the pandemic, and the pandemic really forced everyone to look at a better way to apply for SNAP. So you don't have to, if you live in Pinellas County, before that you would have to get on a bus and go to Clearwater to apply in person. And that was the only way you could get SNAP. So we've gotten better, but there's more work to be done, and I really look forward to seeing how that moves forward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff Fake Sanders.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Simpson, for your update. The only, I don't know if it's a question, well, it may be a question and with a combo statement on your Prepare Act, because small business is vital for us here locally. The one question I have is I appreciate the fact that it is allowing the opportunity for small businesses to protect their property from future disaster. But the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this is if they're still repairing themselves from a previous disaster. And so when we think about loans, immediately I go to credit score and them, you know, being out of business for such a long time and trying to repair from a prior occurrence. If we could find a way, and I don't know how successful or what the numbers look like with this particular program, but a lot of the smaller businesses, once they've gone through something as drastic, disaster-related as that, it takes a long time to rebuild. So a lot of other personal finances, a lot of other situations kind of hinder them from taking out any loans. Low interest, no interest, it still takes a lot for them to do that. So I'm hoping that when you look into this, that we can, and I don't know if grants would even be a consideration as far as the loans are concerned, but for those that are trying to protect from future disaster-related damage, I think looking at the prior steps that happen before a business owner can apply for these dollars, what that looks like for that small business. Because, you know, small business is just that, small business. Their revenues are very limited, you know, their resources are very limited. So I love that fact that they do have this option, but it's the steps prior to that caught my attention.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
And
All
I'm,
right.
you know, I'm not too sure. I am not a legislative person. I will be completely honest with that, but I can, you know, flag and see what we can find out of what the typical process looks like. I think this is more of a, you know, to prepare, to board up, that kind of thing.
It's more of a life jacket, and I appreciate that. But, you know, but again, there's businesses that really need it. They've gone through so much before they even get to this step. And what are those gaps? What does that look like that we can improve the process for them that would really benefit from this? And so that was just the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this as to how we can help them prepare for a loan. And when I saw the word loan, it's like, okay, by the time they get to apply for a whole nother loan for something else, I don't know what they went through as a small business owner to get to that particular point, because I'm sure they've exhausted all of the finances, their credit score, which is so important to so many people, has been challenged in this process. So, but I love that, and so thank you so much for that. But that was just a question and some of the things that came to my mind when I saw that.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you bringing that point to my attention too, and I'll be sure to look into that.
Thank you, Ms. Sips. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Real quick, Sam, on Senator Rubio's list is the beach renourishment, which I know Representative or Congresswoman Luna is very passionate about as well. And so I wanted to give you a chance to weigh in on that, because I know that she is fired up about that one. And I really admire the passion that she has put into that particular issue. Specifically as it relates to the Army Corps of Engineers. And so it is wonderful to have two members of Congress working on this who truly understand how important it is. So
Senator Scott is as well championing this issue, so I will give them
Oh,
credit
good.
as well. So
I do my time in DC. Last year, I spent many conversations with your staff up there. So obviously, we know beach renourishment is the hot topic. It's something we've been focusing on since she took office. She hit the ground running on that. I think we formed a strong coalition of beach mayors that have really come together. We sent 4 letters now to the Secretary Connor of the Army Corps, and it has been a battle, but it's something that she is more than passionate on. We've tried many times to kind of get the easements requirements dropped, because a lot of those owners on the beach, on the water, they don't want their properties to be worked on. They don't want to sign it for various reasons, and we're trying to work with that, because we understand that it's your property. You don't want to sign it, you don't have to sign it. But I think the Army Corps requiring to sign it and saying, hey, we're not going to do any work on your beach. And now what we've seen, we're in the midst of hurricane season. It takes one giant hurricane to completely wipe out our coast. That's it. And we almost got lucky 2 years ago in 2022 with Ian. That was headed right for us and it missed. So imagine if that did. And obviously many members previous to us haven't really pushed the Army Corps to tackle the easements, tackle beach renourishment as a whole. So we have done what we can do so far, but we're not going to give up on it. Obviously, with everything can happen with the elections. You can get different members come in and we can work with them, but we are going to stay hammering them until we can get those easements fixed. And we've even gotten 2 amendments in the Water Resource and Development Act. I just want to talk about one passed unanimously by voice that would just tackle the easements in general, just to lower the requirements of the easements. That passed unanimously in the House, and then we had one more amendment that did not pass on it, and then the bill ended up failing. So it's been a back and forth thing, but we will, every opportunity that we get to deal with beach renourishment, we're going to take. I know the Congresswoman sitting on natural resources. I think that is the plus for the community. I think anytime there's an issue that gets brought up to her attention, she goes right to the committee and she says, this is what people of Pinellas County care about. What can we do to get something done? So, and she's done that time and time again. So we'll keep on hammering away.
Yes, well, thank you for that. I mean, even though the beaches are not in St. Petersburg proper, we benefit from that too, not only as residents, I mean, that's where we go, but also, it is such an important part of tourism for all of us, because once our visitors get too much sun on the beach, they want to hop over to downtown St. Pete and enjoy our museums and our galleries, taking a baseball game, things like that. And so we are one community when it comes to caring for our beaches. So just really appreciate all that you've done for that and keep fighting the good fight.
Absolutely. And I would definitely want to extend, I know the Congresswoman definitely wants to extend an arm out to you all, to anything that you all think is a priority that we need to tackle with that, just keep us informed. Like I said, we have a strong coalition with all the mayors on the beaches, and we talk regularly. What are you hearing from the people? So obviously, like you said, we're not near the beach right now, but a lot of people in this community have properties on the beach, or, so we want to stay as involved as we can.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. So I know Councilmember Driscoll brought up the beaches, but I would like to give you an opportunity to talk about other issues that Representative Luna is working on. First, again, thank you for working with us on the community funding requests. We're very happy to see those come through, and we're looking forward for the next round to put in more community funding requests. So thank you again. And Samuel, tell us a little bit more about what's happening.
So obviously, first term Congresswoman Luna has, I always like to joke, taken DC by storm. So obviously tries everything she can, obviously being a member of the military. We have released now, our first bill was to bring awareness to sexual assault within the military. I think that is her priority, as that we've dropped 5 bills now dealing with human trafficking and sexual assault, going after predators. So that is something, as she is now a mother, so that's something she holds near and dear. And so we've really been trying to hit that very hard, as well as we sponsored a bill on right to try IVF. I know how important, I know that issue is a little touchy, but that is definitely, IVF is something she strongly supports, as in, sometimes that can be a heated topic, but that is a bill that we did sponsor, and that she will talk all day about that. So, so that's important. I know that we are proud that we did have 3 amendments passed within the NDAA for military, enhancing training for to have dive school brought into the combat controllers, and allowing former military members to be able to wear their medals out in public. I know, for certain occasions, sometimes military members aren't allowed to wear their pins. It's a whole big topic, so we definitely got that amendment passed. So we are hitting ground running on multiple different issues. So I try not to go too nitpicky, but I definitely welcome any questions that you guys have on anything that she's been working on. So
okay,
I can answer questions.
Well, thank you, Samuel. Any questions from anyone else? Okay. Well, with that, I would love to introduce Jameson Carnegie, the field rep for Representative Castor. First of all, thank you so much for the correspondence from Representative Castor. We all just got it today. I didn't get it any earlier, so some of us, we have not had a chance to review it, but we will review it, and we appreciate the update, the thorough update from Rep. Castor.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair Hanowitz, and thank you to all the council members being here as well, and also the city of St. Pete. It's awesome work with y'all all the time. I know y'all see our face and hear our name all the time, so we're always knocking on your door and bothering y'all. Of course, going around Short Acres and Riviera Bay, so it's awesome, to be here and kind of just touch on a few things that, we've worked on. I know we've touched on community project funding already, so in March, as Robert mentioned, Congress adopted the fiscal year 24 appropriation package, and in those we had 6 community projects, that were funded. So that was $1.5 million for the Enoch Davis Center, energy efficient improvements and pre-construction, $850,000 for the Sankofa development to bring much needed affordable housing to South St. Pete, 1.1 for PSTA to support the conversion of their bus fleet to clean energy, to clean electric buses, and St. Petersburg's pure gas power trim to electric vehicles. The we also got $81,000 for Pinellas County Urban League to update their technologies and increase reliable access to computers and boost their economy opportunities. $963,000 for USF St. Petersburg to disrupt human trafficking data project to 8 local law enforcements to support Florida's anti-human trafficking efforts, and then also an additional $936,000 for USF St. Petersburg's Coastal Resiliency Data Visualization Center, which is, to protect our beautiful natural environments and improve coastal resiliency through their research and science. So we were very excited about those in fiscal year 2024. And with this upcoming year for fiscal year 25, we also submitted some more in partnership with Mayor Welch and the city. And I'll just list those pretty quickly. So $2.5 million for PSCA's 34th Street corridor improvement to make those more energy efficient transportation improvements. $5.3 million for St. Petersburg Housing Authority's Ed White Senior Housing Redevelopment Project to bring 71 units of affordable housing for seniors. We're really excited about that one, and they're groundbreaking here coming up in a few weeks. $5 million for the MLK Street South Flooding Alleviation Project to address persistent flooding, which we've all seen, and definitely know the effects of that. $8.1 million for USF St. Pete's research vessel modernization and equipment upgrades for at Florida's Institute of Oceanography to enhance their scientific capacity to protect ocean resources. $1.5 million for the Seagrass Mitigation Bank in North Shore Park, and then $4 million for St. Petersburg College Smart Tech Industry 4.0 Lab to provide training and education for today's high-tech manufacturing workforce. So we really want to help them improve that pipeline with the semiconductors, photosynthesis, mechatronics, and automation and robotics. $1.3 million for the West Side Crescent Lake improvements to help improve the water quality of Crescent Lake, and then $4 million for the USF St. Petersburg's Veteran Workforce Support Center to support an energy efficient remodel of the aging facility. So that's what we're looking forward to for fiscal year 25. I know it's a pretty heavy load, but the Congresswoman, she's been doing this since 2006. So, she's excited. She's willing to, work hard, and she does that all the time. So she's excited to go up to Congress, go back and, fight for those appropriations. So we're super excited about that. And then, of course, we keep talking about clean energy and resilience. That's something big on her. She sits on the House of the the Committee of Energy and Commerce. She used to be the Select Committee Chair she used to be the chair of the Select Committee of Climate Crisis. So that's something really big and keen to her heart. So, as we have the Solar for All and Inflation Reduction Act and the new direct pay incentives, we've held three. We have our third one actually tonight from 5 to 8 with the Architect Institute of America in Tampa Bay. But earlier this year, we held, with Florida Solar Energy Industries Association, we convened for an education session at USF St. Pete to spread the word on the tax incentives and credits and provide real-world case studies. Sorry, I'm talking pretty fast. A little nervous.
You're fine. You're doing fine. Don't worry.
Real-world case studies local organizations that have gone solar and lowered their operating costs. We were joined by Pinellas County Schools, Pinellas County Urban League, Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, and the cities of Clearwater, Gulfport, and St. Petersburg. Other local nonprofits also took part in this, so to learn more about how they could benefit from all these tax incentives by having clean energy, making our area more resilient. So we also partner with Pinellas County Urban League to promote weatherization to assist neighbors who are looking to lower their monthly energy bills. With the weatherization assistance, $3.2 billion of that was boosted by the bipartisan infrastructure law, which $93.6 million of that came to Florida alone. So that's a pretty huge win for us. So we're excited about that as well. And then, of course, climate crisis is putting Florida workers and our tourism industry at risk. We have not only experienced Florida's hottest year on record, but for years, heat has been the leading cause of weather-related fatalities here in the United States. So nearly 500,000 Floridians working outdoor jobs, including farm workers and construction workers. The Congresswoman has done a good job of pressing the Occupational Safety Health Administration, or OSHA, to kind of finalize up some of their rules to protect those workers that are exposed to those extreme heat conditions. Even with our USPS fleet and their delivery trucks, they're excruciating. They're very, very hot. They only have those fans. So we're also working with them to kind of electrify those and bring better opportunities and protect them. And then even more with the clean energy, and I'll wrap it up here. We got two additional federal grants that we were happy to announce this year, which was the $250,000 for the NOAA Ocean-Based Climate Resiliency Accelerator, which Councilwoman Driscoll was there for that as well, with the St. Pete Innovation District, Tampa Bay Wave, and the University of South Florida for their Blue Tech Accelerator Initiative to help support entrepreneurs and energize the blue economy. Then also the $27.8 million from the Department of Transportation Low and No Emission Grant that went to PSTA. That helped to advance and replace all their diesel buses, which also noted is one of their largest competitive grants that they've received. So we were excited about that, to announce that with them too. So that's a lot what we're doing with the clean energy and resiliency. So I was trying to go through that pretty quickly. We got a lot, but this is 5 pages worth of.
Yes, you don't have to go through the whole thing.
So I'm not going to do that to all of us. But I know those are big topics that we were talking about as far as clean energy, and the Congresswoman. She's an environmental lawyer. That's something that she's very passionate about. She can name a bird just from looking at it. I don't know how, but that's her background. So she's very serious. That's something very important to her as well. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Jamison. It's very clear to us. Representative Castor has been such a great representative for our city and has been working so hard in getting things done. And you know, what is amazing to me is when I hear y'all speak about different priorities, you can see the bipartisanship that you can actually work on these issues, because I didn't just hear human trafficking from one of y'all, okay, or sustainability issues or caring about our environment, whether it's replenishing our beaches or our seagrass or supporting USF and the Oceanic Institute. So there are things that y'all can work on together that I think are going to benefit our community and have robust solutions to all the issues we have. So it's wonderful to hear when you do the federal recap, see how there are lines of that kind of blur together, and we can find hopefully some solutions. So thank you for that, and thank you for the recap. Chair Fig Sanders, and then Councilmember Driscoll, and Vice Chair Gabbard.
Thank you for all of the update, and there's no need for you to be nervous. You're amongst friends.
I know.
And family.
So much info to get through. So.
No, and we are very appreciative for the document. I don't have any questions other than for you to please relay to our Congresswoman how appreciative we are for everything that she does, and it is so obvious that she cares about St. Pete and that she cares about us here with the things that she's done. I love the fact of Enoch Davis Center, and PSTA was huge, and I was just so excited to see that those fundings that we've received for that, as well as the Urban League. A lot of these organizations make such an impact here locally for us, and to see her out in the community as much as she is, and to see you all out in the community as much as you are, please relate to her, play this tape, whatever it is that you need to do to thank her for her tireless work that she continues to do for us, especially here in the city of St. Petersburg. And this was a fantastic update. I'm definitely going to have to keep this safe so that I can go and refer to it when people ask, what does legislative support for the city of St. Petersburg looks like, and this is a perfect example for everything that she does. So again, thank her for us, and again, you're amongst family and friends, and you did a great job in your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jameson. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for that update. It really is quite an impressive list. Committee Chair Hanowitz made a great point about how, some of these items go beyond politics. It's an everybody thing. It's all of us who live, in St. Pete, in Pinellas, in Florida, who are so proud and want to protect what we love. One of those things, I wanted to bring up the Seagrass Mitigation Bank, because that's something that we talk about beach renourishment. This is like our Tampa Bay renourishment. It's very much needed. And, we've all read about the loss of seagrass that has been happening through various events. Something like this, the seagrass mitigation, it's not going to solve the whole problem, but just like with the beach renourishment, it's something we have to do. And in this case, it's absolutely vital for our ecosystem. So I hope we can count on all of your offices to really support that. It's something that's been worked on for a long time, and we could really use some help with that. Another thing that's marine related, just above that, is the funding for equipment and upgrades for the research vessels for the Florida Institute of Oceanography, which is actually a collaboration or a collective of about a dozen different higher education institutions. It just happens to be based here at the USF St. Petersburg campus. And last year, they welcomed their third research vessel, the Western Flyer, and more recently have added on a remote operated vehicle that can go out on that vessel and go deep, like where do work that you can't do just by diving. You know, I mean, it's just an incredible operation that they have there. And the types of work that they do are related to some of the things that your offices are interested in. So I know last year I spoke a lot with Senator Rubio's office about both the corals and that crisis that you know started there. Yeah, the coral bleaching crisis, and then also the rice as well crisis that's going on. And these are the folks that are working on those things. And so supporting the Florida Institute of Oceanography, which has operations in the Keys Marine Lab, on the corals and
Marine more locally. And
right. And they're just doing some incredible work that has direct connections to some of the other issues that are important to you. So I encourage you to learn more. I'm happy to get you connected, show you around. It's something I'm very passionate about, and everyone who knows me knows I could talk about this topic all day. So just an open invitation to have a conversation, meet me out there, and see some of the great things that are happening there and why this funding is so important. Same thing with the NOAA Ocean-Based Climate Resilience Accelerator Grant. I have to read it because I always forget what it all stands for. The funding that was received, that grant, that $250,000 that was granted was actually for step one. And so there will be another application for, so this is for like the planning and design. The next round would be for implementation. And so we'll need some help with that. And that'll be coming up, but they're making some really good progress on that right now. So exciting stuff happening there. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gabbard.
Thank you, and I will be brief. I just first wanted to say, Jameson, thank you so much on behalf of the residents of Riviera Bay. I think that we've, kind of shared, but I just want to make sure everyone is aware that on July 20th, the president and the vice president of Riviera Bay Neighborhood Association requested they started out just asking the mayor to come. They wanted him to come and tour homes that were in the middle of repair, talk about Riviera Bay specific issues. That kind of morphed into a multi-jurisdictional, bipartisan group, and Congresswoman Castor and you were there along with a couple of other staff members, and just having that opportunity for our residents to speak with their federal and their state delegation, along with myself and the mayor, in their front yards, backyards, in their homes, seeing what they're going through was incredibly powerful. And the residents felt so seen, heard, and understood, to the point of there was a conversation around an SBA loan, and that was on a Saturday, and on Monday, your office and Congresswoman Castor were reaching back out to that resident to give a response. And so I just wanted to thank you, because that is what good government looks like when it comes to the people and it is responsive in real time. And so I know that she understands the issues, she cares deeply about the issues, and so please send back to her, because I haven't had an opportunity to see her since, my heartfelt thanks and the thanks of the residents, because it really makes a difference in everything that is happening. People are devastated whenever they have these losses, and they feel so helpless, but to know that they're not alone makes all the difference. So I really want to thank you and thank her, so please share that with her whenever you get back to the office.
Yes, ma'am.
My last thing is that just kind of for everyone, we had talked about this with infrastructure funding, Reduction Act, all of those very large bills and all of that very large sum of money that quite rightfully has come to the region, but maybe hasn't made its way so much to St. Petersburg. So I kind of wanted just to put a little bit of an emphasis around that. Yes, we're very grateful when those dollars come to a region, especially from my point of view as a member of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. It's very important that the region is getting those dollars. But we are doing a really great job of building up our grants team, working with our lobbyists, making sure that we are really putting our best foot forward on those dollars. And quite frankly, Tampa's been getting a large sum of it, right? And so we want to make sure that we are not forgotten when it comes to those sort of funding pieces and any future funding that may come down as well. So I just kind of wanted to highlight that and just ask, on behalf of the residents that we all serve, don't forget St. Pete. The region is great, but St. Petersburg really, in some of these ways, is on the cutting edge of being able to take care of the issues that this funding addresses. And so we need your support. The residents of St. Petersburg that your representatives represent, they need your support. So really just wanted to highlight that for us today as kind of my last comments, and then thank all of you and the representatives and the senator for the work that they do on behalf of our residents. Thank you all so much for being here.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, do you mind if I?
No, absolutely. Go right ahead.
And to your point of Tampa Bay getting a lot of the funding, and I think that's one big thing that the Congresswoman has made a point. I think Doyle and David can talk about it. Our team have had like extensive conversations with we know we have a lot of funding over here in Tampa. Let's push it down to St. Pete. Yeah. So that's a big thing that we've talked about with them. I'm always bothering David hey, have you guys applied to this grant? Have you guys done that? Or they're asking us back and forth. So I think we're streamlining that communication between both offices to make sure we'll help them bring some more funding over here from our level as well. So just
Great
make
news.
sure.
Yeah, David?
And just briefly, I want to let all the representatives speak first, but there are a few things that we do from the government affairs side interactions that aren't necessarily bills at high level, and I just want to recognize, particularly because they're on the legislative agenda that we talked about. One of those from Senator Rubio is the expansion or the re-expansion of the child tax credit. This is something we've talked about, poverty reduction in our community, and the child tax credit is the biggest reduction in child poverty in decades. Mayor Welch sent a letter to Senator Rubio and the delegation highlighting that, and that's something Senator Rubio has indicated he's supportive of, is going to continue working on. I also want to know with Congresswoman Luna's office, their work on mental health for our first responders. And we had the opportunity to meet and discuss that as well. And then I have to call Congresswoman Castor the grants queen. There's not a letter that we have asked for support on these grants, no matter what the turnaround time is, that their office hasn't been responsive on. And both Congresswoman Luna and Congresswoman Castor, when Mayor Welch sent a letter with all the mayors in Pinellas County on these flooding issues, both of their offices provided support of quotes and amplification of that. So we really appreciate some of the smaller things that happen day to day, but they do make a difference in the lives of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I'm glad, first of all, Vice Chair Gabbard, that you mentioned the region and Tampa and St. Pete. Here's what people forget: we are within the top 5 largest cities in the state. Tampa and St. Pete are within those large 5. So we're right next to each other, and we're pretty much huge cities, compared to the rest of the state, but somehow, sometimes, we kind of get forgotten. And I think it's important to remember that, St. Pete is not only a large city, it's growing. It's growing by leaps and bounds. And so, and then you put that in context, which is we are, the 3rd largest state in terms of population in the United States. So that always kind of, to me, reminds me how much of an impact that we have in our city on these issues that we talk about, whether it's the environment, and seagrass, and making sure the beaches are nourished. We're advocating for a very large city for issues that honestly are throughout the state. These are the same issues that you hear about. So I really appreciate the partnerships that we have. I will also tell you one of the things that these meetings highlight is we're here for you because we can tell you on the ground what the issues are that are important and how you can help. And they'll probably align with your priorities. And, and you can fight for.
This year, when the guidance officially came out to when those requests were due, it should be no surprise to us that that process is going to happen again. It's going to be chaotic again with a new Congress, but it doesn't mean we can't have and as we've done in the past, work collectively, mayor to council, council to mayor, and then collectively with the federal delegation to be well ahead that process moving into the new Congress in January. But those discussions should be this fall. So look forward to that process kicking off again, and welcome any guidance that's in advance. I know we never have the formal subcommittee guidance until like the end of January, but we know it's going to be there. So that's my reminder.
That's a wonderful contrast, because some things take a very long time, but community funding requests, we can get money quickly.
Plan ahead.
Plan ahead.
So that's a very good contrast to something that could be done quicker and see the results much faster. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments by committee members? Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. I think this is a very important meeting to kind of give the residents and us an update as to what has happened at the federal level, and to see ways that we can work together to find more solutions for our citizens. And Robert, thank you for coming from DC to spend time with us, meeting with us one-on-one. Administration, thank you for your hard work and making sure that we are tackling every grant and every source of funding that we can get here that is very much needed. With that said, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out.
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity.
Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward. Methodically, the intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses.
We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door.
In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love.
Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand upon a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3.
We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the City of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, and some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
St. Pete, it's that time of year. Hurricane season has officially begun from now until November 30th. Now, we all know hurricane preparedness is a part of life here in St. Pete, and the best time to prepare for a hurricane is before there's one approaching. So let's all take the necessary steps together to proactively prepare for this year's season. And here are a few tips. Sign up to receive emergency notifications with Alert Pinellas. Know your evacuation zone. Review Pinellas County's Hurricane Guide. Avoid the lines and fill your sandbags now. Follow @StPeteFL and @Mayor Ken Welch on social media. More tips can be found at stpete.org/hurricane. Your safety is always a top priority. When emergencies arise, we need to work together. We are St. Pete.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership. And my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained. And that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we call the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new history center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. You don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life. And then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights. And they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with this course, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing, and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing, where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year
in
for
St. Pete
us.
when you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruth, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates. The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine and then it verticalizes it. So it takes up less space, you can kind of stand more compact and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thank you for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Me Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know. Although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, hey, come in for an interview.
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do it.
Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. You know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
District 7 is located along its north end on 5th Avenue North, all the way down to 54th Avenue South, from as far west as 58th Street to 16th Street South on the east. I'm Brother John Muhammad, your council member for District 7. We're standing in one of my favorite spots in the district, Clam Bayou Preserve. This nature preserve is a great destination for anyone looking to escape the buzz of city life. The park offers walking and biking trails and a launching spot for kayakers and paddleboarders. It's easy to stay active and outdoors around here. District 7 is also home to the Thomas Jet Jackson Rec Center, Genie Hall Pool, and the Child's Park Recreation Center, where you can spot one of our most recognizable landmarks in the district, the Dream Big, Be Big mural. If those destinations weren't enough, we also have the Skyway Trail and the Pinellas Trail, offering car-free mobility throughout the district and connecting to other parts of the city of St. Petersburg. If history and culture is what you seek, then this district is also rich with options. From the Dr. Carter G. Woodson African American Museum, a stroll along the African American Heritage Trail, or a visit to the historic Manhattan Casino. Our local businesses shine in the district. Local shops and good food can be found throughout, including the Deuces Live Main Street and the 16th Street Business District. District 7's locations within St. Pete is also close proximity to just about everything, whether you're looking for access to downtown or the waterfront on the east, or the Gulf beaches to the west. There's a lot that I can say about what I love about representing this district, but what it really comes down to is the people who live here, the people who work here, and the rich history of resilience, all due to a community that has overcome barriers to progress time and time again.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. I had an art studio. It was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling, saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Well, today was a groundbreaking for a really exciting project. It's 10 affordable townhomes
right here in the shadow of Tropicana Field on 16th Street that will be affordable to folks making 80% AMI, which is about $19 or $20 an hour. And it's a great partnership. It's an example of what can happen when we're intentional about affordable housing, when we partner with the private sector like Habitat for Humanity, who's a part of this project and other projects not too far from here. And there's more to come, so it's an exciting day for us. You're looking at 10 families who have the opportunity of home ownership and that generational wealth building that creates. Folks would not have had that opportunity but for this partnership and for the great work of our St. Petersburg team, including Rob Gertis and so many other folks on our team. It's an exciting day. Everyone knows the price of housing has escalated quickly, not only in St. Petersburg, but throughout the nation. And one of the things that's important to us is that our progress is inclusive, that folks aren't left behind by the progress that we're seeing. We can all move forward together, and that's our priority. And there will be many more of these kinds of projects coming forward. All right.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Vice Chair Copley Gertis, District 2 Brandy Gabbard, District 3 Ed Montanari, District 4 Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 and Council Chair Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, John Muhammad, and District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now call to order our August 15th, 2024 City Council meeting, beginning with the roll call, please.
Floyd, Gertis,
Here.
Gabbard, here. Montanari, Hanowitz,
here.
Fig Sanders,
here.
Driscoll, Muhammad.
Here. Thank you. Today, we are blessed to have our invocation given by the elder Dr. G. Greg Murray, who is the pastor of Mount Zion Primitive Baptist Church. Following that, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance, so will everyone join me in standing.
Let us pray. Dear God, I come to you this afternoon with a humble heart and a righteous determination. Thank you, dear God, for one more day. God, I'm asking you for your divine direction for my life. I'm asking you for those who seek out your love and your light, that you unite us all under the umbrella of your divine will and under your blessed hope for all of us. I humbly ask your blessings over our honorable mayor, my brother and my friend Ken Welch, and his leadership. I humbly ask your blessings for our city council's chair, my sister and my friend, Deborah Fig Sanders, and her leadership. God, we humbly ask your blessings and your guidance over this city council and the work they do for the residents of St. Petersburg. I humbly ask your blessings over this city and all of its residents. I pray for every faith leader throughout our city, every synagogue, every mosque, and every church. Please, dear God, guide us through these turbulent times. Guide us toward even greater economic development and opportunities for everyone. Show us the way to even more affordable housing, strengthen our local businesses, and lead us toward an even healthier St. Pete. Protect our youth and our seniors and everyone in between. God, bless the work that will be done here today. Empower us to be all that you have created us to be. It is in the name of Jesus that I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Murray, thank you so much for those words.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much. Council members, we have an agenda before us today with a request to add item F10, a time change resolution for our September 5th council meeting, and I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Now that we have a motion and a second, can you please open the machine for voting? Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Montanari being absent.
Thank you. Council members, we have a consent agenda before us. Do we have any public comment?
Madam Chair, we do not.
We do not. With that, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, can you please enter your votes? Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Montanari being absent.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to open forum. Can you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individuals wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you're speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments, or when you have reached the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments. The requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comments is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comments by alternate means, including by email only. And Madam Chair, we do have some speakers. The first two speakers is David Ramsey and Andrea Hosley. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Good afternoon. My name is David Ramsey. My address is 1460 Serene Way South, St. Petersburg. I've been a 50-plus year resident of the city of St. Petersburg. I love the arts, and I love St. Petersburg. I've been a volunteer, a board member, officer, and a supporter of many St. Pete art organizations, including the City of St. Petersburg Art Commission, which I've joined Gino on. And I came to the St. Pete in the early 70s. I have a master's of public administration, and I served as assistant city manager in Gulfport and ultimately a city manager in Treasure Island, and then spent 40 years in financial advising, retiring from Raymond James after 20 years of service. I think I understand city government, and I definitely understand finance. And since the 1990s, I have witnessed how the arts organizations in St. Petersburg have created a really distinct vibe, vitality, and an energy. The energy has created a huge attraction of people, residences and businesses in downtown, and all that growth has helped increase downtown St. Pete's property value. That in turn increased the city of St. Petersburg's property tax revenue. And today the arts continue to do that. They generate huge amounts of funds because of all the people that are coming because of our culture. Today, there is a crisis among the arts organizations. The loss of the annual state funding has created, in some cases, dire problems with some of our arts organizations. It threatens their survival and really has become a huge problem. Now, as council that has all kinds of different things to think about, look at this in another way. Suppose Tropicana Field had a problem. Let's say, obviously, it's the cornerstone and a landmark we value highly, but suppose, and this is obviously a supposition, a big sinkhole appeared in the outfield. It's not funny, it's actually serious. It jeopardizes the entire building and whatever goes on there. Without question, the council and the city would act as fast and as prudent as they could, but they would have to spend a lot of money to do it. So without question, that is an asset you want to protect. Well, I'm here because the arts are an asset you need to protect too. And for that, I really would like to have your cooperation and support for an emergency funding for the arts, and also a continuing funding, which you'll hear from the St. Pete Art Alliance. If nothing else, this is something that doesn't happen often, but your city has been the beneficiary of all of this generosity from the arts.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrita Hosey, and I live at 515 46th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, and I am a proud former arts educator with the Pinellas County School System. I'm here today to appeal to you, sorry, broke too loud, there's the theater coming up, to appeal to you to provide for the arts for our community. And why is the art so important? Because it creates creativity, motor skills, creative thinking, cultural awareness, self-expression, social-emotional being, and it provides our city with an aesthetic that helps everybody grow. And so I'm up here today to appeal to you on the parts of the Arts Alliance and all of the arts educators to please provide funding for the arts. Thank you so much, and thank you for what you already did.
The next two speakers is Tony Armour and John Whitner.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Armour. I live at 1857 Clearbrook Drive, Clearwater, Florida, and I am the founder of the Sunscreen Film Festival here in St. Pete, now going into our 20th year. Some people know me as well because I was the Pinellas County Film Commissioner from 2014 until the beginning of 2023, and I'm currently the head of production for talent, entertainment, finance. And like these other good people in the arts community, I just want to advocate for that funding for the arts that we've lost due to the state of Florida cutting that arts funding. The 1% back that has been proposed, really just like throw my support behind that. The Sunscreen Film Festival, like I mentioned, going into its 20th year this year, has had an over $40 million economic impact on the area. Has brought in thousands of hotel room nights over the years, has brought people in from all over the world to visit the great city of St. Petersburg, and a lot of that has turned into people moving here, buying businesses, and then coming back and actually filming, creating film and television shows based here in St. Petersburg and the area. And so the arts don't just provide the ancillary benefits of beautifying the city and providing that great cultural experience, but there's a great tourism and economic benefit as well that is provided. And I think sometimes film is one of those arts that maybe gets forgotten a little bit and thought of as just something big in Hollywood, but at the same time, it's very grassroots and very grounded here in St. Pete and has become a part of the fabric of the city over the years. And so, again, just wanted to throw our support behind the initiative for more funding for the arts and that 1% advocating for the arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is John Whitner. I'm the founder of KW Commercial Tampa Bay and KW Developer Services at 360 Central Avenue. I have also been a great lover of St. Pete throughout my life. Growing up in Tampa with all my cousins living in St. Pete, I visited about every other weekend and have established all of our businesses and soon will live in St. Pete. What I have seen is that the arts and culture are the magic element that makes St. Pete the place that people want to be and make the residents the proudest group of people that I've ever encountered. We see this with very direct evidence. Me being in the real estate business, I can tell you the price increases for property or lease rates have more than doubled in the Arts District and throughout St. Pete and all the better places. And that is a direct result of the impact of having so many fine institutions as well as individual and small group artists all around this city. There's a reason why we were selected best mid-size art city to visit a couple of years ago. We have incredible big city facilities. We need to keep our advantage and we need to flex our advantage. I have talked to several mayors in the past who have told me without any hesitation the very best and most impactful investment that we have ever made is in the arts. We get the biggest return, and that is why people are coming from Miami looking for property, from San Francisco, New York, Texas, you name it. They can't find it. They recognize what we have. The arts is the common element that makes it so special and creates our culture and the feeling and desire of inclusion that is so pervasive in St. Pete and so unique. So I am asking you to please strongly consider not only the city 1% of budget, but also to take a strong look at the development code so that we can make sure to fund permanent art on new developments as well as the individual artists locally, not just for the big sculptures, but for the little guys that work over at the factory that are trying to make their way and become the next great St. Pete artists. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next two speakers is Sean Kennedy and Christy Bruner. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Hi, good afternoon. Ooh. My name is Christy Bruner, Vice President of Advocacy with the St. Pete Chamber, 100 2nd Ave North. In light of the recent arts funding cuts throughout the state, including close to $2 million just for city arts and culture grant programming, we realize what a detrimental impact this can have on not only the St. Pete vibe of readily available live performances, public art installations, and education opportunities, but also how it affects our community economically. The Chamber has advocated for some non-traditional Chamber issues over the past few years, including attainable and affordable employee housing, resiliency efforts, early learning initiatives, and yes, arts and culture. We realize that all these aspects contribute to the quality of life for our residents, our visitors, our employers, and our employees. We need to pay our arts employees, artists, and makers fairly so that they can afford to live here, and they can in turn afford to support our other local businesses that keep our economy moving. The youth in our community need to have exposure to arts, not only to give them awareness of new ways to express themselves and learn about the world around them, but also because it has been proven that children who have a robust arts education score better on standardized tests and go on to succeed in arts and in life. St. Pete is not the only city that prioritizes arts. We recently visited Austin on a benchmarking trip, then learned about how that city commits sustainable funding to help keep Austin weird. The city of Austin provides, for an example, $13 million through their Thrive and Elevate grant program. St. Pete needs to keep pace as we grow to remain the city of the arts, as we joyfully proclaim. The St. Petersburg Chamber encourages the city to continue funding the arts program and, if possible, increase that funding to ensure that current programming, jobs, and opportunities are not at risk. Thank you for consideration, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sean Kennedy, 1759 Massachusetts Avenue. I'm here on behalf of Creative Clay, a small local nonprofit that will be celebrating our 30th anniversary next year. I want to add to the chorus of people asking you to consider greater funding for the arts, especially when you look at nonprofits. Sure, there's amazing economic development impact from the arts, tourism impact, but also, small nonprofits are filling in some of the gaps that result from cuts in education funding and elsewhere. Creative Clay has a program with Pinellas County Schools to support the folks transitioning out of the school system who are not quite ready to live on their own, but they get a great arts education and a great jobs education. We get them hired, we get them to make art and sell art. We were impacted almost 10% of our budget by the cuts in funding from the governor. And we are desperate to make it up, as are many small nonprofits in this community. I hope you'll consider us and consider the multiplicity of impacts that are felt throughout the city from nonprofits like Creative Clay that work in the arts and work alongside many of the folks you're going to hear from today. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. The last two speakers is John Shaw and Alex Kaufman.
Hello, my name is John Shaw, and I reside at 4945 2nd Avenue North in St. Petersburg. For the past 28 years, I have served as the principal percussionist in the Florida Orchestra and have been a resident of St. Petersburg for 22 years. I'm in here on behalf of the orchestra to support Council Member Gina Driscoll's proposal that the city allocate no less than 1% of the annual budget to support the arts in St. Petersburg. Perhaps more than any other facet of a city's makeup, its commitment to the arts is what makes it a desirable and fulfilling place to call home. The Florida Orchestra, rooted in St. Petersburg, is the largest professional orchestra in the state and one of the best in the entire country. From my vantage point as a performer, I see firsthand the impact we have on the population of our great city and the nourishment of its collective soul. I see the impact we have on the legions of school children through live performances and educational outreach training for their teachers. In addition, free programs such as our Vinoy Park concerts reach tens of thousands of citizens each year. I was personally very proud that the Florida Orchestra found a way to bring the healing power of music to the city during the pandemic recovery, and was amazed at how therapeutic it was for our audiences. People were longing for a restored sense of togetherness and meaning in a bleak time, and we managed to give them that through in-person and live-streamed concerts. St. Petersburg's orchestra gave more live performances that year than any other in the country, and it was one of the greatest gifts and healing aids that a city could give its residents. I'm very proud of that, and the city of St. Petersburg should be proud of that. The Florida Orchestra is the largest arts employer in the Tampa Bay area, with close to 100 musicians and staff members combined, most of whom choose to call St. Petersburg home. This city is essential to us, and we are essential to St. Petersburg. We have a wonderful symbiotic relationship. We could not have the impact that we do without the support of our patrons, donors, and community at large. This is why ideas such as 1% for the arts are so critical to the economic and emotional well-being of St. Petersburg. On behalf of one of the best orchestras in America, your own Florida Orchestra, I ask for your support for this wonderful initiative. Thank you for all the work you do for our great city.
Alex Kaufman, 940 Granville Court North, St. Petersburg. Hello, my name is Alex Kaufman, and I am an artist in St. Pete. I'm a lifelong Floridian from Fort Lauderdale, and I've lived here for the past 12 years. I currently work at MJ Sculpture Studio at the Nonprofits Arts Exchange, which was founded by passionate individuals with the goals of creating a sustainable arts community void of a strictly money-driven bottom line. I'm the lead designer at MGA, working with 8 full-time artists that are employed through this arts business. Everyone at the studio is under 40 in the beginning of their arts career. Together, we have contributed to the artistic landscape of the city, whether it was the Braun Dolphins at the Sundial, the First Flight sculpture at the pier, or the gladiolus blossom in front of the police station. I deeply love this artistic community and am amazed at the depth of talent and quality of the people here. I didn't move here as an artist. I was a college graduate with an engineering degree that liked the warm weather, good vibes, and cheap rent. I won't get into the long story, but through Art Walk, a free art event, I ended up working at MGA Sculpture Studio as a designer. 8 years later, and the studio is making around $500,000 of high-end sculpture, allowing it to pay young artists a living wage and learn about the making of public art. We buy local metal, hire local engineers, with most of the money going back into the community in some way. Today, I give tours for Art Walk. I talk to 100 people in a night about art and life. I see old friends and make new ones. I welcome people that just move here and tell them the places they need to see now that they are local. Once a month, I give back to the arts community that has given me so much. I am forever indebted to the city, but I could not have had the same story today with the cost of living and general lack of money in the arts community. Funding the arts and arts programs, investing in it and growing it, not allowing it to be beholden to economics and money and developers, these are the things that will keep the artists, such as the ones working at MGA, here to stay. Once again, St. Pete is going to be my final stop in Florida. If you'd asked me a few years ago, I would have told you I'll never leave. But that is not exactly how I feel today. What we have today is unsustainable in the arts. To be honest, I find myself traveling more and more to other art cities because I know this place will not feel like home anymore soon at the rate it's currently going. Santa Fe, Asheville, Boulder, these are some of the places I'm currently looking at to give the prime years of my life to. They won't have all the things I like about here, but they will have a community that is more dedicated to the arts financially. It is sad for me to think of St. Pete in this way, the city that has molded me into who I am today and given me so much, but the harsh truth is that I'm not beholden to the city in any way except my love for the community. I personally believe that this funding of the arts is paramount to keeping the culture of the city. I do hope City Council considers the budget change to try and keep the community here and support and help grow the livelihoods that so many people love and cherish about St. Pete. If the city makes no changes to the current structure, makes no investment in the arts, I am just one example of the types of people that will soon leave, and St. Pete will be a pretty place, barren of the people that help make it so. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, no more speakers, and no one in Zoom as well.
No one on Zoom. Thank you so much for that. Next, we will now close open forum, and we will take up item F1, St. Petersburg Police Department Quarterly Report, and joining us is our own Police Chief, Chief Anthony Holloway.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council members.
Good afternoon.
Going to be the quarter report, our second quarter for this year. First thing I want to report that crime is still continuing to trend downward slightly, but it is still going downward. Our 3-year average now is about 3%. A homicide for this year to date, last year we had 10. This time this quarter we're at 10 again. The 7 homicides that you see there now are 2 are related to argument, 1 drug, 1 accidental, and 3 domestic. And also, as you can see, they're all closed. All the homicide in 2024 have been closed with an arrest. Our GRIT team, Madam Chair, last month you highlighted that, the grant that we received. Our GRIT team is still doing great investigation, and just to remind council what this is anytime we hear a shots fired call, we will respond officers to that scene. If we can collect some type of evidence, shell casing, we will then take those shell casing and compare them to other shell casings we have found throughout the city so we can possibly link them to other crime. And as you can see, the case closure to those is up. And again, anytime we hear those shots fired call, we do respond to them. Stolen guns, I'm here to report something that I thought I would never report. As you can see, they're going down. But also what I want to report to is, believe it or not, this quarter, and ready for this, we had 101 guns turned into us. people actually brought their guns in and said, here you are. So, and that ranges from handguns up to rifles. I was shocked that we did it again twice just to make sure, but that says a lot about people hearing what we're saying and being responsible gun owners by turning in their guns that they're not using anymore. Our crime offenses are, as you can see, they're up just a little. The robberies are up, but I can tell you now they're going to close. That's what I was telling Counselor about a couple of months ago. We're having a group come into the downtown corridor, and they were stealing cell phones because the cell phones had people credit cards. We're actually able to arrest 2 guys from out of the Miami area. So we're looking at possibly linking them to all the stolen phones and credit cards that were used in our city. It also relates back to the arrest that you can see there. Traffic stats, you can see we're pretty busy out there, and this is a good time for me to remind everybody school's back in, so is the traffic team, so slow down and make sure you watch out for our kids. Second Chance program, you're going to see those asterisks there because during the month of April, May, and June, the Department of Juvenile Justice, their computers were down, so we weren't able to put any of our kids into the Second Chance program, but we did monitor them during that period of time. These are the kids that we're still monitoring that are going through our juvenile diversion program with the Sheriff's Office. The PATH unit is still making contact with our homeless and unhoused citizens in the city. Use of force for the past 3 months. And there was a complaint, none of those complaints are related to use of force. Our call program is still going quite strong. We're still receiving phone calls throughout the nation, people asking us about our call program. The biggest thing I want to highlight in this is bullet 3. We're now at 90% of the calls are not being responded to by law enforcement. The navigators are responding to them without us. Also, the call team received a grant from the NFL for $450,000. That will also give another juvenile specialist to this program so we can work more with our children. And thanks to the mayor and the citizens, we also received another grant for $1 million that we're going to be adding on to the call program that we're not going to call them navigators anymore. The kids helped us out. We're going to start calling them life coaches so that the kids that are going through issues, that they'll have a coach that will assist them through that. Thanks to Lisa Willa-Bowman that we're going to be able to talk to the child, talk to the family, and try to figure out what can we do to break these cycles, because we have to do that. We have to start with our youth, not wait 3 or 4 months down the road when they're trying to wait for their court proceeding, but 3 or 4 days trying to get these children the help that they need. And with that, I'll open up for any questions.
Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief, for your presentation. I have a question on, in your crime offenses PowerPoint slide, you have robbery, burglary, breaking and entering, and motor vehicle theft listed, but the crime arrests actually has also theft from motor vehicle included. Are you gonna be including in crime offenses the theft from motor vehicle? It doesn't match. So if you go to the next slide, those are the arrests. So we have 4 different categories.
We'll add them in there, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what the numbers are in terms of the offenses and then the arrests, because they don't, yeah.
We will get that done, ma'am, sorry.
Thank you. And then the other question I had, in terms of PATH, the number of referrals has gone down from last year. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So that also could be related to Ms. Foster's team, because we have 2 teams that are out there. Not only we have our PATH team working out there, but you have Ms. Foster and her team that are out there. So they're also working with us hand in hand. So they may be doing some referrals that the officers are not following up on already.
Okay, and maybe she or her could just clarify that, make sure that's what's happening with those numbers. It was a significant kind of change, even though I know that it's growing and it's handling more.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, thanks for the update. Always good to see you. I know we're on the east side, Chief.
I understand that, sir.
I think usually we get an update on Park Walk and Talk. and I didn't, it wasn't included in this presentation. If somebody from the team or you could email an update just on how that went and the map of Park Walk and Talk, I'd just be interested in it.
I can get that to you. We're trying to make sure we,
I appreciate that. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Chief.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you, Chief. Thank you for the update. I've noticed, I'll start off with the good news. I've noticed not as many people panhandling at intersections anymore. I don't know if you all have stepped up enforcement of our panhandling ordinance, or, but I'm glad to see that. There was people like when you're getting on and off the interstate, you'd see a lot of panhandlers out there. So are you all doing more enforcement in that area?
just have to give credit where credit due. The officers are out there educating people more on the ordinance, but also remember this time of the year. It's hot out there, so as we move toward the fall season, we'll make sure we continue to do that enforcement.
Okay, all right. Good. Well, the other observation I have is I see a lot of people sleeping in public.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Sleeping in public?
Yes, sir.
On my way from my home to City Hall, I see a lot of people, well, not a lot, I see quite a few people sleeping on park benches up and down 4th Street. And then when I go to church on Sunday morning, I go down 4th Street to 1st Avenue North, and between 4th Street and 16th Street, there's just a lot of people sleeping outdoors. And can you talk a little bit about our enforcement, how we're doing that, and is the PATH team getting involved with those situations?
Yes, sir. The PATH team is involved with that, but remember the ordinance is from a certain time of the day that people cannot sleep, and most of that is at nighttime and private property. So if the officers are seeing a violation and they can see something that they can enforce, they will enforce. If it's something that they cannot enforce, right now there's nothing that we could do with that. I can put you more offline to have the PATH team and look exactly where you're talking about to see if we do need to put a trespass at that location. Is it on public or private property? So we can make sure we stay within the law enforcing these.
Okay. Yeah, what I'm seeing is over since your last report, you know, and it's recurring. So it's just not a good look for our city, and it's something that we need to address to make sure that the people that don't have a place to stay know that we have services and we have people here in the city to find them places to stay so that they're not sleeping out there on the street.
And again, if they're violating that law, we will enforce it. We handle it. And again, we have a great partnership with other city departments here, and we will put people on notice. But again, if they're not violating the law, we're going to kind of be stuck on what we can and cannot do.
Okay. I may give you a call offline and tell you a little more specific, a few more specifics on where I'm seeing people.
And I'll be happy, sir, to have our PATH team go out and look at those locations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the report and for all the progress that you're making in these areas. I'm glad that Vice Chair Curtis brought up the Park Walk and Talk. That's always one of my favorite things to look at because it's such a true reflection of the community engagement that the police department prioritizes. So I'm looking forward to seeing that information and the map. Have you had, regarding the new law regarding the sleeping in public, have you had people asking you questions about it? Is there anything you can share with us as far as how we're adapting? I know that we're pretty much compliant with it already, but I know a lot of people have questions about why is this still happening? Why is that still happening? Are you getting those questions as well? And if so, are there some easy ways that you can explain what's okay now and what's not regarding the new law?
Sure, and thank you. It's very confusing, and we have
It is.
pamphlets out there. We have a task force meeting where all the agencies in Pinellas County, we meet together to make sure we're on the same sheet of music. I think everybody gets confused. The law that came out, it says no sleeping, but there's a time limit restraint to that. So when people say, well, they're sleeping in the park at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, well, the law doesn't say that. The law says at night or a certain time. And our parks are different times. Some parks close at 6 o'clock, some parks close at 10 o'clock. So we have to go by those guidelines. So if a park closes at 10 o'clock at night, so from 10 o'clock at night until sunrise, no one can sleep in that park. But at 8 o'clock in the morning, they could be sleeping there. So that's where the misconception is there. So we keep trying to educate business owners on that. But it's just, again, as they call in, the PATH team and the officers go out there. We've got a lot of information on our marketing department. So people just need to be made aware of it. Again, just because someone's unhoused and they're sleeping at a certain time of the day, call us. We'll be more than happy to educate you on that. And we'll do the best we can to continue to give our unhoused people, give them the information so that they know there's a lot of facilities here in the Pinellas County area that will be willing to help them.
All right. Thank you. And finally, it's been a while since you've included your report and update on the number of residents or businesses who have registered for the Eagle Eye program. And, that's something that I'm always interested in. And so I'm wondering if that's something that's still being promoted. And, we all know how helpful that can be when it comes to identifying the bad guys. So what's the latest on that? Because it just feels like it's been kind of deprioritized.
It's still there, ma'am. And again, I'll be more than happy to add these slides back into the presentation. But I'll take more time, and I have no problem sending it to you. Or I can send it to you prior to our quarterly report. So if you have questions, you can see it that direction. So whatever the chair and the council want, I'll be more than happy to put more of the slides back into the presentation.
Okay, we just want to see you longer, that's all.
Okay.
No, it's such a great program, and I hope that the CSOs are still talking about it during neighborhood meetings and encouraging people to sign up, because it's just a great way to help our police department.
And I'll add on, it is a great program because when I told you about those closures, they work well, because I can tell you the first thing that happens whenever there's a shooting or a crime in our community, the first thing that happens, the officers go out and canvass the neighborhoods, and they go, there's a camera there, there's a camera there. And I'll give credit to the officers and to the community because it's captured on video. So we can say, okay, there's that person I'm looking for there, and here's what happened afterwards. So it works well for us. So we do continue to promote that program because it is helping us reduce the crime in our city.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will also piggyback on that. I'm glad Councilmember Driscoll did bring that up because that is awesome and it has helped. I know on my street, those of us that actually have those cameras and have helped with that. So that is an excellent program. I have a couple of questions for you, Chief. The 96% of responses are independent of law enforcement. Can you give me an idea of what that call sounds like? How does the dispatcher know that a call navigator is the only resource needed to be sent out to that particular call?
Sure, and thank you. We have a chart, so to speak, that we ask people certain type of questions, and if it meets that criteria, then we go ahead and send a navigator there without a police officer. A good example, if they say there's a weapon in the house or a weapon was used, then we're not going to send a navigator. School time, my child won't go to school. Well, we don't need a badge and a gun. You need someone to go there to figure out what's going on. Or one of my family members is going through a mental crisis. He or she hasn't threatened anyone, but they need someone to go there. So the navigator can actually call the home first and say, I'm on my way there. Or when he or she gets there, they can talk to the person. So the call taker has like a list that they go through and they do the check box. Then it's looked at, then it's forwarded into the comm center supervisor. then he or she looks at it, then it's also then forwarded to the call supervisor, and they make sure that, okay, we can go ahead and send one of our navigators there. So it's like a check, a double check, and a triple check. So that's why we can say we're up to 96% of our calls now that the navigators are not asking law enforcement, and they're meeting the criteria. And I think the biggest thing is during this council, people are educated on it now. So people may call 911 because that's the easiest thing, but they'll say, I don't need an officer, I need call. We go, thank you very much, we'll send call to you.
So when the navigator leaves those calls, are we assessing their comfort level?
Yes, we are, and that's done through Director McGee. We get a report and we go through, did they feel comfortable, what else could we do? So it's a checks and balance. We make sure we have that communication back and forth to each other.
Okay, sounds good, thank you. Another question, now the call programs still are using the title of navigators, but the $1 million donation, is that a separate project where you're no longer calling them navigators, you're calling them life coaches?
Well, it's the same program. It's under the call umbrella, because under that $1 million, what we're going to do is our tier 3 system in that is where when the youth get in trouble and they've committed a non-violent felony, that we're trying to get somebody out there to figure out how can we help that child, how can we help that family, how can we assist, and then with that is that coach, that life coach is saying, okay, I'm here for you. What can I do for you? But it's still under the call umbrella. It's still trying to use those same type of people to help with that child, because that child could be going through some difficult time, or that family could be going through. We only said that because sometimes, you know how kids are, they don't want to say, I got a counselor. Sometimes, you know, I got a coach. Everybody likes to say they got a coach. And that just sounds better. My coach is coming over.
And those are referred by the navigators?
It could be done several ways. It could be done by the arresting officer. It could be done by Lisa Willabowman. This is a lot. We're going to explain that to council once we put everything into place. So there's a lot of people that could be done that way, but it's like as quickly as possible. We're trying to render service to that family so we can try to break that cycle in that. So the simplest way is we'll be looking at the tier 3 is when a child has been arrested for a felon, not a violent felony, to how do we get service now to that family, try to break that cycle with that child, assign that child a life coach so he or she can say, okay, what do we need? Does that child need a job? Does that child need mentoring? Does that child need something in school? How do we make that child successful?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Always a pleasure, Chief.
Thank you, ma'am.
Seeing no further requests to speak, we thank you for your report.
Thank you.
So now we'll move on to our new ordinances, beginning with items E1, A, B, and C, which is the first reading, and there's no presentation for this, but joining us is our Public Works Administrator, Claude Tankersley. Mr. Tankersley, how are you?
Madam Chair, would you like me to read the ordinance?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. And
You're going to read the title first.
oh, of course.
Would you like me to read them together?
You can.
Ordinance number 593-H, an ordinance relating to sanitation rates and charges, amending Chapter 27, Section 27-557 of the St. Petersburg City Code, amending rates and charges for sanitation services, providing for severability of provisions, providing an explanation of words struck through and underlined, establishing a date to begin calculating new rates for billing purposes, and providing for an effective date. The public hearing for this item is September the 5th.
Thank you. Now we're ready, Mr.
Two more.
Oh, okay. I thought you read them all at the same time. I'm trying to get you going, Claude.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm assuming, Claude, that would you prefer to do them all okay.
All at the same time?
Just making sure.
Okay.
Ordinance number 594-H, an ordinance relating to utility rates, amending Section 27-405, subsections B1 and B2 of the St. Petersburg City Code, amending the stormwater utility fee, amending the tier rate structure fees for single-family residential parcels, providing for severability of provisions, providing an explanation of words struck through and underlined, establishing a date to begin calculating new rates for billing purposes, and providing for an effective date. The public hearing for this item is September the 5th. Ordinance number 595-H, an ordinance relating to utility rates and charges, amending Chapter 27, subsection 27-3G, 27-4, 27-6A, 27-6D, 27-109B, 27-109D, 27-113B, 27-141A, 27-141B, 27-142A, 27-143A, 27-143B, 27-144, 27-146B, 27-146D, 27-177A, 27-177D, 27-250A, 27-283A, 27-284A, 24-284D,
27.
27-284D, 27-334D8, 27-335D, and 27-337 of the St. Petersburg City Code, amending requirements for customer deposits, amending liability for certain charges, amending method of determining adjustment to accounts, amending charges for potable water connection, amending base and volume charges for water service, amending various service charges, amending wholesale
Amending various water service.
charges.
Water, I think you might have missed a word in there. Amending various water service charges.
Service charges. Okay. Amending wholesale water service charges for this city of Gulfport, amending the definition of combination fire service, amending base and volume charges for irrigation-only accounts, amending base charges for commercial water-only accounts, amending rates and charges for reclaimed water service, amending sewer capacity fee, amending retail and wholesale.
Amending wastewater.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it should be amending wastewater service charges.
Okay, I must have, okay. Amending retail and wholesale wastewater service charges? That's okay.
That shares on that. Is what you have.
All right, keep going, Patty.
Okay. Amending provisions of the grease management program, amending grease discharge permit fees, providing for severability provisions, providing an explanation of words struck through and underlined, establishing a date to begin calculating new charges for billing purposes, and providing for an effective date. Public hearing is scheduled for September the 5th.
All right. Thank you, Patty. Thank you. Okay, we're ready.
I wouldn't want to read that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the council for all the hard work you've put into this with the administration for the last 7 months, the many committee meetings, the many one-on-one meetings, the presentation we had on August the 1st. We've got nothing more to add to any of those, and so we're just here to ask for approval to move forward to our public hearing.
Move approval E1, A, B, and C.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion for E1, A, B, and C, properly seconded. Seeing no request to speak, council, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E1, A, B, and C passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we'll move to E2, an ordinance amending Chapter 22, Division 6 of the St. Petersburg City Code related to the 1984 Supplemental Police Officers Retirement System. And can you please read the title?
Ordinance number 591-H, an ordinance of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, amending Chapter 22, Division 6 of the St. Petersburg City Code relating to the 1984 Supplemental Police Officers Retirement System by amending Section 22-280E by providing a minimum service requirement for Section 185 non-service connected disability benefits applications, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. The public hearing for this item is September the 5th.
Move approval E2.
Well, we do have our Human Resources Director, Mr. Chris Guella. Did you have anything that you want?
I was just here for questions if anyone had any.
Okay, very good. We have a motion. Was it
Second.
seconded? We have,
Councilmember Montanari.
Councilmember Montanari, second.
okay, I don't, who's second?
Councilmember Montanari.
Montanari.
Okay, very good. So I see no request to speak. We have a motion and a second for E2. Can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E2 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you. Now we'll move on to E3, an ordinance approving the vacation of 2 partial rights of way on the north side of 3rd Avenue South. Can you please read the title?
Ordinance number 1167-V, an ordinance approving the vacation of 2 partial rights-of-way on the north side of 3rd Avenue South for the property generally located at 3200 1st Avenue South, setting forth conditions for the vacation to become effective and providing for an effective date. The public hearing for this item is October the 3rd.
Thank you. Joining us is our Development Review Services Planner 2, Ms. Cheryl Bergalio. I see no request to speak.
Good afternoon. I have a presentation if you would like
Move
it.
approval.
Second.
Okay, no presentation. Oh, well, we do have a presentation. Did anybody want to see it?
No.
Okay, we have a motion and it's been properly seconded for E3. Can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, enter your votes. Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E3 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to go ahead and remove to our report items, beginning with F2, and joining us is Engineering Director, Mr. Brajesh Freeman.
Good day, Council, and if I may ask permission, we do have 3 items, they're all companion items.
So you want to go ahead and do F2, F7, F8?
Yes, please.
And I also have you for F3.
Yes, F3 is a different.
Oh, okay. See, it doesn't show a difference on this one. Okay. All right, let's go.
So today, we're here to present on the, and this is typically what we try to get towards, is actually having a contractor and all the support services all coming into one contract at one council meet at one point, so that way you see the encompassing cost of that project and all the services related to it. In this situation, you do have the construction contract, which is Conan Graham, which is F2, F7, which is Lochner for construction, engineering, and inspection. That is separate from post-design services for Kissinger Campo. And I'll go into that a little bit in the depth in the presentation. So just to give a context of where the location is, because I myself am challenged driving through that neighborhood. It is along Venetian in just, if I may say, west of Shore Acres Boulevard and between Dover and Shore Acres. So that bridge is originally constructed in 1957. That is an excerpt from the original plan set for that bridge that you see above. The bridge is a type of construction referred to as the son-of-void construction. And typically, son-of-void construction is an acceptable method of construction. It's cost-effective, it gives benefit in speed and constructability. However, with the 40th Avenue Bridge, that triggered a lot of movement on the son-of-void bridges across the state and across the nation, where son-of-void bridges have now have been adjusted in their national bridge index rating because of the uncertainty of that void. So if you may look at that image at the bottom, the son-of-void is essentially a concrete slab with hollow sections in the center of it. And I'm sure you've seen some of these trucks delivering parking deck slabs. And you'd see some of these as examples, and everything is context appropriate. What we ran into on some of the previous bridges, on 40th specifically, and which triggered that national movement, was corrosion, saltwater intrusion was happening into that void. But because it was on the inside of the beam, you never saw the rate and the accelerated amount of degradation to the concrete structure itself. So having these type of son-of-void structures within coastal or tidal or saltwater environments is a substantial risk. So that's why son-of-void bridges have been accelerated in the replacement cycle. The existing bridge is approximately 29 feet, so it's just within the spanning distance of what is considered a structure. The bridge is classified as functionally obsolete. That does not mean the bridge is not safe. It just means that the bridge geometry and its configuration, if you try to do anything to it, it cannot adapt, meaning the lanes and the sidewalk are not wide enough to probably put a bicycle lane. So it just doesn't meet, or you can't increase it. In this situation, the vertical curve on the bridge exceeds the minimum ADA standards. So just some examples of what we would consider functionally obsolete. The sidewalk on the image on the top right, very narrow. And on the top left, you could see the condition of the structure as well as how the utilities are supported along that structure. Now this image kind of gives a perspective of the staging of where the project begins and where it ends. And I want you all to take good perspective as to there are some driveways within this configuration and the length of the project. Because on the next slide, I'll want to explain a little bit of how those driveways and context come into consideration. So here you really see the depth, and now you see that connectivity of that sidewalk and increase in the functional use for the neighborhood of that asset. Now, I'm just going to flip back quickly to that image with the driveways because that's what's critical, those driveway locations. And on the vertical curve. So the previous bridge, you would see to your right, it dropped down drastically, the dash line. So that section just didn't meet the current maximum curves, vertical curve. On the left, it was fitting relatively within the vertical curve. The bridge was slightly high on one side to the other. So what we've done is with the design, we are limited by the amount of our geometry that we can do the vertical approach and that vertical curve for the maximum clearance we can get. We've maximized the most we can get out of the clearance underneath the bridge, increasing it from 5.25 to 5.68. But we are limited by those driveways that I showed on the images because we don't want water flowing into properties. Here's a good example. Here's a good image. On the top, you'd see the existing structure. The sidewalk was about 4 feet 2 inches with 12-foot lanes. Steel pipe guardrails on one side for the pedestrians, separated by a barrier for the vehicles. On the bottom is where you see the current plan for the bridge. The newer type of slab, still 12-foot lanes, trying to keep those lanes at a minimum so that way we don't enhance or encourage speeding. But you'd also see a 6-foot wide sidewalk on the north side, while a 5-foot on one side, a 5-foot on the other, making room for the utilities on a much more stable structure. Aesthetics. This is, I would like to call it almost like the St. Pete barrier type now, because that is our new city standard. What you see on the left is the existing concrete barrier, and that's typically what you would see on most bridges. Working with FDOT, we did come up with a design that is crash rated and really patented after the Snell Isle Bridge, and that is our existing, what we're installing in all of our new bridges. So it's much more aesthetic, fits within the community and the character. Here's a elevation of that structure and what it will look like. If you may also note, we're replacing those transition of those steel sheet walls, seawalls as they transition to the private property. And you would see also the width of the bridge has increased slightly as well, allowing for some better flushing of water through that. During construction, there will be settlement and vibration monitoring. That will be done specifically during the pile driving operations. Once it exceeds a maximum threshold at that point, and that threshold is guided by FDOT, again, it is monitored. Those alarms trigger off on many people's cell phones and immediately shut down operations. So once we see that threshold or once that alarm starts to trigger, we immediately shut down operations, stabilize the situation, and then slowly start back again once we've stabilized. Construction duration. The total construction is anticipated to last approximately 12 months. Estimated to begin in the winter of 2024. It may not necessarily mean physical construction. We have a lot to do, meaning the contractor when you're buying a house, the first thing you want to get out is you're going to go to the place, or you are looking at the colors, picking out your cabinets, picking out the color of the walls. All those things we have to do with the contractor. They're going to send in what they call the shop drawings. So we're going to make sure the mix design is correct. We're going to make sure the calculations on the beam design for how it vertically curves is correct. We're going to make sure that the calculations for the steel, the concrete piles are correct. So we'll have all that work to do before the contractor could even start ordering the material. So yes, we will start construction in the winter, construction phase, but as we work through the next few weeks with the contractor, we'll get a really definite timeline on when they expect to start physical construction on the site. Why that's important? Because it leads towards a public meeting in September. We did a public meeting originally with the community to let them know about the project. Now this public meeting is with all the information we gathered from them, how we incorporated it into the project, and how we're going to implement the project. And by that time of the public meeting, we will have a definite schedule as to this is when we're going to be on site, this is the type of impacts they can expect, and the timeline of it. The bridge is expected to be constructed in one single phase. This will help with expediting construction and increase safety for construction personnel as well as for the traveling public. The bridge is in an ideal location for traffic control. So the blue is where you see the project location and the detour that will be provided for residents. This detour map is simplified from what is in the engineering plan. It is the exact same thing that was included in the plans that were provided, that we put out for bid. But we just wanted a cleaner version for you all to have a good context of what was recommended, what is being implemented, and this is what the contractor will be implementing. So F2, we're asking for approval on the construction contract for Conan Graham. F7 is the task order for H.W. Lochner. Because it is pile driving and structural cambers, this is a specific type of beam, they call it FSB beam. We have specialty bridge inspectors that are going to be on site, ensuring that the sequence of work, bridges are constructed in a way so that they accept their loads and do not put themselves into failure prior to its design load being achieved. So that's why we have our CEI specialty inspection. F8 is for post-design services for Kissinger Campo. Kissinger Campo is the design firm. However, we need them for post-design services because they'll have to close out all of the Army, the Coast Guard, do as-builts and all those necessary permits. They'll have to do all the reporting and closing out of those. And with that, I do ask for approval for items F2, F7, F8, and I can take any questions.
Thank you. So can we, and I see you, Councilmember Montanari, so can we vote on them together?
You can.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Brej, for the presentation. Just because of the location of this bridge, right in the middle of Shore Acres and the access problem, I wanted to have this presentation in a city council meeting, and I'm glad we're going to reach out to the neighborhood again. But I wanted to get some questions out of the way. So the houses that are in close proximity to the bridge, what is their access going to be cut off to their driveways while the construction's going on?
So the contractor will be required to maintain access for the residents. So we'll construct one half at a time. There will be ability to work with the residents, and we generally always do. It's not the first time we'll run into the situation, and we coordinate with the residents as far as access, even if it means putting a temporary driveway for them for a time being while we replace their concrete aprons.
Okay. And then utility work in that area. Tell me about, or any reclaimed water lines, other utilities, are they going to have to be affected? Like, will people lose water access to their homes or anything like that?
Oh, services to their homes. So there are some lines that are being replaced, but typically what we do is a bypass plan for maintaining operations, and if we do have to do any shutdowns, we usually schedule it during the midnight hour or late when there's no major flow. And also to help with construction, what we tend to also do is dry construct the sections of pipe, and then just pull and swap the new lines. So there are sequence, but all that will be worked through with the schedule on the contractor, and it's called the maintenance operations. So we have a maintenance of traffic for vehicles, and then we have a maintenance of operations.
Will residents that are affected have to boil their water or anything like that?
No. So typically, if all goes well, we do not put a line into service until it reaches that DEP clearance. So we will have the old line or the existing services already still in service while the new line is constructed. Once we get the DEP clearance, we are able to put that into operation, then we switch over. But again, this is something that we do on a daily basis on operations as well on the construction side. It's only if anything adverse happens, there's a line break or any unforeseen. But unforeseens will happen. That's just the nature of the world. But it's not planned that we'll have boil notices or anything of that nature.
Okay. You said that you're going to construct some of the road work, half of it at a time, but you said earlier in their presentation that you're going to just complete the bridge all at once.
Yes.
Can you kind of clarify that?
So the roadway section as it approaches, we will have to sequence the approach itself to the bridge, because we'll still have contractors, vehicles storing material back and forth. So that the lanes in and out will have to be sequenced in construction, but the actual bridge itself will be essentially pulled out and a new bridge constructed at one time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then you mentioned the bridge height is from the water.
Mean high
the
water.
Bridge being raised from 5 1/4 to 5.68 feet.
Yes.
Will the bridge, from a boater's perspective, would access underneath the bridge have to be shut down?
So when we're setting beams, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And we typically, what we've done in the past is usually have operations of shutting down the navigational access at that point. So we coordinate that with the neighborhoods.
Okay. All right.
Now, if I may add, for perspective, right now the bridge clearance goes like this, as opposed to will be like this. So for the residents, it will look like a cleaner. Okay. So the maximum, so it's a little bit misleading when I say the existing bridge clearance is 5.25, because it's 5.25 at the highest point.
Right.
Which a boat can't ride up against. Instead, it's going to be this at 5.68.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then the traffic plan that you have on slide 13, are there any traffic devices, lights, temporary traffic lights or anything like that involved within any of this?
Not in this type of operation. This will be strictly detour signs. So we'll be maintaining those, but it's just going to be detour signs or road closed signs.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. On a couple of these bridges that have been done in my city council district along the way, whether it's the 40th Avenue Bridge, the Tanglewood Bridge, and now this one, there always seems to be some sort of issue. And I want to get some of these questions out of the way at the front end. So I appreciate council indulging my questions on this project in Shore Acres. And I'll move approval of F2, F7, and F8.
Second. Thank you. Seeing no further requests to speak, you have a motion and properly seconded. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda items F2, F7, and F8 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so now we're going to go ahead and move on to F3, a resolution adopting the City of St. Petersburg Stormwater Master Plan. Mr. Prayman.
So this was an item that we presented at COW, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Same presentation, right?
Yeah.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Having a motion and it being properly second for item F3, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F3 passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
As always, thank you, Council.
Thank you. So now we're going to move on to item F4, which is the resolution adopting the 2023-2024 Pinellas County Multi-Jurisdictional Local Mitigation Strategy and Multi-Jurisdictional Program for Public Administration update, annual update. And joining us is our floodplain manager, Hannah Rebotes. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, ma'am, and I think she's on her way out, Madam Chair.
Okay. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
Hannah Rebholz, floodplain manager. I am presenting probably the longest name of the of the day. The 2023-2024 Pinellas County Multi-Jurisdictional Local Mitigation Strategy with its adjoining public information, program for public information. Oh, Hannah. Okay. So we go by the LMS, Local Mitigation Strategy. In 2020, the city adopted Pinellas County's LMS as our own. We were doing our own and providing our own, but we realized it's a much bigger picture and it's more thorough when we go with the county. By doing so, we also became part of their PPI, Program for Public Information. This was probably one of the smartest moves we could have done back in the day. As we can see, the county has now excelled in CRS and is a Class 2. And in turn, we get to use all of that information for our CRS audit and rating. In a nutshell, the LMS and PPI, it basically identifies the community's hazards and in a very organized and clear way presents how to find solutions for these hazards. The PPI has also been a major benefit for the city of St. Pete because we can use what they do countywide and get credit for that. The annual update. So we've developed a city internal LMS team recently. This is including people from our grants accounting, from public works, from transportation, from all of us. And our suggestions and updates are submitted to the county quarterly, and it gets put into an annual update. To keep it a live document, that's what we have to do. It gets updated every 5 years, but to keep it live and to keep it active, we have to do an annual update. And in order for us to get credit for it on our CRS audit, we have to adopt this annual update yearly. Staying relevant. So the LMS group meets quarterly. We're working on beefing up our participation in the LMS, the county LMS, with the city employees and our stakeholders. We are really pushing to get more people involved and really pushing to get more people's opinions and suggestions to add to this multi-jurisdictional strategy. With our new city LMS group, it's looking really good, and we're looking forward to having way more pull in the LMS. Right now we've kind of just been sitting by, so we're looking to do much bigger things and use this money use this program to get money for the city, for public works, for our FMA, our home elevations. So we're really going to try to target LMS as a tool for the city from here on out. Recommendation. Staff recommends approval of this resolution adopting the 2024 LMS and the adjoining PPI annual update. Is there any questions that I can answer?
There is. Councilmember Gabbard.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Hannah, for the update. So just wanted to, kind of give my, I guess, echoes in your comments around whenever we decided to go from having our own PPI to working with the county. I was on our local PPI at the time and thought that that was, an amazing idea because the amount of work that those stakeholders were doing, and it was kind of becoming a little repetitive. We had kind of the same people around the table all the time. And so with such a big topic, I felt like it was important that we have more voices. I do agree, I do listen to some of those meetings from time to time, and I do agree that I think in the city of St. Pete, we could have a stronger voice. So anything that my office can do to support you in that way, please let us know. Now, you talked about on the second slide our current rating of 5, and you talked about Pinellas County and how amazing they have done getting to a 2. I remember that one of the things that we had to do in order to resubmit and look at moving ours was the Stormwater Master Plan. We just approved that. So can you give us an update as to where we are on going forward, trying to get a better rating for our residents?
Thursday is our site visit audit. So it is the big day, next Thursday, the 22nd. So now that we officially have our stormwater plan adopted, and our engineering department kind of went through with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that it matches everything the CRS wants. We're looking really good for class 4. That is not the only requirement that we needed for class 4. There's also other points that we have to get. There's another list. We have crossed everything off that list. We just turned in the actual stormwater master plan yesterday to our auditor because they have to look at it before. So I haven't gotten word back yet if they accept it, but I have high hopes that they will. So does engineering. Roger Johnson did a really good job at picking through it. And so that's that Thursday. Thursday's the day that hopefully we go to a 4.
Well, we look forward to that news.
So do I.
We will keep the entire city in our thoughts about that because it's critically important for our residents, especially like we talked this morning in Lair, right? About we need to do more in order to help our residents be able to afford to insure their properties. And there's a lot of challenges at the federal level with that, but there are definitely things that we can do as a community. And so this is such an important issue, especially to the residents that myself, Councilmember Montanari, represent, and throughout the city, that I thought it was important to kind of talk about what's next and how we continue to get there. One other thing I was hoping maybe you could share today, because I don't know how widely this is really being discussed, but the importance of what.
So the city is